Book 5. The Art of Memory. Chapter 1. The fields, the caves, the dens of memory cannot be counted. Their fullness cannot be counted, nor the kinds of things counted that fill them. I force my way in amongst them, even as far as my power reaches, and nowhere find an end. Augustine, Confessio. Upon a deep midnight, the maid of stone knocked with a heavy fist on the tiny door of the Cosmo-Opticon on the top floor of Ariel Hawksquill's townhouse. "The Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club to see you." "Yes. Have them wait in the parlor." The moon behind the mirrored moon of the Cosmo-Opticon and the dull glow of the city lights were all that illuminated the heavens of glass. The blackish zodiac and the constellations could not be read. Odd, she thought, how, reversing the natural order, the Cosmo-Opticon was intelligible, ablaze in the day, and obscure at night, when the real heaven's panoply is full. She rose and came out, the iron earth with its enameled rivers and mountains clanging beneath her feet. The hero awakened. A year had passed since she had looked up to see that the zodiac painted on the night-blue ceiling of the terminus had changed its old wrong order of march and went the way the world went. In that year, her investigations into the nature and origins of Russell Eigenblick had grown only more intense, though the club had fallen oddly silent. No longer lately did they send her cryptic telegrams urging her on, and though Fred Savage showed up as usual at her door with the installments of her fee, these weren't accompanied by the usual encouragements or reproaches. Had they lost interest? If they had, she thought she could awaken it this night. She had broken the case, in fact, some months before. The answer came not from her occult researches, but from such mundane or sublunary places as her old encyclopedia, 10th Britannica, the 6th volume of Gregorovius on medieval Rome, and a great folio in double columns with a hasp to lock it up, the prophecies of Abbot Joachim da Fiore. It was certainty that had taken all her arts, and that had to be bought at the cost of much labor and much time. There was no doubt now, though. She knew, that is, who. She did not know how or why. She knew no more than she had known who the children of time were, whose champion Russell Eigenblick might be. She didn't know where those cards were which he was in, or in what sense he was in them, but she knew who, and she had summoned the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club to hear that news. They had disposed themselves around the chairs and sofa of her dimly lit and crowded drawing-room or study on the ground floor. "Gentlemen," she said, gripping the back of an upright leather chair like a lectern, "more than 2 years ago, you gave me the assignment of discovering the nature and intentions of Russell Eigenblick. You have had an unconscionable wait, but I think tonight I can at least provide you with an identification. A recommendation as to the disposition of the case will be far harder, if I can make one at all. And if I can make one, then you, yes, even you, may be incapable of acting on it." There was an exchange of glances at this, subtler than one sees on stage, but with the same effect of registering mutual surprise and concern. It had once before occurred to Hawksquill that the men she dealt with were not the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club at all, but actors hired to represent them. She suppressed the notion. "We all know," she went on, "the tales, found in many mythologies, of a hero who, though slain on the field of battle, or otherwise meeting a tragic end, is said not to have died at all, but to have been borne away to somewhere, elsewhere, an isle or a cave or a cloud, where he sleeps, and from where, at his people's greatest need, he will issue with his paladins to aid them, and to rule then over a new golden age. Rex quantum et futurus. Arthur in Avalon, Secunda somewhere in Persia, Cucullin in every fen or glen of Ireland, Jesus Christ himself. All these tales, moving as they are not true. No trials of his people awakened Arthur. Cucullin is able to sleep through the mutual slaughter of his, protracted over centuries. The second coming, continually announced, has been delayed past the virtual end of the church that so much counted on it. No, whatever the next world age brings, and that age lies, anyway, well in the to come, It will not bring back a hero whose name we know, but—" She paused, assailed by a sudden doubt. Said aloud, the absurdity of it seemed greater. She even flushed, ashamed, as she went on. "But it happens that one of these stories is true. It's not one we would ever have thought to be true, even if it were one we remember and tell, and for the most part it isn't. It and its hero are much forgotten. But we know it to be true because the necessary conclusion of it has occurred. The hero has awakened. Russell Eigenblick is he." This shot fell less heavily among her hearers than she had expected it to. She felt them withdraw from her. She saw, or perceived, their necks stiffen, their chins draw down doubtfully into expensive haberdashery. There was nothing for it but to go on. "You may wonder," she said, "as I did, what people Russell Eigenblick has returned to aid. We as a people are too young to have cultivated stories like those told of Arthur, and perhaps too self-satisfied to have felt the need of any. Certainly none are told of the so-called fathers of our country. The idea that one of those gentlemen is not dead but asleep, say, in the Ozarks or the Rockies is funny, but not anywhere held. Only the despised ghost-dancing red man has a history, and a memory long enough to supply such a hero. And the Indians have shown as little interest in Russell Eigenblick as in our presidents, and he as little in them. What people, then? The answer is no people. No people, but an empire. An empire which could, and once did, comprise any people or peoples regardless, and had a life, a crown, borders, and capitals of the greatest mutability. You will remember Voltaire's dig, that it was neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. Yet in some sense it existed until, as we have thought, its last emperor, Francis II, resigned the title in 1806. Well, my contention is, gentlemen, that the Holy Roman Empire did not pass away then either. It continued to exist. It continued like an amoeba to shift, crawl, expand, contract. And that while Russell Eigenblick slept his long sleep, exactly 800 years by my reckoning, while in effect we all slept, it has crept and slid, shifting and drifting like the continents, until it is now located here, where we sit. How exactly its borders should be drawn, I have no idea, though I suspect they may be identical with this country's. In any case, we are well within it. This city may even be its capital, though probably only its chief city. She had ceased looking at them. "And Russell Eigenblick?" she asked of no one. "He was once its emperor. Not its first, who was of course Charlemagne, about whom the same sleep-wake story was for a while told, nor its last, nor even its greatest. Vigorous, yes, talented, uneven in temperament, no administrator, steady, but generally unsuccessful in war. It was he who, by the way, added the holy to his empire's name. About 1190, he chose, with the empire generally at peace and the Pope for the moment off his back, to go on crusade. The infidel only briefly felt his scourge. He won a battle or two, and then, crossing a stream in Armenia, he fell from his horse, and was too weighted down by his armor to get out. He drowned. So says Gregorovius, among other authorities. The Germans, though, after many later reverses, came to disbelieve this. He hadn't died. He was only asleep, perhaps beneath the Kyffhäuser in the Harz Mountains, the places still pointed out to tourists, or perhaps in Dom Daniel in the sea, or wherever. But he would return one day, return to the aid of his beloved Germans, and lead German arms to victory and a German empire to glory. The hideous history of Germany in the last century may be the working out of this vain dream, but in fact that emperor, despite his birth and his name, was no German. He was emperor of all the world, or at least all Christendom. He was heir to French Charlemagne and Roman Caesar. And now he has shifted like his ancient borders, and has changed no allegiances in doing so, only his name. Gentlemen, Russell Eigenblick is the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, yes, the Alte Barbarossa, reawakened to rule over this strange latter age of his empire. This last sentence she had spoken, her voice rising against a growing swell of murmurs, protests, and standings up among her hearers. "Absurd," said one. Preposterous, said another, like a spit. Do you mean to say, Hawksquill, said a third, more reasonably, that Russell Eigenblick supposes himself to be this resurrected emperor, and that— I have no idea who he supposes himself to be, Hawksquill said. I'm only telling you who he in fact is. Then answer me this, said the member, raising his hand to silence the hubbub Hawksquill's insistence raised. Why is it just now that he returns? I mean, didn't you say that these heroes return at the time of their people's greatest need, and so on? Traditionally they are said to, yes. Then why now, if this feudal empire has lain doggo for so long? Hawksquill looked down. I said it would be hard for me to make a recommendation. I'm afraid that there are essential pieces of this puzzle still withheld from me. Such as? For one, she said, the cards he speaks of. I can't now go into my reasons, but I must see them and manipulate them. There was an impatient uncrossing and recrossing of legs. Someone asked why. I supposed, she said, you would need to know his strength, his chances, what times he considers propitious. The point is, gentlemen, that if you intend to suppress him, you had better know whether time is on your side or on his, and whether you are not futilely ranging yourselves against the inevitable. And you can't tell us? I'm afraid I can't. Yet. It doesn't matter, said the senior member present, rising. I'm afraid, Hawksquill, that your investigations in this case being so prolonged, we've had to come to a decision ourselves. We came tonight chiefly to discharge you of any further obligation. Said Hawksquill. The senior member chuckled indulgently. And it doesn't really seem to me, he said, that your present revelations do much to alter the case. As I remember my history, the Holy Roman Empire had not a lot to do with the life of the peoples who supposedly comprised it. Am I right? The real rulers liked having the imperial power in their hands or under their control, but in any case did what they liked. That was often so. Well, then, the course we decided on was the right one. If Russell Eigenblick turns out to be, in some sense, this emperor, or convinces enough people of it— I notice, by the way, he continually puts off announcing just who he is, big mystery— then he might be more useful than the reverse. May I ask, Hawksquill said, motioning forward the maid of stone, who stood mumchance in the doorway with a tray of glasses and a tall decanter, what course of action you decided on? The noisy bridge rod and gun club settled back in their seats, smiling. Co-optation, said a member, one of those who had most vigorously protested Hawksquill's conclusions. The power of certain charlatans, he went on, isn't to be despised. We learned that in last summer's marches and riots, the Church of All Streets fracas, etc. Of course, such power is usually short-lived. It's not real power, or wind, really. A storm soon past. They know it, too. But, said another member, when such a one is introduced to real power, promised a share in it, his opinions indulged, his vanity flattered, then he can be enlisted. He can be used, frankly. You see, said the senior member, waving away the drink tray offered him, in the large scheme, Russell Eigenblick has no real powers, no strong adherents, a few clowns in colored shirts, a few devoted men. His oratory moves, but who remembers next day? If he stirred up great hatreds or mobilized old bitternesses, but he doesn't. It's all vagueness. So, we'll offer him real allies. He has none. He'll accept. They're allures we have. He'll be ours, and damn useful he might prove, too. Hawksquill said again. Schooled as she had been in the purest of studies, on the highest of planes, she had never found deception and evasion easy. That Russell Eigenblick had no allies was, anyway, true. That he was a cat's paw for forces more powerful, less nameable, more insidious than the noisy bridge rod and gun club could imagine, she ought by rights to inform them, though she herself could not yet name those forces. But she had been released from the case. They wouldn't anyway. She could see it in their smug faces, probably listen to her. Still she blushed fiercely at what she withheld from them and said, I think I'll have a drop of this. Will no one join me? The fee, said a member, watching her closely as she poured for him, need not be returned, of course. She nodded at him. When exactly do you put your plan into execution? "This day next week," said the senior member. "We have a meeting with him in his hotel." He rose, looking around him, ready to go. Those members who had accepted drinks swallowed them hastily. "I'm sorry," the senior member said, "that after all your labours we've gone our own way." "It's no doubt just as well," Hawksquill said, not rising. They looked at each other, all standing now, in that unconvincing manner, this time expressing thoughtful doubt or doubtful thought, and took a muted leave of her. One hoped aloud as they went out that she had not been offended, and the others, as they inserted themselves into their cars, pondered that possibility and what it might mean for them. Hawksquill, alone, pondered it too. Released from her obligation to the club, she was a free agent. If a new old empire were re-arising in the world, she couldn't but think it would give her new and wider scope for her powers. Hawksquill was not immune to the lure of power. Great wizards rarely are. And yet no new age was at hand. Whatever powers stood behind Russell Eigenblick might not, in the end, be as strong as the powers the club could bring against them. Whose side, then, supposing she could determine which side was which, would she be on? She watched the legs her brandy made on the sides of the glass. A week from today. She rang for the maid of stone, ordered coffee, and readied herself for a long night's work. They were too few now to spend one asleep. A secret sorrow. Exhausted by fruitless labor, she came down some time after dawn and went out into the bird-loud street. Opposite her tall and narrow house was a small park, which had once been public, but which was now sternly locked. Only the residents of those houses and private clubs which faced on it, viewing it with calm possessiveness, had keys to the wrought-iron gates. Hawksquill had one. The park, too chock-full of statues, fountains, bird-baths, and such fancies, rarely refreshed her, since she had more than once used it as a sort of notepad, sketching quickly on its sun-wise perimeter a Chinese dynasty, or a Hermetic Mathesis, none of which, of course, she was now able to forget. But now in the misty dawn on the first day of May, it was obscure, vague, not rigorous. It was air mostly, almost not a city air, sweet and rich with the exhalation of newborn leaves, and obscurity and vagueness were just what she required now. As she came up to the gate she used, she saw that someone was standing before it, gripping the bars and staring within hopelessly, obverse of a jailed man. She hesitated. Walkers abroad at this hour were of two kinds: humdrum, hard workers up early, and the unpredictable and the lost who had been up all night. Those seemed to be pajama bottoms protruding from beneath this one's long overcoat, but Hawksquill didn't take this to mean that he was an early riser. She chose a grand lady manner as best suited to the encounter, and taking out her key, asked the man to excuse her. She'd like to open the gate. "About time, too," he said. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said. He had stood aside only slightly, expectantly, and she saw that he intended to follow her in. "It's a private park. I'm afraid you can't come in. It's only for those who live around it, you see, who have the key." She could see his face now clearly, with its desperate growth of whisker and its wrinkles etched deeply with filth. Yet he was young. Above his fierce yet vacant eyes, a single eyebrow ran. "It's damned unfair," he said. "They've all got houses. What the hell do they need a park for, too?" He stared at her, rageful and frustrated. She wondered if she should explain to him that there was no more injustice in his being locked out of this park than out of the buildings that surrounded it. The way he looked at her seemed to require some plea. Or then, on the other hand, perhaps the injustice he complained of was the universal and unanswerable kind, the kind Fred Savage liked to point up, needing no spurious or ad hoc explanations. "Well," she said, as she often did to Fred, "when your own great-grandfather built the damn thing—" His eyes looked upward, calculating. "Great-great-grandfather." He pulled with sudden purpose a glove from his pocket, put it on, his medicus extending naked from an unseamed finger, and began brushing away the new-leaving ivy and obscuring dirt from a plaque screwed to the rusticated red stone gate-post. "See, damn it!" The plaque said, it took her a moment to work it out. Surprised she had never noticed it. The whole history of Beaux-Arts public works could have been laid on its close-packed Roman face, and the floweret nail-heads that held it in place. The plaque said, Mouse Drinkwater Stone, 1900. He wasn't a nut. City dwellers in general, and Hawksquill in particular, have a sure sense in these encounters of the distinction, fine but real, between the impossible imaginings of the mad and the equally impossible but quite true stories of the merely lost and damned. Which, she said, are you? The mouse, the Drinkwater, or the stone? I guess you wouldn't know, he said, how impossible it is to get a little peace and quiet in this town. Do I look like a bum to you? Well, she said, the fact is, you can't sit down on a goddamn park bench or a doorway without 10 drunks and loudmouths collecting as though they were blown together, telling you their life stories, passing around a bottle. Chums. Did you know how many bums are queer? A lot. It's surprising. He said it was surprising, but in fact he seemed to feel it was just what was to be expected, and no less infuriating for that. Peace and quiet, he said again, in a tone so genuinely full of longing, so full of the dewy tulip beds and shadowed walks within the little park, that she said, Well, I suppose an exception can be made, for a descendant of the builder. She turned her key in the lock and swung open the gate. For a moment he stood as before those final gates of pearl, wondering. Then he went in. Once inside, his rage seemed to abate, and though she hadn't intended it, she walked with him along the curiously curving paths that seemed always about to lead them deeper within the park, but in fact always contrived to direct them back to its perimeters. She knew the secret of these, which was, of course, to take those paths which seemed to be heading outward, and you would go in. And with subtle motions, she directed their steps that way. The paths, though they didn't seem to, led them into where a sort of pavilion or temple, a tool shed, in fact, she supposed, stood at the park's center. Overarching trees and aged bushes disguised its miniature size. From certain angles it appeared to be the visible porch or corner of a great house. And though the park was small, here at the center the surrounding city, by some trick of planting and perspective, could hardly be perceived at all. She began to remark on this. Yes, he said, the further in you go, the bigger it gets. Would you like a drink? He pulled from his pocket a flat, clear bottle. Early for me, she said. She watched fascinated as he undid the bottle and slid a good bit of it down a throat no doubt now so flayed and tanned it couldn't feel. She was surprised then to see him shaken by big involuntary shudders, and his face twisted in disgust, just as hers would have been if she'd tried that gulp. Just a beginner, she thought. Just a child, really. She supposed he had a secret sorrow, and was pleased to contemplate it. It was just the change she needed from the hugeness she had been struggling with. They sat together on a bench. The young man wiped the neck of his bottle on his sleeve and recapped it carefully. He slid it into the pocket of his brown overcoat without haste. Strange, she thought, that glass and clear, cruel liquid could be so comforting, so tenderly regarded. What the hell is that supposed to be? He said. They faced the square stone place that Hawksquill supposed to be a tool shed or other facility, disguised as a pavilion or miniature pleasure dome. I don't know exactly, she said, but the reliefs on it represent the 4 seasons, I think, one to a side. The one before them was Spring, a Greek maiden doing some potting, with an ancient tool very like a trowel and a tender shoot in her other hand. A baby lamb nestled near her, and like her, looked hopeful, expectant, new. It was all quite well done. By varying the depth of his cutting, the artist had given an impression of distant fields newly turned and returning birds, daily life in the ancient world. It resembled no spring that had ever come to the city, but it was none the less spring. Hawksquill had more than once employed it as such. She had for a time wondered why the little house had been placed off-center on its plot of ground, not square with the streets around the park, and after a little thought saw that it faced the compass points, winter facing north and summer to the south, spring east and autumn west. It was easy to forget in the city that north was only very approximately uptown, though not easy for Hawksquill, and apparently this designer had thought a true orientation important, too. She liked him for it. She even smiled at the young man next to her, a supposed descendant, though he looked like a city creature who didn't know solstice from equinox. "What good is it?" he said, quietly but truculently. "It's handy," said Hawksquill, "for remembering things." "What?" "Well," she said, "suppose you wanted to remember a certain year, and the order in which events happened then. You could memorize these 4 panels and use the things pictured in them as symbols for the events you want to remember. If you wanted to remember that a certain person was buried in the spring, well, there's the trowel." "Trowel?" "Well, that digging tool." He looked at her askance. "Isn't that a little morbid?" "It was an example." He regarded the maiden suspiciously, as if she were in fact about to remind him of something unpleasant. "The little plant," he said at length, "could be something you began in the spring. A job. Some hope." "That's the idea," she said. "Then it withers, or bears fruit." He was thoughtful a long time. He drew out his bottle and repeated his ritual exactly, though with less grimace. "Why is it," he said then, his voice faint from the gin that had washed it, "that people want to remember everything? Life is here and now. The past is dead." She said nothing to this. Memories, systems, everybody poring over old albums and decks of cards. If they're not remembering, they're predicting. What good is it? An old cowbell rang within Hawksquill's halls. "Cards," she said. "Brooding on the past," he said, regarding spring. "Will that bring it back?" "Only order it." She knew that, reasonable as they might seem, people like this who live on the street are differently composed from people who live in houses. They have a reason for being where they are, expressed in a peculiar apprehension of things, a loss of engagement with the ordinary world and how it goes on, often unwilled. She knew she must not press questions on him, pursue a subject, for like the paths in this place, that would only lead her away. Yet she wanted very much now not to lose contact. "Memory can be an art," she said schoolmarmishly, "like architecture. I think your ancestor would have understood that." He lifted eyebrows and shoulders as though to say, "Who knows or cares?" "Architecture, in fact," she said, "is frozen memory. A great man said that." Many great thinkers of the past. How she had caught this teachery tone she didn't know, but she couldn't seem to relinquish it, and it seemed to hold her hearer. Believed that the mind is a house where memories are stored, and that the easiest way to remember things is to imagine an architecture, and then cast symbols of what you wish to remember on the various places defined by the architect. Well, that surely must have lost him, she thought. But after some thought he said, "Like the guy buried with the trowel." "Exactly." "Dumb," he said. "I can give you a better example." She gave him Quintilian's highly colored example of a law case, freely substituting modern for ancient symbols, and spreading them around the parts of the little park. His head swiveled from side to side as she placed this and that here and there, though she had no need to look. "In the third place," she said, "we put a broken toy car, to remind us of the driver's license that expired. In the fourth place, that arch sort of thing behind you to the left, we hang a man. Say a Negro all dressed in white, with pointed shoes hanging down, and a sign on him, INRI. What on earth? Vivid. Concrete. The judge has said, unless you have documentary proof, you will lose the case. The Negro in white means having it on paper." "In black and white?" "Yes. The fact that he's hanged means we have captured this black and white proof, and the sign that it is this that will save us." "Good God." "It sounds terribly complicated, I know, and I suppose it's really not any better than a notebook." "Then why all that guff? I don't get it." "Because," she said carefully, sensing that despite his outward truculence he understood her, "it can happen. if you practice this art, that the symbols you put next to one another will modify themselves without your choosing it, and that when next you call them forth, they may say something new and revelatory to you, something you didn't know you knew, out of the proper arrangement of what you do know. What you don't know may arise spontaneously. That's the advantage of a system. Memory is fluid and vague. Systems are precise and articulated. Reason apprehends them better. No doubt that's the case with those cards you spoke of. Cards? Too soon? You spoke of brooding over a deck of cards. My aunt, not my aunt really, as though disclaiming her, my grandfather's aunt, she had these cards, lay them out, think about them, brood on the past, predict things. Tarot? Were they the tarot deck? You know, the Hanged Man, the Female Pope, the Tower. I don't know. How would I know? Nobody ever explained anything to me. He brooded. I don't remember those pictures, though. Where did they come from? I don't know. England, I guess, since they were violets. She started, but he was lost in thought and didn't see. And there were some cards with pictures? Besides the court cards? Oh, yeah, a whole slew of 'em. People, places, things, notions. She leaned back, interlacing her fingers slowly. It had happened before that a place which she had put to multiple memory uses, like this park, came to be haunted by figments, hortatory or merely weird, called into being simply by the overlap of old juxtapositions, speaking sometimes of a meaning she would not otherwise have seen. If it were not for the sour smell of this one's overcoat, the undeniable this-worldness of the striped pajamas beneath it, she might have thought him to be one of them. It didn't matter. There is no chance. Tell me, she said, these cards. What if you wanted to forget a certain year, he said. Not remember it, but forget it. No help there, is there? No system for that, oh no. Oh, I suppose there are methods, she said, thinking of his bottle. He seemed sunk in bitter reflection, eyes vacant, long neck bent like a sad bird's, hands folded in his lap. She was casting about for words to form a new question about the cards when he said, the last time she read those cards for me, she said I'd meet a dark and beautiful girl, of all cornball things. Did you? She said I'd win this girl's love through no virtue I had, and lose her through no fault of my own. He said nothing else for a time, and though not sure now that he heard or registered much of anything she said to him, she ventured softly, that's often the way with love. Then, when he didn't respond, I have a certain question that a certain deck of cards might answer. Does your aunt still— She's dead. Oh. My aunt, though. I mean, she wasn't my aunt, but my aunt, Sophie. He made a gesture which seemed to mean, this is complex and boring, but surely you catch my drift. The cards are still in your family, she guessed. Oh, yeah. Never throw out anything. Where exactly? He raised a hand to stop her question, suddenly wary. I don't want to go into family matters. She waited a moment and then said, it was you who mentioned your great-great-grandfather who built this park. Why suddenly was she visited with a vision of Sleeping Beauty's castle, a chateau, with a hedge of thorn, impassable? John Drinkwater, he said, nodding. Drinkwater, the architect. A mental snap of fingers. That hedge wasn't thorn. Was he married to a woman named Violet Bramble? He nodded. A mystic, a seer of sorts? Who the hell knows what she was? Urgency suddenly compelled her to a gesture, rash perhaps, but there was no time to waste. She took from her pocket the key to the park and held it up before him by its chain, as old mesmerists used to do before their subjects. It seems to me, she said, seeing him take notice, that you deserve free access here. This is my key. He held out a hand, and she drew the key somewhat away. What I require in exchange is an introduction to the woman who is or is not your aunt, and explicit directions as to how to find her. All right?" As though in fact mesmerized, staring fixedly at the glinting bit of brass, he told her what she wanted to know. She placed the key in his filthy glove. "A deal," she said. Oberon clutched the key, his only possession now, though Hawksquill couldn't know that, and the spell-broken looked away, not sure he hadn't betrayed something, but unwilling to feel guilt. Hawksquill rose. "It's been most illuminating," she said. "Enjoy the park. As I said, it can be handy." A year to place upon it. Oberon, after another scalding yet kindly draught, began, closing one eye, to measure out his new domain. The regularity of it surprised him, since its tone was not regular, but bosky and artless. Yet the benches, gates, obelisks, martin houses on poles, and the intersections of paths had a symmetry easily adduced from where he sat. It all depended from, or radiated outward from, the little house of the seasons. That was all hopeless guff she had instructed him in, of course. He did feel bad about inflicting such a lunatic on his family. Not that they would notice, probably, hopeless themselves. And the price had not been resistible. Odd how a man of wide sympathies like himself started such hares and harebrains wherever he went. Outside the park, framed in sycamores from where he sat, was a small classical courthouse, drink-quarters too, for all he knew, surmounted with statues of lawgivers at even intervals, Moses, Solon, etc. A place to put a law case, certainly. His own infuriating struggle with Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth. Those coffered brass doors not yet open for business, the locked entrance to his inheritance, the egg and dart molding, the endless repetition of delay and hope, hope and delay. Stupid. He looked away. What was the point? No matter how gracefully the building accepted his case in all its complexity, and as he glanced again sidelong at it, he saw that it could and did. It was needless. How could he forget all that? The doles they eked out to him, enough to keep him from starvation, enough to keep him signing, with an increasingly furious scrawl, the instruments, waivers, pleas, and powers they presented him with, as those stony-eyed immortals there proffered tablets, books, codices. The last of the last had bought this gin he now drank of, and more than was left in the bottle would be necessary for him to forget the indignity of his pleading for it, the injustice of it all. Diocletian counted out wrinkled bills from petty cash. Hell with that. He left the courthouse outside. In here there was no law. A year to place upon it. She had said that the value of her system was how it would cast up spontaneously what you didn't know out of the proper arrangement of what you did. Well, there was a thing he didn't know. If he could believe what the old woman had said, if he could, wouldn't he then set to work here, commit every tulip bed and arrow-headed fence-post, every whitewashed stone, every budding leaf to memory, so that he could distribute among them every tiny detail of lost Sylvie? Wouldn't he then march furiously, sniffing up and down the curving paths, like this mutt that had just entered with his master, searching, going sunwise, then anti-sunwise, searching until the one single, simple answer arose, the astonishing lost truth that would make him clutch his brow and cry, "I see." No, he would not. He had lost her. She was gone, and for good. That fact was all that excused and made reasonable, even proper, his present degradation. If her whereabouts were revealed to him now, though he had spent a year trying to learn them, he would avoid them of all places. And yet, he didn't want to find her, not any more. But he would like to know why. Would like to know, timidly, subjunctively, why she had left him never to return, without a word, without apparently a backward glance. Would like to know, well, what was up with her nowadays, if she was all right, whether she thought of him ever, and in what mode, kindly or otherwise. He recrossed his legs, tapping one broken shoe in the air. No, it was just as well, really. Just as well that he knew the old woman's batty and monstrous system to be useless. That spring could never be the spring she had blossomed for him, nor that shoot their love, nor that trowel the tool by which his rageful and unhappy heart had been scored with joy. In the first place, he hadn't at first found her disappearance all that alarming. She'd run off before, for a few nights or a weekend. Where and for what reasons he never pressed her about. He was cool. He was a hands-off guy. She hadn't ever before taken every stitch of clothes and every souvenir, but he didn't put it beyond her. She could bring them all back in an hour, at any hour, having missed a fleeing bus or train or plane, or been unable to bear whatever relative or friend or lover she had camped with. A mistake. The greatness of her desires, of her longing for life to come out right, even in the impossible conditions under which hers was lived, led her into such mistakes. He rehearsed fatherly or avuncular speeches with which, unhurt and unalarmed and not angry, he would counsel her after he welcomed her back. He looked for notes. The folding bedroom, though small, was such a chaos that he might easily have overlooked one. It had slipped down behind the stove. She had propped it on the window-sill, and it had blown out into the farmyard. He had closed it up in the bed. It would be a note in her huge, wild, round hand. It would start "Hi," and be signed with X's for kisses. It had been on the back of something inconsequential, which he had thrown out, even as he searched through inconsequential papers for it. He emptied the wastebasket, but when its contents lay around his ankles he stopped the search and stood stock still, having suddenly imagined another sort of note entirely, a note with no "hi" and no kisses. It would resemble a love letter in its earnest, overwrought tone, but it wouldn't be a love letter. There were people he could call. When, after endless trouble, they had had a phone put in, amazing George Mouse, she had used to spend a good amount of time talking to relatives and quasi-relatives in a rapid and, to him, hilarious mixture of Spanish and English, shouting with laughter sometimes, and sometimes just shouting. He had taken down none of the numbers she called. She herself often lost the scraps of paper and old envelopes she had written them on, and had to recite them out loud, eyes cast upward, trying out different combinations of the same numbers till she hit on one that sounded right. And the phone book, when, just hypothetically, there was no immediate need, he consulted it, listed surprising columns, whole armies, in fact, of Rodriguezes and Garcias and Fuenteses, with great pompous Christian names, Monserrate, Alejandro, such as he had never heard her use. And talk about pompous names. Look at this last guy, Archimedes Ziziandati. What on earth? He went to bed absurdly early, trying to hurry through the hours till her inevitable return. He lay listening to the thump and hum and squeak and wail of night, trying to sort from it the first intimations of her footfalls on the stair, in the hall. His heart quickened, banishing sleep, as he heard in his mind's ear the scratch of her red nails on the door. In the morning he woke with a start, unable to remember why she wasn't next to him, and then remembered that he didn't know. Surely around the farm someone would have heard something, but he would have to be circumspect. He restricted himself to inquiries that, if they ever got back to her, would reveal no possessive distress or fussy prying on his part. But the answers which he got from the farmers raking muck and setting out tomatoes were even less revealing than his questions. Seen Sylvie? Sylvie? Like an echo. A kind of propriety kept him from approaching George Mouse, for it could be that it was to him she had fled, and he didn't want to hear that from George, not that he had ever felt competition from his cousin, or jealousy, but, well, he didn't like any of the possible conversations he could imagine himself and George having on the subject. A weird fear was growing in him. He saw George once or twice, trundling a wheelbarrow in and out of goat sheds, and studied him secretly. His state seemed unchanged. At evening he fell into a rage, and imagined that, not content with leaving him flat, she had engineered a conspiracy of silence to cover her tracks. Conspiracy of silence, and cover her tracks, he said aloud, more than once that long night, to the furnishings of the folding bedroom which were none of them hers. Hers were at that moment being exclaimed over one by one elsewhere, as they were taken from the drawstring bags of the 3 brown-capped, flat-faced thieves who had abstracted them, exclaimed over in cooing small voices one by one before being put away in a humpbacked trunk bound in black iron, to wait for their owner to come and claim them. And in the second place, the bartender at the Seventh Saint, their bartender, didn't appear for work that night or the next, though Oberon came every night to question him. The new guy wasn't sure just what had happened to him. Gone to the coast, maybe. Gone anyway. Oberon, having no better post from which to keep vigil, when he could no longer bear the folding bedroom or Old Law Farm, ordered another. One of those periodic upheavals in bar life had taken place among the clientele lately. As evening drew on, he recognized few regulars. They seemed to have been swept away by a new crowd, a crowd that did superficially resemble the crowd Sylvie and he had known, were in fact the same people in every respect except that they were not. The only familiar face was Leon's. After an inward struggle and several gins, he managed a casual question. "Seen Sylvie? Sylvie?" It might well be, of course, that Leon was hiding her in some apartment uptown. It might be that she had gone to the coast with Victor the bartender. Sitting his stool before the broad brown window night after night, watching the crowds outside pass, he concocted these and several other explanations of what had happened to Sylvie, some pleasing to him, some distressing. He fitted each out with motives planted in the past, and a resolution. What she would do and say, and what he. These would grow stale, and like a failing baker, he would remove them, still pretty but unsold, from his case, and replace them with others. He was at this on the Friday after her disappearance, the place packed with laughing folks more bent on pleasure, more exquisite than the diurnal crowd, though he couldn't be sure they weren't the same. He sat his stool as on a solitary rock amid their foamy rushing back and forth. The sweet scent of liquor mingled with their mingled perfumes, and all together they made the soughing sea noise which, when he became a television writer, he would learn to call walla. Walla, walla, walla. Far away, waiters tended to the banquettes, drawing corks and laying cutlery. An older man, white-templed less it seemed from age than by choice, but with an air of subtle ruin about his nattiness, poured wine for a dark, laughing woman in a broad-brimmed hat. The woman was Sylvie. One explanation that had occurred to him for her disappearance was her disgust with her poverty. Often she had said, as she poured furiously through her thrift-shop clothes and dime-store valuables, make-shifting an outfit, that what she needed was a rich old man, that she'd turn tricks if she only had the nerve. I mean, look at this clothes, man. He looked now at her clothes. Nothing he had ever seen before. The hat shading her face was velvet, the dress nicely constructed. Lamplight fell, as though guided there, into its décolletage, and lit the amber roundness of her breast. He could see it from where he sat. A small roundness. Should he leave? How could he? Turmoil nearly blinded him. They had ceased laughing together, and raised their glasses now, topped up with lurid wine, and their eyes met like voluptuaries greeting. Good God, what nerve to bring him here! The man took an oblong case from within his jacket and opened it to her. It would contain icy jewels, blue and white. No, it was a cigarette case. She took one, and he lit it for her. Before he could be harrowed by the characteristic way she had of smoking her occasional cigarette, as individual as her laugh or her footstep, thronging crowds intervened. When they parted, he saw her take up her purse, also new, and rise. The John. He hid his head. She would have to pass by him where he sat. Flee? No. There was a way, he thought, to greet her. There must be, but only seconds in which to find it. Hi. Hello. 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 Fancy meeting. His heart was mad. Having calculated the moment at which she must pass by, he turned, supposing his face to be composed, and his heart-thuds invisible. Where was she? He thought a woman just then passing near him in a black hat was she, but it wasn't. She had disappeared. Passed by him quickly? Hidden from him? She would have to pass him again on her return. He'd keep watch now. Maybe she'd leave, covered with shame, sneak away, sticking Mr. Rich with the bill, but no favors. The woman he had for a moment thought to be her. In fact, years and inches different, with a practiced lurch and a gravel-voiced excuse me, worked her way past him, and through the massed exquisites, and took her seat with Mr. Rich. How could he even for a moment have thought? His heart turned to an ember, to a cold clinker. The cheerful walla of the bar faded away into a sound of silence, and Oberon had a sudden, horrible percipience, like a dropped ball of mental string madly unwinding, of what this vision meant, and what would now, must now, become of him. And he raised a trembling hand for the bartender, pushing bills urgently across the bar with the other. And in the third. He arose from his bench in the park. Traffic had grown loud as day grew bright, the city flinging itself against this enclave of morning. Without reservations now, but with a strange hope in his heart, he moved sunwise around the small pavilion and sat again, before summer. Bacchus and his pards, the flaccid wineskin and the checkered shade, the faun that follows, the nymph that flies, yes, so it was, so it had been, so it would be. And below all this pictured lassitude was a sort of fountain, the sort where water gushes from a lion's or a dolphin's mouth. Only this wasn't a lion or a dolphin, but a man's face, a medallion of grief, a tragic mask with snaky hair, and the water was not issuing from his sad clown mouth, but from his eyes, falling in two slow and constant trickles down his cheeks and chin into a scummy pool below. It made a pleasant sound. Hawksquill, meanwhile, had gone to her car in its underground den, and slipped into its waiting seat, which was clad in leather as smooth as the backless glove she then drew on. The wooden wheel, carved for her grip and polished by her hands, backed the long wolf-like shape neatly around and faced it outward. With a clanking, the garage door opened, and the car's growl opened fanwise into the May air. Violet Bramble, John Drinkwater. The names made a room where pampas grass stood in heavy floor vases, purple and brown, and there were Ricketts drawings on the lily-patterned walls, and the drapes were drawn for a séance. In the fruitwood bookcases were Gurdjieff and other frauds. How could anything like a world age be born there, or one die? Moving uptown in night's moves as the clotted traffic forced her, her impatient tires casting up filth, she thought. Yet it may well be that they have kept a secret for all these years, and a very great secret too. And it may be that she, Hawksquill, had come close to a very great mistake. It would not be the first time. The traffic around her loosened as she set out on the wide north road. Her car threaded through it like a needle through old cloth, picking up speed. The boy's directions had been eccentric and wandering, but she wouldn't forget them, having impressed each one in place on an old folding monopoly board she kept in her memory for just such a use. Chapter 2. The thirst that from the soul doth rise, doth ask a drink divine. But might I of Jove's nectar sip, I would not change for thine. Ben Jonson. Earth rolled its rotundity around, tilting the little park where Oberon sat 1, 2, 3 days more, face upwards to the changeless sun. The warm days were growing more frequent, and though never matching quite the earth's regular progress, the warmth was already more constant, less skittish, soon not ever to be withdrawn. Oberon, hard at work there, hardly noticed. He kept on his overcoat. He had ceased to believe in spring, and a little warmth couldn't convince him. Press on, press on. Not her, but this park. The struggle was, as it had always been, to think rightly about what had happened, to come to conclusions that took in all aspects, that were mature, to be objective. There were multitudes of reasons why she might have left him. He knew that well. His faults were as numerous as the paving stones of those walks, as rooted and thorny as that blooming hawthorn. There was, after all, no mystery in the end of love. No mystery, but the mystery of love itself, which was large, certainly, but as real as grass, as natural and unaccountable as bloom and branch and their growth. No, her leaving him was sad and a puzzle. It was her disappearance that was insane and maddening. How could she leave not a rack behind? He had thought of her abducted, murdered. He had thought of her planning her own vanishing, just to drive him mad with bafflement. But why would she want such a madness? Certainly he had raged, frantic at George Mouse, unable to bear it. "Tell me, you son of a bitch, where she is, what you've done with her," and saw his madness reflected in George Mouse's honest fear as he said, "Now, now, now, now," and groped amid his souvenirs for a baseball bat. No, he had not gone about his searching in the most lucid frame of mind. But what the hell was to be expected? What the hell was to be expected when after 4 gins at the 7th Saint he would see her passing by in the crowds outside the window, and after 5 find her sitting on the adjacent stool? One trip only to Spanish Harlem, where he had seen her replicated on a dozen street corners, in halter tops with baby carriages, chewing gum on crowded stoops, dusky roses all of them, and none of them her. And he had abandoned that search. He had forgotten utterly, if he ever really knew, just which of these buildings on highly individual, but at the same time identical streets, had been the one she had taken him to. She might be in any of those aqua living rooms, watching through the plastic lace of curtains as he passed, any of those rooms lit by aqueous television and the red points of votive candles. Even worse was the checking of jails, hospitals, madhouses, in all of which the inmates had obviously taken over. His calls were shunted from thug to loony to paralytic and finally cut off. By accident or on purpose, he had not made himself clear. If she had fallen into one of those public oubliettes, no. If it was madness to choose to believe she had not, he would rather be mad. And in the street his name would be called, softly, shamefacedly, happily with relief, peremptorily. And he would stand looking up and down the avenue, searching, stock still amid the traffic, unable to see her, but unwilling to move lest she lose sight of him. Sometimes it was called again, even more insistently, and still he would see nothing, and after a long time move on, with many halts and backward glances, having at last to say out loud to himself that it wasn't her, wasn't even his name that had been called. Just forget it. And curious passers-by would covertly watch him reason with himself. Mad he must have seemed, but whose goddamn fault was that? He had only tried to be sensible, not to become fixated and obsessed with the imaginary. He had struggled against it. He had, though he had succumbed in the end. Christ, it must be hereditary, some taint passed down to him through the generations, like color-blindness. Well, it was over now. Whether or not it was possible for the park and the art of memory to yield up to him the secret of her whereabouts didn't interest him. That was not what he was at work on there. What he hoped and believed, what seemed to him promised by the ease with which the statuary and greenery and footpaths accepted his story, was that once he had committed the whole of his year-long agony to them, no hope or degradation, no loss, no illusion unaccounted for, then he would some day remember, not his search, but these intersecting pathways that, leading always inward, led always away. Not Spanish Harlem, but that wire basket just outside the fence, with a cerveza Schaefer and a mango pit and a copy of El Diario crushed in it, Matan, as always in the headline. Not Old Law Farm, but that old Martin house on a pole, and its battling, noisy occupants coming and going and building nests. Not the 7th Saint Bar and Grill, but Bacchus in bas-relief, or Silenus, or whoever that was, supported by goat-footed satyrs nearly as drunk as their god. Not the weird pursuing pressure of his madness, inherited and inescapable, only that plaque fixed to the gate where he had entered, Mouse, Drinkwater, Stone. Not the false Sylvies that had afflicted him when he was drunk and defenseless, but the little girls, skipping rope and playing jacks and whispering together as they eyed him suspiciously, who were always the same, yet always different, perhaps only in different outfits. Not his season on the street, but the seasons of this pavilion. Not her, but this park. Press on, press on. Never, never, never. The cold compassion of bartenders, he came to see, was like that of priests, universal rather than personal, with charity for all and malice toward almost none. Firmly situated, smiling and making ritual and comforting gestures with glass and cloth, between sacrament and communicant, they commanded, rather than earned, love, trust, dependence. Best always to placate them. A big hello, and the tip subtle but sufficient. A gin, please, Victor. I mean Siegfried. Oh, God, that solvent. A season's worth of summer afternoons dissolved in it, as his father once, in a rare burst of enthusiasm for the sciences, had in school dissolved something blue-green, copper, in a beaker of clear acid till it did not exist at all, didn't stain its solvent with even the faintest veridical residue. What had become of it? What had become of that July? The Seventh Saint was a cool cavern, cool and dark as any burrow. Through the windows, the white heat showed the more blank and violent to his eyes when they were accustomed to the dark. He looked out at a parade of blinking, harrowed faces, bodies as nearly unclothed as decency and contrivance allowed them to be. Negroes turned gray and oily, and white people red. Only the Spanish bloomed, and even they sometimes looked a little blown and wilted. The heat was an affront, like winter's cold. All seasons were errors here, 2 days only excepted, in spring, and a week in autumn full of huge possibilities, great glamour and sweetness. "Hot enough for you?" said Siegfried. This was he who had replaced Oberon's first friend, Victor, behind the Seventh Saint bar. Oberon had never enjoyed any rapport with this thick, stupid one named Siegfried. He sensed an unpastoral cruelty in him, an enjoyment almost in others' weaknesses, a schadenfreude shadowing his ministry. "Yes," Oberon said. "Yes, it is." Somewhere far off, guns were fired. The way to avoid being disturbed by these, Oberon had decided, was to regard them as fireworks. You never, anyway, saw the slain in the streets, or as rarely as you saw the dead bodies of rabbits or birds in the woods. Somehow they were disposed of. "Cool in here, though," he said, with a smile. Sirens wailed, going elsewhere. "Trouble someplace," Siegfried said. "This parade." "Parade?" "Russell Eigenblick. Big show on. You didn't know?" Oberon made gestures. "Geez, where you been? Did you know about the arrests?" "No. Some guys with guns and bombs and literature. Found them in the basement of some church. They were a church group, planning some assassination or something." "They were going to assassinate Eigenblick?" "Who the hell knows? Maybe they were his guys. I forget exactly, but he's in hiding, only there's this big march on today. For him or against him? Who the hell knows?" Siegfried moved off. If Oberon wanted details, let him get a paper. The bartender had just been making conversation. He had better things to do than be grilled. Oberon drank, abashed. Outside, people were hurrying by, in groups of 2 and 3, looking behind them. Some were shouting, others laughing. Oberon turned from the window. Surreptitiously he counted his money, contemplating the evening and the night ahead. Soon he would have to move downward in the drinker's scale, from this pleasant, more than pleasant, necessary, imperative retreat, to less pleasant places, brightly lit, naked, with sticky plastic bars surmounted by the waxy faces of aged patrons, their eyes fixed on the absurdly cheap prices posted on the mirror before them. Dram shops, as old books had it. And then? He could drink alone, of course, and wholesale, so to speak, but not in Old Law Farm, not in the folding bedroom. "Another of these," he said mildly, "when you get a chance." He had that morning decided, not for the first time, that his search was over. He wouldn't sally forth today to follow illusory clues. She couldn't be found, who wanted not to be found. His heart had cried out, but what if she does? What if she is only lost, and searching for you even as you search for her? What if only yesterday you came within a block of one another? What if at this moment she sits somewhere nearby, on a park bench, a stoop, somehow unable to find her way back to you? What if she is even now thinking, "He'll never believe this crazy story, whatever it would be, if only I find him, if only—" and the tears of loneliness on her brown cheeks. But that was all old. It was the crazy story idea, and he knew it well. It had once been a bright hope, but it had over time condensed to this burning point, not a hope, but a reproach, not even, no more, a spur. and that was why it could be snuffed. He'd snuffed it, brutally, and come to the 7th Saint. A day off. There was only one further decision then to make, and he would, with the help of this gin and more of the same, make that today. She hadn't ever existed at all. She was a figment. It would be hard at first to convince himself of how sensible a solution this was to his difficulty, but it would grow easier. Never existed, he muttered. Never, never, never. "What's that?" said Siegfried, who usually couldn't hear the plainest request for replenishment. "Storm," Oberon said, for just then there was a sound which, if it wasn't cannon, was thunder. "Cool things off," said Siegfried. What the hell could he care, Oberon thought, estivating in this cave? Out of the roll of thunder came the more rhythmic beats of a big bass drum far downtown. More people were in the streets, driven forward by, or perhaps heralding, the oncoming of something big which they looked now and again over their shoulders at. Police cruisers shot into the intersections of street and avenue, blue lights revolving. Among those coming up the street, they were walking heedlessly in the middle of the roadway that looked exhilarating to Oberon, were several wearing the blousy shirts of many colors worn by Augenblick's adherents. These, and others in dark glasses and narrow suits, with what could have been hearing aids stuck into their ears, but probably were not, discussed things with the sweating policeman, making gestures. A portable conga band, contrapuntal to the far-off beating bass drum, proceeded northward, surrounded by laughing brown and black people, and by photographers. Their rhythms hurried the negotiators. The suited men seemed to command the police, who were helmeted and armed, but apparently will-less. The thunder, more distinct, rolled again. It seemed to Oberon that he had discovered, since coming to the city, or at least since he had spent a lot of time staring at crowds, that humanity, city humanity anyway, fell into only a few distinct types. Not physical or social or racial exactly, though the qualities that could be called physical or social or racial helped qualify people. He couldn't say just how many of these types there were, or describe any of them at all precisely, or even keep any of them in his mind when he didn't have an actual example before him. But he found himself continually saying to himself, "Ah, there's one of that sort of person." It certainly hadn't helped in his search for Sylvie that however distinct she was, however utterly individual, the vague type she belonged to could throw up cognates of her everywhere to torment him. A lot of them didn't even look like her. They were her sisters, though, and they harrowed him, far more than the Hobens and Lindas that superficially resembled her, like those that, on the lean, muscled arms of their boyfriends or honorary husbands, now followed the conga band up the street dancing. A larger group of some status was coming into view behind them. These were decently dressed matrons and men, walking abreast, black women with broad bosoms and pearls and glasses, men in humble pork-pie hats, many skinny and stooped. He had often wondered how it is that great, fat, black women can grow faces, as they get older, that are hard, chiseled, granitic, tough and leathery, all that is associated with the lean. These people supported a street-wide banner on poles, with half-moon holes cut in it to keep it from being filled like a sail and carrying them off, whose letters, picked out in sequins, spelled out Church of All Streets. "That's the church," Siegfried said. He had moved his glass-wiping activities nearer the window in order to watch. "The church where they found those guys." "With the bombs? They got a lot of nerve." Since Oberon still didn't know whether the bombers found in the Church of All Streets were for or against whoever this parade was for or against, he supposed this could be true. The Church of All Streets contingent, the decent poor mostly, as far as Oberon could see, but with one or two Augenblick blousons marching beside them, and one of the hearing aids watching them too, was escorted by the many-eyed press on foot and in vans, and by armed horsemen, and by the curious. As though the 7th Saint were a tide pool, and the tide were rising, 2 or 3 of these spilled through its doors, bringing in the hot breath of day and the odor of their marching. They complained loudly of the heat, more in high-pitched whistles and low groans than in words, and ordered beers. "Here you are, take this," said one, and held out something to Oberon on his yellow palm. It was a narrow strip of paper like a Chinese cookie fortune. Part of a sentence was crudely printed on it, but the sweat of the man's hand had obscured part of that, and all Oberon could make out was the word message. Two of the others were comparing similar strips of paper, laughing and wiping beer foam from their lips. "What's it mean?" "That's for you to figure out," the man said gaily. Siegfried put a drink in front of Oberon. "Maybe if you make a match, you win a prize. A lottery, huh? They're handing 'em out all over town." And indeed now outside, Oberon saw a line of white-faced mimes or clowns cake-walking along in the wake of the Church of All Streets, doing simple acrobatics, firing cap pistols, tipping battered hats, and distributing among the jostling crowd that thronged around them these small strips of paper. People took them. Children begged for more. They were studied and compared. If no one took them, the clowns let them flutter away into a breeze that was beginning to rise. One of the clowns turned the handle of a siren he had hung around his neck, and an eerie wail could be faintly heard. "What on earth?" Oberon said. "Who the hell knows?" Siegfried said. With a crash of brass instruments, a marching band began, and the street was suddenly filled with bright silken flags, barred, starred, snapping and furling in the thunder wind. Great cheers rose. Double eagles screamed from some banners, double eagles with double hearts aflame in their bosoms, some clutching roses in their beaks, myrtle, swords, arrows, bolts of lightning in their talons, surmounted with crosses, crescents, or both, bleeding, effulgent, or aflame. They seemed to stream and flutter on the terrific wave of military sound rising from the band, which was not uniformed, but dressed in top hats, tails, and paper bat-wing collars. A royal blue gold-fringed gonfalon was borne before them, but was gone before Oberon could read it. The bar patrons went to the window. "What's going on? What's going on?" The mimes or clowns worked the borders of the march, handing out slips, avoiding grabbing hands dexterously as they somersaulted or rode each other's shoulders. Oberon, well oiled by now, was exhilarated, as they all were, but he as much because he had no idea for what all this crazy energy was being expended, as for the quick-stepping, flag-waving thing itself. More refugees barged through the doors of the Seventh Saint. For a moment the music grew loud. They weren't a good band, cacophonous, in fact, but the big drum kept the time. "Good God," said a haggard man in a wrinkled suit and a nearly brimless straw fedora. "Good God, those people." "Check it out," said a black man. More entered. Black, white, other. Siegfried looked startled, at bay. He'd expected a quiet afternoon. A sudden chattering roar drowned out their orders, and outside, descending right into the valley of the street, a sharp, stuttering helicopter hovered, reascended, scanning, raising winds in the streets. People clutched their hats, running in circles like farmyard fowl beneath a hawk. Commands issued from the copter in meaningless shouts of gravelly static, repeated over and over just as meaninglessly, but more insistently. In the street, people shouted back defiance, and the helicopter rose away, turning carefully. Cheers and raspberries for the dragon's going. "What'd he say? What'd he say?" the patrons asked each other. "Maybe," Oberon said to no one, "warning them it's about to rain." It was. They didn't care. More conga artists were passing, nearly swamped by throngs, all chanting to their beat, "Let it fall, let it rain, let it fall, let it rain." Fights were breaking out, shoving contests mostly. Girlfriends shrieked, bystanders pulled apart contestants. The parade seemed to be turning into a swarming culture and growing a riot. But car horns honked insistently, and the Millers were parted by several black limousines with fast fluttering pennants on their fenders. Hurrying beside the cars were many of the suited, dark, spectacled men, looking everywhere and nowhere, faces grim, not having fun. The scene had darkened, quickly, ominously. The harsh, dusty orange light of late afternoon snuffed like a Klieg light. Black clouds must have extinguished the sun, and even the neat haircuts of the suited aides were ruffled by the rising wind. The band had ceased. Only the drum went on, sounding threnodic and solemn. Crowds pressed closely around the cars, curious, perhaps angry. They were warned away. Wreaths of dark flowers dressed some of the cars. A funeral? Nothing could be seen within their tinted windows. The patrons of the seventh saint had grown quiet, respectful or resentful. The last best hope, the sad man in the straw fedora said. The goddamn last best goddamn hope. All over, said another, and drank deeply. All over but the shouting. The cars passed away, the crowds falling in behind them, filling up their wake. The drum was like a dying heartbeat. Then, as uptown the band rang out again, there was a terrific crash of thunder, and everyone in the bar ducked at once, and then looked at one another and laughed, embarrassed to have been startled. Oberon finished his 5th gin in a gulp, and pleased with himself for no reason but that, said, Let it fall, let it rain. He thrust his empty glass toward Siegfried, more commandingly than he usually did. Another. The rain began all at once, big drops spattering audibly on the tall window and then falling in great volumes, hissing furiously as though the city it fell on were red hot. Rain coursing down the tinted glass obscured the parade's events. It looked now like ranks of people wearing hoods, holes cut out for eyes, or paper masks like welders' masks, carrying clubs or batons, were coming behind the limos and meeting some resistance. Whether they were part of the parade or another show in opposition to it was hard to tell. The seventh saint filled rapidly with clamoring folk fleeing the rain. One of the mimes or clowns, his white face running, came in bowing, but certain shouts of greeting seemed to him hostile. He bowed out again. Thunder, rain, sunset swallowed up in stormy darkness. Crowds pouring through the pouring streets in the glare of streetlights. Breaking of glass, shouts, tumult, sirens, a war on. Those in the bar rushed out to see or join in, and were replaced by others fleeing who had seen enough. Oberon held his stool, calm, happy, lifting his drink with a suggestion of extended pinky. He smiled beatifically at the troubled man in the straw fedora who stood next to him. Drunk as a lord, he said. Quite literally. I mean, lunk as a drord is when a lord is drunk, if you follow me. The man sighed and turned away. No, no, Siegfried shouted, waving his hands before him like shutters, for barging in were a bunch of Eigenblick adherents, their colored shirts plastered to their bodies with rain, supporting one among them who had been hurt, a spiderweb of blood over his face. They ignored Siegfried. The crowd, murmuring, let them in. The man next to Oberon stared openly and truculently at them, speaking in his mind to them in unguessable words. Someone vacated a table, upsetting a drink, and the wounded one was lowered into a chair. They left him there to recuperate and pushed to the bar. The man in the fedora was displaced elsewhere. A brief mood seemed to pass over Siegfried's face that he wouldn't serve them, but he thought better of it. One mounted the stool next to Oberon, a small person over whose shivering back was draped someone else's colored shirt. Another rose on tiptoe, glass raised high, and gave a toast. To the revelation! Many cheered, for or against. Oberon leaned toward the person next to him and said, What revelation? Excited, shivering, brushing rain from her face, she turned to Oberon. She'd got her hair cut, very short, like a boy's. The revelation, she said, and handed him a slip of paper, not wanting to look away from her now that she was next to him. Afraid if he looked away, she would not be there when he looked back. He held the paper up to his near-blinded eyes. It said, No fault of your own. Doesn't matter. In fact, there were 2 Sylvies beside him, one for each eye. He clapped a hand over one eye and said, Long time no see. Yeah. She looked around at her companions, smiling, still shivering, but caught up in their excitement and glory. So, where did you get to, anyway? Oberon said. Where have you been, by the way? He knew he was drunk, and must speak carefully and mildly so that Sylvie wouldn't see and be ashamed of him. Around, she said. I don't suppose, he said, and would have gone on to say, I don't suppose if you weren't really Sylvie here now that you'd tell me so. But this was drowned out by further toasts and comings and goings, and all he said was, I mean if you were a figment. What? Sylvie said. I mean, how've you been? He felt his head wobbling on his neck and stopped it. Can I buy you a drink? She laughed at that. Drinks for Eigenblick's people were not to be bought tonight. One of her companions caught her up and kissed her. Fall of the city, he cried hoarsely. Been shouting all day, no doubt. Fall of the city. Hey, she answered, a kind of agreement with his enthusiasm rather than exactly with his sentiment. She turned back to Oberon then. She lowered her eyes. She moved her hand toward him. She was about to explain everything. But no, she only picked up his drink, sipped from it, raising her eyes to him over its rim, and put it down again with a grimace of disgust. Gin, he said. Tastes like alcolado, she said. Well, it's not supposed to be good, he said. Only good for you. And heard in his own voice a joking Oberon and Sylvie tone that had been so long absent from it that it was like hearing old music or tasting a long untasted food. Good for you, yes. For a further thought about her figmentary nature was trying to crack his consciousness like an oyster knife, so he drank again, beaming at her as she beamed at the merry madness that boiled around them. How's Mr. Rich? He said. He's okay. Mum, not looking at him. He wasn't to pursue such subjects, but he was desperate to know her heart. You've been happy, though? She shrugged. Busy? A small smile. A busy little girl. Well, I mean... He stopped. The last dim bulb of reason in his brain showed him silence and circumspection, and then went out. It doesn't matter, he said. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, you know. Well, you could have guessed, about us and all. I mean, you and me. And what I figured out is that really it's basically okay, and all right, really. She had cupped her cheek in her hand, and was looking up at him rapt yet inattentive, as she had always been at his disquisitions. You moved on, is all, right? I mean, things change. Life changes. How could I complain about that? I couldn't have any argument with that. It was suddenly sweetly clear. It's as though I were with you like in one stage of your development, like a pupa stage or a nymph stage, but you outgrew that, became a different person, like a butterfly does. Yes, she had broken from the transparent shell which was the girl he had known and touched, and, as he had the empty isinglass sculptures of locusts when he was a kid, he had preserved the shell, all he had of her, all the more precious for its terrible fragility and the perfect abandonment it embodied. She, meanwhile, though out of his sight and ken, imaginable only by induction, had grown wings and flown, was not only elsewhere, but something else as well. She wrinkled her nose and opened her mouth in a, "Huh?" "What stage?" she said. "Some early stage," he said. "What was the word, though?" "Nymph," he said. Thunder crashed. The eye of the storm had passed. Rain wept again. And was this before him, then, nothing but the old transparency? Or her in the flesh? It was important to get these things straight right off the bat. And how, anyway, could it be that her flesh was what he was most intensely left with? And was it the flesh of her soul, or the soul of her flesh? It doesn't matter, he said, his voice thick with happiness, and his heart awash in the gin of human kindness. He forgave her everything, in exchange for this presence, whatever it was. Doesn't matter. Listen, it really doesn't, she said, and raised his own glass to him before sipping it gingerly again. Go with the flow, you know. Trudy is Booth Trudy, he said. That is all ye know on earth, and all. I need to go, she said, to the John. That was the last thing he clearly remembered, that she returned from the John, though he hadn't expected her to. When he saw her returning, his heart rose, as it had when she had turned to face him on the stool next to him. He forgot that he had denied her thrice, had decided to decide she had never existed. That was absurd anyway, when here she was, when in the pelting rain outside, this glimpse only he had, he could kiss her. Her rain-wet flesh was as cold as any ghost's, her nipples as hard as unripe fruit, but he imagined that she warmed. Sylvie and Bruno concluded. There are charms that last, keeping the world long suspended in their power, and charms that do not last, that drain quickly away and leave the world as it was. Liquor is well known for not lasting. Oberon was wrenched awake just after dawn, after a few hours of death-like unconsciousness. He knew instantly that he should be dead, that death was his only appropriate condition, and that he was not dead. He cried out softly and hoarsely, "No, oh God, no." But oblivion was far away, and even sleep had fled utterly. No, he was alive, and the wretched world was around him. His staring eyeballs showed him the folding bedroom's crazed map of a ceiling, so many Devil's Islands in plaster. He didn't need to investigate to find that Sylvie wasn't next to him. There was, however, someone next to him, bound up in the damp sheet. It was hot as hell already. Chill sweats circled Oberon's neck and brow. And someone else was speaking to him, speaking from a corner of the folding bedroom, soothingly, confidentially. "Oh, for a draught of vintage that hath been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth, tasting of flora and the country green." The voice came from a small red plastic radio, an antique with the word Silvertone across it in bas-relief script. Oberon had never known it to work before. The voice was black, a silky DJ's voice, black but cultured. God, they're everywhere, Oberon thought, overwhelmed with horrid strangeness, as a traveler sometimes is to find so many foreigners in other lands. "Away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his pards, but on the viewless wings of poesy." Oberon climbed slowly like a cripple from the bed. Who the hell was this beside him, anyway? A brown shoulder, big with muscle, could be seen. The sheet breathed softly. Snored. Christ, what have I done? He was about to draw down the sheet when it moved of its own accord, snuffling, and a shapely leg, flat-shinned with curly dark hair, came out like a further clue. Yes, it was a man, that was certain. He carefully opened the door of the toilet and took out his overcoat. He put it on over his nakedness, feeling with loathing the clammy touch of its lining against his skin. In the kitchen he opened cupboards with trembling skeleton's hands. The dusty vacuity within the cupboards was for some reason ghastly. In the last he opened, there was a bottle of Doña Mariposa rum, with an inch or two of amber fluid in it. His stomach turned, but he took it out. He went to the door with a glance at the bed. His new friend still slept, and then out. He sat on the stairs in the hallway, staring into the stairwell, the bottle in both hands. He missed Sylvie and comfort so dreadfully, with such a parched thirst, that his mouth hung open, and he leaned forward as though to scream or vomit. But his eyes wouldn't yield tears. The vivifying fluids had all been drawn from him. He was a husk. The world was a husk, too, and this man in the bed. He unscrewed, it took some application, the cap of the rum bottle, and turning its accusatory label away from him, he poured fire on his sands. "Darkling, I listen." Keats in smoothie blackface slid out under the door and insinuatingly into his ear. "Now more than ever seems it rich to die." Rich. He drank the last of the rum and rose gasping and swallowing bitter spittle. "To thy high requiem become a sot." He recapped the empty bottle and left it on the stair. In the mirror hung over the pretty table at the hall's end, he caught a glimpse of someone forlorn. The very word is like a bell. He looked away. He went into the folding bedroom, a golem, his dry clay animated briefly by rum. He could speak now. He went to the bed. The person there had thrown off his sheet. It was Sylvie, only modelled in male flesh, and no charm. This goatish boy was real. Oberon shook his shoulder. Sylvie's head rolled on the pillow. Dark eyes opened momentarily, saw Oberon, and closed again. Oberon bent over the bed and spoke into his ear. "Who are you?" He spoke carefully and slowly. "Might not understand our lingo. What is you name?" The boy rolled over, woke, brushed his hand over his face from forehead to chin, as though to magic away the resemblance to Sylvie, but it stayed, and said in a morning roughened voice, "Hey, what's happening?" "What is your name?" "Hey, hi, Jesus Christ." He lay back on the pillow, smacking his lips. He rubbed his knuckles in his eyes like a child. He scratched and stroked himself shamelessly, as though pleased to find himself to hand. He smiled at Oberon and said, "Bruno. Oh, you remember? Oh, we got thrown out of the bar. Oh, boy, you was drunk. Oh, remember? You couldn't even... Oh, no." Bruno was looking at him with easy affection, still stroking himself. "You said, 'Just wait,'" Bruno said and laughed. "That was your last words, man." Oh, yes? He didn't remember, but he felt a weird regret, and almost laughed, and almost wept, that he had failed Sylvie when she was Sylvie. "Sorry," he said. "Hey, listen," Bruno said generously. He wanted to move away. He knew he ought. He wanted to close his coat, which hung open, but he couldn't. If he did so, if he let this cup pass away from him, then the last dry dregs of last night's charm within it would not be licked up, and they might be all he had forever. He stared at Bruno's open face, simpler and sweeter than Sylvie's, unmarked by his passions, strong though Sylvie had always said they were. Friendly. Tears, double distilled because there was so little water within to draw on, burned the orbits of his eyes. Friendly was the word to describe Bruno. "Do you," he said, "have a sister?" "Yes." "You wouldn't happen to know," Oberon said, "where she is?" "Nah." He dismissed her with an easy gesture, her own gesture translated. "Ain't seen her in months. She gets around." Yes. If he could just put his hands in Bruno's hair, just for a moment, that would be enough, and close his burning eyes. The thought made him faint, and he leaned against the headboard. "A real moth," Bruno said. With an unself-conscious languor he disposed himself on the bed so that there would be room there for Oberon. "A what?" "A moth. Sylvie." Laughing, he linked his thumbs together, and with his hands made a winged creature. He made it fly a little, smiling at Oberon, and then made it, wings fluttering, summon Oberon to follow it. "How far you've gone. Fled is that music." Sure that Bruno slept as his sister did, dead to the world, Oberon took no precautions to be quiet. He hauled out his belongings from chest and closet and flung them around. He unfolded his crushed green knapsack, and into it put his poems and the rest of the contents of his study, his razor and his soap, and as many of his clothes as would go wadded in. He stuffed what money he could find into the pockets of it. Gone, gone, he thought. Dead, dead. Empty, empty. But by no incantation could he exorcise even the palest, most illusory ghost of her from this place, and so there was only one thing to do, and that was flee. Flee. He strode from side to side of the room, looking hastily into drawers and shelves. His abused sex swung as he walked. At last he drew shorts and pants over it, but it glowed reproachfully, even hidden. The deed had proved more operose than he'd expected. Oh well, oh well. Forcing a pair of socks into the knapsack's pocket, he found something he had left there, something wrapped in paper. He dug it out. It was the present he had had from Lily the day that he had left Edgewood to come to the city and seek his fortune. A small present, wrapped in white paper. "Open it when you think of it," she'd said. He looked around the folding bedroom. Empty. Or as empty as it would ever be. Bruno weighted the dishonored bed, and his coat of many colors hung on the velvet chair. A mouse, or a brief hallucination of one. Had it already come to that? He felt that it had, sped across the floor of the kitchen and hid itself. He tore open Lily's little package. It turned out to be a small machine of some sort. He stared at it uncomprehendingly for some time, turning it in his sticky and still trembling fingers before he realized what it was. It was a pedometer, the handy kind that attaches to your belt and tells you, whenever you look at it, how far you've gone. Bottom of a bottle. The little park was filling up. Why had he not known that love could be like that? Why hadn't anyone told him? If he had known, he would never have embarked on it, or at least not so gladly. Why did he, a young man of some intelligence after all, and of good family, know nothing about anything at all? He had even been able to suppose, when he left Oldlaw Farm for the streets of the city foul with summer and decline, that he fled Sylvie, rather than merely pursuing her farther, and in even less warm directions. Drunkards, Great Aunt Cloud had used to say, drink to escape their troubles. If that was his case, and surely he had tried his best to become a drunkard, then how could it be that, not every time but often enough, he found Sylvie there, just there where Cloud said drinkers find surcease, at the bottom of a bottle? Well, press on. Autumn was harvest, of course, the bound wheat sheaf, the hale fruit. And faintly in the distance, cheeks puffed out and eyebrows fierce, Brother North Wind came on apace. Was the girl who with a sickle cut the heavy-eared grain the same one who set out shoots in spring with a little trowel? And who was the oldster, huddled up on the earth piled with riches, brooding in profile? Thinking of winter. In November, the three of them, he and she and Fred Savage, his mentor in bumhood, who had begun appearing to him as often in that season as Sylvie did, though more solidly than she, rode a park bench somewhat afloat in the darkening city, huddled up but not uncomfortable. The newspapers inside Fred Savage's overcoat crackled when he moved, though he moved only to lift brandy to his lips. They had done singing and reciting drinkers' poetry. You know, my friends, with what a gay carouse I took a second mortgage on my house, and sat quiet now, contemplating that fearful hour before the city's lights are lit. Old Man Hawk's in town, Fred Savage said. Was that? Winter, Sylvie said, thrusting her hands into her armpits. Gonna move these bones, Fred Savage said, crackling, sipping. Gonna move these old cold bones to Florida. All right, Sylvie said, as though at last somebody had said something sensible. Old Man Hawk is not my friend, Fred Savage said. Price of a greyhound to outrun that boy. Philly, Baltimore, Charleston, Atlanta, Jayville, St. Pete, Miami. Ever see a pelican? He hadn't. Sylvie, from ancientest childhood, summoned them up. Frigates of the Caribbean evening, absurd and beautiful. Yes, yes, Fred Savage said. Beak holds more than his belly can. Tears out the feathers of his bosom, and feeds they young ones on the blood of his heart's blood, oh, Florida. Fred had taken the autumn off, and perhaps the rest of his life as well. He had come to Oberon's aid, in his most need to be by his side, just as he had said he would on the day when he had first guided him through the city to the offices of Petty's, Smilodon, and Ruth. Oberon didn't question this providence, or any other the city gave. He had thrown himself on the city's mercy, and found that, like a strict mistress, she was kind to those who submitted utterly, held nothing back. By degrees he learned to do that, he who had always been fastidious, and more fastidious than that for Sylvie's sake, grew filthy. City dirt worked itself into his fabric ineradicably, and though when drunk he would walk for blocks to find public facilities, damn few of them, and dangerous too, between these spurts of scrupulosity, he mocked himself for them. By autumn his knapsack was a useless rag, a cerement, and anyway had ceased to be large enough to hold a life lived on the streets. So, like the rest of the secret city's epophts, he carried paper shopping bags, one inside the other for strength, advertising in his degraded person many great establishments in turn. And so he went on, hooded in gin, sleeping in streets sometimes full of riot, sometimes quiet as a necropolis, always, as far as he was concerned, empty. He learned from Fred, and from ancients who had instructed Fred that the great days of the secret commonwealth of bums were over, the days when they were kings and wise men on Lower Broadway, the days when the city was marked with their glyphs whose code only the initiate could read, when the drunk, the gypsy, the madman, and the philosopher had their ranks as firm as deacon, sexton, priest, and bishop. Of course, over. Join any enterprise, Oberon thought, and you'll find its great days are over. He didn't need to beg. The money he extracted from petty Smilodon and Ruth was given him as much to rid their offices of his noisome figure as for any right he had to it. He knew that, and took to appearing there only at his most hideous, often with Fred Savage in tow. But it was enough for a drunk's few dietary needs, and the odd flop when he feared freezing to death pillowed in booze, as some of his buddies' buddies had reportedly done, and for gin. He never sank to fulsome wine. He gave himself credit for that. He resisted that final degradation, even though it was apparently only in the transparent fire of gin that Sylvie, like a salamander, could sometimes appear. His topside knee was growing cold. Why his knee should grow cold first he didn't know. Neither his toes nor his nose had felt it yet. "Greyhound, huh?" he said. He recrossed his legs and said, "I can raise the price." He asked Sylvie, "You want to go?" "Sure I do," Sylvie said. "Sure I do," said Fred. I wasn't speaking to you just then," Oberon said. Fred put his arm gently around Oberon's shoulder. What ghosts plagued his friends, he was always careful to be kind to. "Well, sure she do," he said, his yellow eyes opening enough to gaze on Oberon in a way Oberon had never decided was predatory or kindly. "And best of all," he said, smiling, "she don't need a ticket." Door into Nowhere. Of all the lapses and losses of his sodden memory, the one that troubled Oberon most later on was that he couldn't remember whether or not he had gone to Florida. The art of memory showed him a few ragged palms, some stucco or concrete block buildings painted pink or turquoise, the smell of eucalyptus. But if that was all, solid and unremovable though it seemed, it might well be imagination only, or only remembered pictures. Just as vivid were his memories of Old Man Hawk on avenues as wide as wind, perched on the gloved wrists of doormen along the park, his beard of feathers rimy and his talons sharp to grip the entrails. But he had somehow not frozen to death, and surely even more than palms and jalousies, a city winter survived on the street would, he thought, stick in the memory. Well, he hadn't been paying close attention. The only thing that really engaged him were those islands where red neon signs beckoned to the wanderer. They were always red, he learned, and the endless replication of those flat bottles clear as water, in some of which, as in a box of children's cereal, there would be a prize. And the only thing he vividly recalled was how, at the end of winter, there were no more prizes. His drunkenness was empty. There were only the lees left to drink, and he drank them. Why had he been in the bowels of the old terminus? Had he just returned by train from the Sunshine State? Or was it chance? Seeing three of most things, a damp leg where he had pissed himself some time before, in the small hours he strode purposefully, though going nowhere. If he didn't stride purposefully, he would take a header. This walking business was more complicated than most people supposed. Down ramps and through catacombs. A fake nun, wimple filthy and eyes alert. Oberon had long ago realized this figure was a man, shook a begging cup at him, more in irony than expectation. He passed on. The terminus, never silent, was as silent now as it ever was. The few travelers and the lost gave him a wide berth, though he glowered at them only to make them singular. 3 of each was too many. One of the virtues of drink was how it reduced life to these simple matters, which engaged all the attention: seeing, walking, raising a bottle accurately to the hole in your face, as though you were 2 years old again. No thoughts but simple ones, and an imaginary friend to talk to. He stopped walking. He had come up against a more or less solid wall. He rested and thought. Lost. A simple thought. One simple, singular thought, and the rest of life and time a great flat, featureless grey plain extending in all directions. Consciousness a vast ball of dirty fuzz filling it to its limits, with only the hooded fire of that one thought alive within it. "What?" he said, starting away from the wall, but no one had spoken to him. He looked around at the place where he stood, a vaulted intersection where 4 corridors met in a cross. He stood in a corner. The ribbed vaulting, where it joined in descending to the floor, made what seemed to be a slot or narrow opening, but which was only joined bricks, a sort of slot which, it seemed, if you faced into it, you might peer through. "Hello?" he whispered to the darkness. "Hello?" Nothing. "Hello?" Louder this time. "Softer," she said. "What?" "Speak real soft," Sylvie said. "Don't turn around now. Hello. Hello. Hi there. Isn't this great?" "Sylvie," he whispered. "Just like you were right next to me." "Yes," he said. "Yes," he whispered. He pressed his consciousness forward into the darkness. It folded up closed for a moment, then opened again. "What?" he said. "Well," she said in a small voice, and after a darkling pause, "I think I'm going." "No," he said. "No, I bet not. I bet not. Why?" "Well, I lost my job, see?" she whispered. "Job?" "With a fairy. A real old guy. He was nice, but boring. Back and forth all day." He felt her withdraw somewhat. "So I guess I'll go. Destiny calls," she said. She said it self-mockingly, making light of it to cheer him. "Why?" he said. "Whisper," she whispered. "Why do you want to do this to me?" "Do what, baby?" "Well, why don't you just goddamn go, then? Why don't you just go and leave me alone? Go, go, go." He stopped and listened. Silence and vacuity. A deep horror flew over him. "Sylvie," he said, "can you hear me?" "Yes." "Where? Where are you going?" "Well, further in," she said. "Further in where?" "Here." He gripped the cold bricks to steady himself. His knees were falling back and forth from lock to loose. "Here? The further in you go," she said, "the bigger it gets." "God damn it," he said. "God damn it, Sylvie." "It's weird here," she said. "Not what I expected. I've learned a lot, though. I guess I'll get used to it." She paused, and the silence filled the darkness. "I miss you, though." "Oh, God," he said. "So I'll go," she said, her whisper already fainter. "No," he said. "No, no, no." "But you just said—" "Oh, God, Sylvie," he said, and his knees gave way. He knelt heavily, still facing into the darkness. "Oh, God," and he thrust his face into the non-existent place he spoke into, and said other things, apologizing, begging abjectly, though for what he no longer knew. "No, listen," she whispered, embarrassed. "I think you're great. Really. I always did. Don't say that stuff." He was weeping now, uncomprehending, incomprehensible. "Anyway, I have to," she said. Her voice was already faint and distant, and her attention turning elsewhere. "Okay. Hey, you should see all the stuff they gave me. Listen, Papo. Bendición. Be good. Goodbye." Early train takers and men come to open tawdry shops passed him later, still there, long unconscious, on his knees in the corner like a bad boy, face wedged into the door into nowhere. With the ancient courtesy or indifference of the city, no one disturbed him, though some shook their heads sadly or in disgust at him as they passed. An object lesson. Ahead and behind. Tears were on his cheeks, too, in the little park where he sat, having salvaged this, the last of Sylvie, the living end. When he had at last awakened in the terminus, still in that position, he didn't know how or why he had come to be there, but he remembered now. The art of memory had given it all back to him, all, to do with what he could. What you didn't know. What you didn't know arising spontaneously, surprisingly, out of the proper arrangement of what you did. Or rather what you knew all along, but didn't know you knew. Every day here, he had come closer to it. Every night, lying awake at the Lost Sheep mission, amid the hawkings and nightmares of his fellows, as he walked these paths in memory, he approached what he didn't know, the simple, single lost fact. Well, he had it now. Now he saw the puzzle complete. He was cursed, that's all. Long ago, and he knew when, though not why, a curse had been laid on him, a charm, a disfigurement that made him for good a searcher, and his searches at the same time futile. For reasons of their own, who could say what? Malevolence only, possibly, probably, or for a recalcitrance in him they wanted to punish, a recalcitrance they had, however, not punished out of him. He would never give in. They had cursed him. They had attached his feet on backwards, without his noticing it, and then sent him out that way to search. That had been, he knew it now, in the dark of the woods, when Lilac had gone away, and he had called after her as though his heart would break. From that moment he had been a searcher, and his searching feet pointed, somehow, in the wrong direction. He'd sought Lilac in the dark of the woods, but of course he'd lost her. He was 8 years old, and only growing older, though against his will. What could he expect? He'd become a secret agent to plumb the secrets withheld from him, and for as long as he sought them, for just so long, were they withheld from him. He'd sought Sylvie, but the pathways he found, seeming always to lead to her heart, led always away. Reach toward the girl in the mirror, who looks out at you smiling, and your hand meets itself at the cold frontier of the glass. Well, all done now. The search begun so long ago ended here. The little park his great-great-grandfather made, he had remade into an emblem as complete, as fully charged, as any trump in Great-Aunt Cloud's deck, or any cluttered hall in Ariel Hawksquill's memory mansions. Like those old paintings where a face is made up of a cornucopia of fruit, every wrinkle, eyelash, and throat-fold made of fruits and grains and victuals realistic enough to pluck up and eat. This park was Sylvie's face, her heart, her body. He had dismissed from his soul all the fancies, laid here all the ghosts, deposited the demons of his drunkenness and the madness he'd been born with. Somewhere Sylvie lived, chasing her destiny, gone for reasons of her own. He hoped she was happy. He had lifted the curse from himself by main strength and the art of memory, and was free to go. He sat. Some sort of tree, his grandfather would have known what kind, but he didn't, was just in that week casting off its leaf-like plumes or seeds, small silver-green circles that descended all over the park like $1 million in dimes. Fortunes of them were rolled toward him by wastrel breezes, piled against his unmoving feet, filled his hat-brim in his lap, as though he were only another fixture of the park to be littered, like the bench he sat on and the pavilion he looked at. When he did rise, heavily, and feeling somehow still inhabited, it was only to move around from winter, which he was done with, back to spring, where he had begun, where he now was. A year's circuit. Winter was old Father Time with sickle and hourglass, his ragged domino and beard blown by chappy winds, and a disgusted expression on his face. A lean, slavering dog or wolf was at his tizzical feet. Green coins fell across them, catching in the relief. Green coins fell whispering from Oberon as he rose. He knew what spring, just around the corner, would be. He'd been there before. There seemed suddenly little point in doing anything any more but making this circuit. Everything he needed was here. Brother North Wind's secret. 10 steps was all it took. If winter comes, can spring be far behind? He'd always thought that was put wrong. Shouldn't it be, if winter comes, can spring be far ahead? Ahead, as you advance through the seasons. First winter comes, and then spring is not far ahead, right? He said aloud to no one. Ahead, behind. It was probably he who had it wrong, who saw it from some peculiar, useless, personal point of view no one else shared, no one. If winter comes. He turned the corner of the pavilion. Can spring be far ahead, behind? Someone was just then turning the other corner from spring into summer. "Lilac," he said. She glanced back at him, half gone around the corner, glanced back at him with a look he knew so well, yet had for so long not seen that it made him feel faint. It was a look which said, "Oh, I was just going away somewhere, but you caught me." And yet it didn't mean that. It was just pretty coquetry mixed with some shyness. He'd always known that. The park around him grew unreal, as though in the act of silently blowing away. Lilac turned toward him, her clasped hands swinging before her, her bare feet taking small steps. She had, of course, grown no older. She wore, of course, her blue dress. "Hi," she said, and brushed her hair away from her face with a quick motion. "Lilac," he said. She cleared her throat, long time since she'd spoken, and said, "Oberon, don't you think it's time for you to go home?" "Home?" he said. She took a step toward him, or he one toward her. He held out his hands to her, or she hers toward him. "Lilac," he said, "how do you come to be here?" "Here?" "Where did you go," he said, "that time you went?" "Go?" "Please," he said, "please." "I've been here all the time," she said, smiling. "Silly. It's you who've been in motion." A curse. Only a curse. No fault of your own. "All right," he said. "All right." And took Lilac's hands, and lifted her up, or tried to, but that wouldn't work. So he linked his hands like a stirrup, and bent down, and she put her small bare foot into his hands, and her hands on his shoulders, and so he hoisted her up. "Kinda crowded in here," she said, as she made her way within. "Who are all these people?" "Doesn't matter, doesn't matter," he said. "Now," she said, settled in, her voice already faint, more his than hers, as it had always been, after all, after all. "Now where do we go?" He drew out the key the old woman had given him. It was necessary to unlock the wrought iron gate in order to leave, just as it was in order to enter. "Home, I guess," Oberon said. Little girls playing jacks and plucking dandelions along the path looked up to watch him talk to himself. "I guess home." Chapter 3. Despising for your sake the city, thus I turn my back. There is a world elsewhere. Coriolanus. Hawksquill's powerful Vulpes translated her back to the city in a near record time, and yet, so her watch told her, perhaps still not under the wire, though she was now in possession of all the missing parts of the problem of Russell Eigenblick. The learning of those parts had taken longer than she had expected. Not a moment too soon. All along the road north she had planned how she might present herself to the heirs of Violet Drinkwater in such a way, as antiquarian, collector, cultist, that the cards would be shown her. But if she had not herself been predicted in them, Sophie knew her at once, or recognized her very quickly. They would certainly not have been yielded up to her at all. That she proved to be, as well, a tenuous cousin of Violet Bramble's descendants had helped too, a coincidence that surprised and delighted that strange family as much as it interested Hawksquill. And even so, days went by as she and Sophie pored over the cards. More days she spent with the last edition of the Architecture of Country Houses, whose peculiar contents none of them seemed to be very familiar with. And though, as she studied and pored, the whole story, or as much of it as had so far happened, gradually came clear under her cockatoo scrutiny, still all the while the noisy bridge rod and gun club advanced toward the fateful meeting with Russell Eigenblick, and still Hawksquill's loyalties remained unplaced and her path obscure. It was obscure no more. The children of time. Who would have thought? A fool and a cousin. A journey and a host. The least trumps. She smiled grimly, circling around the Mammoth Empire Hotel in which Eigenblick had installed himself, and decided on a charm, a thing she rarely resorted to. She inserted the Vulpies into the cavernous parking garage beneath the hotel. Armed guards and attendants patrolled the doors and elevators. She found herself in a line of vehicles being checked and examined. She stilled the car's growl and took a Morocco leather envelope from the glove box. From this she extracted a small white fragment of bone. It was a bone taken from a pure black cat which had been boiled alive in the tenement kitchen of La Negra, an espiritista for whom Hawksquill had once had occasion to do a great favor. It might have been a toe bone, or part of the maxillary process. Certainly La Negra didn't know. She'd hit on it only after a whole day's experimenting before a mirror, separating the bones carefully from the stinking carcass, and putting each in turn into her mouth, searching for the one that would make her image in the mirror disappear. It was this one. Hawksquill found the processes of witchcraft vulgar, and the cruelty of this one especially repellent. She wasn't herself convinced that there was one bone among the 1,000-odd bones in a pure black cat that could make one invisible, but La Negra had assured her that the bone would work whether she believed it or didn't, and she was glad to have the gift just now. She looked around her. The attendants had not yet noticed her car. She left the keys in the lock thoughtfully, put the little bone into her mouth with a grimace of disgust, and disappeared. Extracting herself unnoticed from the car took some doing, but the attendants and guards paid no attention to the elevator doors opening and closing on no one. Who could predict the vagaries of empty elevators? And Hawksquill walked out into the lobby, going carefully in the company of the visible, so as not to brush against them. The usual unsmiling rain-coated men stood at intervals along the walls, or sat in lobby armchairs behind dummy newspapers, fooling no one, being fooled by no one but she. At an unseen signal, they began to change their stations just then, like pieces on a board. A large party was coming through the swift-bladed revolving doors, preceded by underlings. Not a moment too soon, Hawksquill thought, for this was the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club proceeding into the lobby. They didn't gaze around themselves inquiringly, as ordinary men might on entering such a place, but spreading out slightly, as though more fully to take possession here, they kept their eyes ahead, seeing the future and not the transitory forms of the present. Under each arm was the glove-soft case, on each head the potent Homburg, long ridiculous on any but men like these. They sorted themselves into two elevators, those with the highest standing holding the doors for the others, as ancient male ritual dictates. Hawksquill slipped into the less crowded one. The 13th? The 13th. Someone punched the button for the 13th floor with a forceful forefinger. Another consulted a plain wristwatch. They ascended smoothly. They had nothing to say to one another. Their plans were made, and the walls, they well knew, had ears. Hawksquill remained pressed against the door, facing their blank faces. The doors opened, and neatly she sidled out, just in time, too, for there were hands thrust forward to take the hands of the club members. "The lecturer will be right with you. If you could wait in this room. Can we order anything up for you? The lecturer has ordered coffee." They were shepherded leftward by alert, suited men. One or two young men in colored blouses, hands clasped behind them in an uneaseful at ease, stood by every door. At least, Hawksquill thought, he's wary. From another elevator, a red-coated waiter came out carrying a large tray which bore a single tiny cup of coffee. He went rightwards, and Hawksquill followed him. He was admitted through double doors and past guards, and so was Hawksquill at his heels. He came up to an unmarked door, knocked, opened it, and went in. Hawksquill put an invisible foot in the door as he closed it behind him, and then slipped in. Needle in the haystack of time. It was an impersonally furnished sitting room with wide windows looking out over the spiky city. The waiter, muttering to himself, passed Hawksquill and exited. Hawksquill took the fragment of bone from her mouth and was carefully putting it away when a farther door opened and Russell Eigenblick came out, yawning, in a blackish, bedraggled silk dressing-gown. He wore on his nose a pair of tiny half-glasses which Hawksquill hadn't seen before. He started when he saw her, having expected an empty room. "You," he said. Without much grace, she couldn't remember ever having done quite this before, Hawksquill lowered herself onto one knee, bowed profoundly, and said, "I am your Majesty's humble servant." "Get up," Eigenblick said. "Who let you in here?" "A black cat," Hawksquill said, rising. "It doesn't matter. We haven't much time." "I don't talk to journalists." "I'm sorry," Hawksquill said. "That was an imposition. I'm not a journalist." "I thought not," he said triumphantly. He snatched the spectacles from his face, as though he had just remembered they were there. He moved toward an intercom on the phony Louis XIV's desk. "Wait," Hawksquill said. "Tell me this. Do you want, after 800 years of sleep, to fail in your enterprise?" He turned slowly to regard her. "You must remember," Hawksquill went on, "how once you were abased before a certain pope, and were forced to hold his stirrup and run beside his horse." Eigenblick's face was suffused. It grew a bright red, different from the red of his beard. He rifled fury at Hawksquill from his eagle eyes. "Who are you?" he said. "At this moment," Hawksquill said, gesturing toward the farther end of the suite, "men await you who intend to abase you in just such a degree, only more cleverly, so that you will never notice being clipped. I mean the Noisy Bridge Rod and Gun Club. Or have they presented themselves to you under some other name?" "Nonsense," Eigenblick said. "I've never heard of this so-called club." But his eyes clouded. Perhaps, somewhere, somewhen, he had been warned. "And what could you mean about the Pope? A charming gentleman who I've never met." His eyes not meeting hers, he picked up his little coffee and drank it off. But she had him. She saw that. If he didn't ring to have guards eject her, he would listen. "Have they promised you high position?" she asked. "The highest," he said, after a long pause, gazing out the window. "It might interest you to know that for some years those gentlemen have employed me on various errands. I think I know them. Was it the presidency?" He said nothing. It was. "The presidency," Hawksquill said, "is no longer an office. It's a room. A nice one, but only a room. You must refuse it, politely, and any other blandishments they may offer. I'll explain your next moves later." He turned on her. "How is it you know these things?" he said. "How do you know me?" Hawksquill returned his gun-like look with one of her own, and said, in her best wizard's manner, "There is much that I know." The intercom buzzed. Eigenblick went to it, looked thoughtfully at the array of buttons on it, finger to his lips, and then punched one. Nothing happened. He pushed another, and a voice made of static spoke. "Everything is ready, sir." "Ja," Eigenblick said. "Moment." He released the button, realized he hadn't been heard, pressed another, and repeated himself. He turned to Hawksquill. "However it is you found out these things," he said, "you have obviously not found out all. You see," he went on, a broad smile on his face, and his eyes cast upward with the look of one confident of his election, "I'm in the cards. Nothing that can happen to me can deflect a destiny set elsewhere long ago. Protected. All this was meant to be." "Your Majesty," Hawksquill said, "perhaps I haven't made myself clear." "Will you stop calling me that?" he said, furious. "Sorry. Perhaps I haven't made myself clear. I know very well that you are in the cards, a deck of very pretty ones, with trumps at least ostensibly designed to foretell and encourage the return of your old empire, designed and drawn, I would guess, sometime in the reign of Rudolph II, and printed in Prague. They have been put to other uses since, without your being, so to speak, any the less in them." "Where are they?" he said, suddenly coming toward her, avaricious hands like claws held out. "Give them to me. I must have them." "If I may go on," Hawksquill said. "They're my property," Eigenblick said. "Your empires," she said. "Once." She stared him into silence and said, "If I may go on, I know you're in the cards. I know what powers put you there, and a little to what end. I know your destiny. What you must believe, if you are to accomplish it, is that I am in it. You. Come to warn you and to aid you. I have powers, great enough to have discovered all this, to have found you out, needle in the haystack of time. You have need of me, now, and in time to come." He considered her. She saw doubt, hope, relief, fear, resolution come and go in his big face. "Why," he said, "was I never told about you?" "Perhaps," she said, "because they didn't know about me." "Nothing is hidden from them." "Much is. You would do well to learn that." He chewed his cheek for a moment, but the battle was over. "What's in it for you?" he said. The intercom buzzed again. "We'll discuss my reward later," she said. "Just now, before you answer that, you'd better decide what you will tell your visitors." "Will you be with me?" he said, suddenly needful. "They mustn't see me," Hawksquill said, "but I'll be with you." A cheap trick, a cat's bone. And yet, she thought as Eigenblick punched at the intercom, just the thing to convince the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, if he remembered his youth at all, that indeed she did have the powers she claimed. With his back to her, she disappeared. When he turned to face her, or the place where she had been, she said, "Shall we go meet the club?" Crossroads. The day was grey, a certain pale and moist grey, when Oberon descended from the bus at the crossroads. He had had words with the driver about being let off at this particular place, had had difficulty at first in describing it, then in convincing the driver that he actually passed such a spot. The driver shook his head slowly in negative as Oberon described, his eyes not meeting Oberon's, and said, "Nope, nope," softly, as though lost in thought. A transparent lie, Oberon knew. The man simply didn't want to make the slightest variation in his routine. Coldly polite, Oberon described the place again, then sat in the first place behind the driver, his eyes peeled, and tapped the driver when the place approached. Got out, triumphant, a sentence forming on his tongue about the hundreds of times the man must have passed this place, if that was the level of observation to be found in the men the public was urged to leave the driving to, etc. But the door hissed shut, and the long grey bus ground its gears like teeth, and lurched away. The fingerboard he stood by pointed, as always, down the road toward Edgewood, more haggard, leaning at a more senescent angle, the name more time-erased than he remembered, or than it had been when he had last seen it, but the same. He started down the looping road, brown as milk chocolate after the rain, stepping along cautiously, and surprised by the loudness of his footfalls. He hadn't understood how much he had been deprived of during his months in the city. The art of memory could make a plan of his past where all this had perhaps a place, but it couldn't have restored to him this fullness, these odors, sweet and moist and vivifying, as though the air had a clear liquid texture, the constant low nameless sound filling up the air, whispering loud to his dull ear, pricked out with bird-song, the very sense of volume, of far distances and middle distances made up out of lines and groups of new-leaving trees, and the roll and heap of the earth. He was able to survive outside all this well enough. Air was air, after all, here or in the city. But once plunged down within it again, he might have felt returned to a native element, might have uncurled within it, soul expanding like a butterfly sprung from its confining cocoon. In fact, he did stretch his arms out, breathe deeply, and quote a few lines of verse. But his soul was a cold stone. As he went along, he felt himself to be accompanied by someone young, someone not in a lank brown overcoat, someone not hung over, someone who tugged at his sleeve, reminding him that here he used to pull his bike over the wall to return by secret ways to the summer-house and the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. There he'd fallen out of a tree, there bent down with Doc to hear the mutter of closeted woodchucks. It had all happened once, to someone, to this insistent someone, not to him. The grey stone pillars topped with grey oranges rose up where and when they always would. He reached up to one to touch the pitted surface, clammy and slick with spring. Down at the end of the drive, his sisters awaited him on the porch. Now, for God's sake. His homecoming was to be no more secret than his leaving, and as he thought this, he realized for the first time that he had intended it to be secret, had supposed himself able to slip back into the house without anyone's noticing he had been gone for some 18 months. Foolish. And yet the last thing he wanted was a fuss made over him. Too late, anyway, for as he stood by the gate-posts uncertainly, Lucy had spied him and leapt up waving. She pulled Lily after her to run and greet him. Tacy more regally kept the peacock chair, dressed in a long skirt and one of his old tweed jackets. "Hi, hi," he said, casual, but suddenly aware of the figure he must cut, unshaven and bloodshot, with his shopping bag and the city dirt beneath his nails and in his hair. So clean and vernal Lucy and Lily seemed, so glad, that he was torn between drawing back from them and kneeling before them to beg their forgiveness. And though they embraced him and took his bag from him, talking both at once, he knew they read him. "You'll never guess who came here," Lucy said. "An old woman," Oberon said, glad that once in his life he could be sure he guessed right, "with a grey bun. How's Mom? How's Dad?" "But who she is you'll never guess," Lily said. "Did she tell you I was coming?" "I never said it to her." "No, but we knew." "But guess." "She is," Lucy said, "a cousin. In a way. Sophie found out. It was years ago. In England," Lily said. "Do you know the Oberon you're named after? Well, he was Violet Bramble Drinkwater's son. But not John Drinkwater's, a love child." "How do you keep all these people straight?" Oberon asked. "Anyway, back in England, Violet Bramble had an affair, before she married John, with someone named Oliver Hawksquill, a swain," Lily said, "and got pregnant, and that was Oberon. And this lady—" "Hello, Oberon," Tacy said. "How was the city?" "Gee, just great," Oberon said, feeling a hard lump rise in his throat and water spring to his eyes. "Great." "Did you walk?" Tacy asked. "No, the bus, actually." They were silent a moment at that. No help for it. "So listen. How's Mom? How's Dad?" "Fine. She got your card." A horror swept him as he thought of the few cards and letters he had sent from the city, evasive and bragging, or uncommunicative, or horribly facetious. The last one, Mom's birthday, he had found, oh God, unsigned in a trash can he was examining, a bouquet of smarmy sentiments. But his silence had been long, and he was drunk, and he sent it. He saw now that it must have been to her like being stabbed cruelly with a butter knife. He sat down on the steps of the porch, unable just for the moment to go further. An awful mess. "Well, what do you think, Ma?" Daily Alice asked as she stood looking into the dank darkness of the old icebox. Momdy was examining the stock inside the cupboards. "Tuna wiggle," she said doubtfully. "Oh, dear," Alice said. "Smoky will give me a look. You know that look." "Oh, I do." "Well—" Beneath her gaze, the few damp items on the slatted metal shelves seemed to shrink away. There was a constant drip, as in a cave. Daily Alice thought of the old days, the great white refrigerator chock full of crisp vegetables and colorful containers, perhaps a varnished turkey or a diamondback ham, and neatly wrapped meats and meals asleep in the icy breathing freezer, and a cheerful light that winked on to show it all, as on a stage. Nostalgia. She put her hand on a luke-cold milk bottle and said, "Did Rudy come today?" "No." "He's really getting too old for that," Alice said, "lifting big blocks of ice. And he forgets." She sighed, still looking within. Rudy's decline, and the general falling off in the amenities of life, and the not-so-hot dinner probably awaiting them all seemed contained within the zinc-lined icebox. "Well, don't hold the door open, dear," Momdy said softly. Alice was closing it when the swinging doors of the pantry opened. "Oh, my God!" Alice said. "Oh, Oberon!" She came quickly to embrace him, hurrying to him as though he were in deep trouble, and she must instantly rescue him. His harrowed look, though, came less from the trouble he was in than from the trip he had just taken through the house, which had assaulted him unmercifully with memories. Odors he'd forgotten he knew, scarred furniture and worn rugs, and garden exhibiting windows that filled his eyesight to the brim, as if it had been half a lifetime, and not a year and a half, he'd been away. "Hi," he said. She released him. "Look at you," she said. "What is it?" "What's what?" he said, attempting a smile, wondering what degradation she read in his features. Daily Alice raised a wondering finger and traced the line of his single eyebrow across his nose. "When did you grow that?" "Huh?" Daily Alice touched the place above her own nose, where, though faintly because of her lighter hair, she bore the mark of Violet's descendants. "Oh," he shrugged. He hadn't actually noticed. He hadn't been studying mirrors much lately. I dunno. He laughed. "How do you like that?" He stroked it himself, soft and fine as baby hair, with one or two coarser hairs springing from it. "I must be getting old," he said. She saw that that was so, that he had crossed, in his absence, some threshold beyond which life is consumed faster than it increases. She could see the marks of it in his face and the backs of his hands. A hard lump formed in her throat, and she embraced him again so that she wouldn't have to speak. Over her shoulder, to his grandmother, Oberon said, "Hi, Momdy. Listen, don't get up, don't." "Well, you're a bad boy not to have written your mother," Momdy said, "to tell us you were coming. Not a thing for supper." "Oh, that's okay, he said, releasing himself from his mother and coming to kiss Momdy's feathery soft cheek. "How have you been?" The same. She looked up at him from where she sat, studying him shrewdly. He'd always had the sense his grandmother knew some discreditable secret about him, and if she could just squeeze it between the thick layers of her usual discourse, it would be revealed. "I go on," she said. "You've grown." "Gee, I don't think so." "Either that, or I'd forgotten how big you'd got." "Yeah, that's it." "Well." The two women looked him over from the heights of two generations, seeing different views. He felt examined. He knew he ought to take off his overcoat, but he had forgotten exactly what was underneath it. He sat instead at the far end of the table and said again, "Well, tea?" Alice said. "How about some tea? And you can tell us all your adventures." "Tea would be great," he said. "And how's George?" Momdy asked. "And his people?" "Oh, fine." He hadn't been to Old Law Farm in months. "Fine, same as ever." He shook his head in amusement at funny George. That crazy farm. "I remember," she said, "when that was really such a nice place. Years ago. The corner house, that was the one the Mouse family first lived in." Still do, Oberon said. He glanced at his mother, who was busy with teapot and water at the big stove. Surreptitiously she brushed her eyes with the sleeve of her sweatshirt, and then saw that he caught her at it, and turned to face him, teapot in her hands. "And after Phyllis Towns died," Momdy was going on, "well, that was a protracted illness. Her doctor thought he'd chased it down to her kidneys, but she thought—" "So how was it really?" Alice said to her son. "Really?" "Really, it wasn't so hot," Oberon said. He looked down. "I'm sorry." Oh, well," she said. "For not writing and all. There wasn't much to say." "That's okay. We were afraid for you, that's all." He lifted his eyes. He really hadn't thought of that. Here he'd been swallowed down by the teeming, terrible city, swallowed as by a dragon's mouth, and hardly been heard of again. Of course they'd been afraid for him. As it had once before, in this kitchen, a window rose within him, and he saw through it his own reality. People loved him and worried about him. His personal worth didn't even enter into it. He lowered his eyes again, ashamed. Alice turned back to the stove. His grandmother filled the silence with reminiscence, the details of dead relatives' sickness, remission, relapse, decline, and death. He said, nodding, studying the scarred surface of the table. He had sat, without choosing to, at his old place, at his father's right hand. Tacy's left. "Tea," Alice said. She put the teapot on a trivet and patted its fat belly. She put a cup before him and waited then, hands folded, for him to pour it, or for something. He glanced up at her and was about to try to speak, to answer the question he saw posed in her, if he could think of words, when the double doors of the pantry flew open and Lily and the twins came in, and Tony Buck. "Hi, Uncle Oberon." The twins, Bud the boy and Blossom the girl, shouted in unison, as though Oberon hadn't quite arrived yet and they had to call far to be heard. Oberon stared at them. They seemed to be twice the size they had been, and they could talk. They hadn't been able to when he left, had they? Hadn't he last seen them still carried fore and aft by their mother in a canvas carrier? Lily, at their insistence, began to go through cupboards, looking for good things to eat. The twins were unimpressed by the solitary teapot, but certainly it was time for something. Tony Buck shook Oberon's hand and said, "Hey, how was the city?" "Oh, hey, swell," Oberon said, in a tone like Tony's, hearty and no nonsense. Tony turned to Alice and said, "So Tacy said maybe we should have a couple rabbits tonight." "Oh, Tony, that would be terrific," Alice said. Tacy herself came through the door then, calling Tony's name. "Is that okay, Ma?" she said. "It's great," Alice said. "Better than tuna wiggle." "Kill the fatted calf," Momdy said, the only one there to whom the phrase would have occurred, "and fricassee it." "Smokey'll be so happy," said Alice to Oberon. "He loves rabbit, but he can't ever feel it's his place to suggest it." "Listen," Oberon said, "don't make any fuss just for—" He couldn't, in his self-effacement, bring himself to say personal pronouns. "I mean just because—" "Uncle Oberon," said Bud, "did you see any muggards?" "Muggards." He curved his fingers predatorily at Oberon. "Who gets you? In the city." "Well, as a matter of fact—" But Bud had noticed he hadn't ever quite taken his eyes from her, that his sister Blossom had acquired a cookie of a sort that hadn't been offered to him, and he had to hurry to put in a claim. "Now out, out," said Lily. "You want to go see the rabbits die?" her daughter asked her, taking her hand. "No, I don't," said Lily. But Blossom, wanting her mother with her for the dread and fascinating event, pulled her by the hand. "It only takes a second," she said reassuringly, drawing her mother after her. "Don't be afraid." They went out through the summer kitchen and the door that led to the kitchen garden, Lily, Bud and Blossom and Tony. Tacy had filled a cup for herself and one for Momdy, and with them backed out the pantry doors. Momdy followed her. "Grump, grump, grump," said the doors behind them. Alice and Oberon sat alone in the kitchen, the storm of them having passed as quickly as it came on. "So," Oberon said, "it seems like everybody's fine here." "Yes, fine." "Do you mind," he said, rising slowly like an old man, much tried, "if I get myself a drink?" "No, sure," Alice said. "There's some sherry there, and other things, I think." He got down a dusty whiskey bottle. "No ice," said Alice. "Rudy didn't come." "He still cuts ice?" "Oh, yes, but he's been sick lately. And Robin, you know, his grandson, well, you know Robin, he isn't much help. Poor old man." Absurdly, this was the last straw. Poor old Rudy. "Too bad, he said, his voice shaky. "Too bad." He sat, his glass full of whiskey the saddest thing he had ever seen. His vision was clouded and sparkling. Alice rose slowly, alarmed. "I made a real mess of it, Ma," he said, "a real awful mess." He put his face in his hands, the awful mess a harsh, gathering thing in his throat and breast. Alice, unsure, came and put her arm tentatively around his shoulder, and Oberon, though he hadn't done so in years, never even for Sylvie, not once, knew he was about to sob like a child. The awful mess gathered weight and force, and, pressing its way out, opened his mouth and shook his frame violently, causing sounds he had not known he could make. "There, there," he said to himself. There, there. But it wouldn't stop. Release made it grow. There were vast volumes of it to be expelled. He put his head down on the kitchen table and bawled. Sorry, sorry, he said, when he could speak again. Sorry, sorry. No, Alice said, her arm around his resistant overcoat. No, sorry for what? He raised his head suddenly, throwing off her arm, and after another gasping sob, ceased, his chest heaving. Was it? Alice said softly, warily. The dark girl? Oh, Oberon said, partly, partly. And that stupid bequest? Partly. She saw peeking from his pocket a hanky, and pulled it out for him. Here, she said, shocked to see in his streaming face not her baby boy in tears, but a grown-up she hardly knew, transformed by grief. She looked at the hanky she offered him. What a pretty thing, she said. It looks like— Yes, Oberon said, taking it from her and mopping his face. Lucy made it. He blew his nose. It was a present when I left. Open it when you come home, she said. He laughed, or cried again, or both, and swallowed. Pretty, huh? He stuffed it back in his pocket and sat, back bent, staring. Oh, God, he said. Well, that's embarrassing. No, she said. No. She put her hand over his. She was in a quandary. He needed advice, and she couldn't give it to him. She knew where advice could be got, but not whether it could be given to him there, or whether it was right for her to send him. It's all right, you know, she said. It really is, because— And then bethought herself, because it's all right. It'll be all right. Oh, sure, he said, sighing a great shuddering sigh. All over now. No, Alice said, and took his hand more firmly. No, it's not all over, but— Well, whatever happens, it'll all be part of— Well, part of what's to be, won't it? I mean, there's nothing that couldn't be. Isn't that right? I don't know, Oberon said. What do I know? She held his hand, but oh, he was too big now for her to gather him to her, hug him, cover him up with herself, and tell him all, tell him the long, long tale of it, so long and strange that he would fall asleep long before it was over, soothed by her voice and her warmth and the beat of her heart and the calm certainty of her telling, and then, and then, and then, and more wonderful than that, and strange to say, and the way it all turns out, the story she hadn't known how to tell when he was young enough to tell it to, the story she knew now only when he was too big to gather up and whisper it to, too big to believe it, though it would all happen, and to him. But she couldn't bear to see him in this darkness and say nothing. Well, she said, not releasing his hand. She cleared her throat of the huskiness that had gathered there. Was she glad, or the reverse, that all her own storms of tears had been wept years ago, and said, Well, will you do something for me anyway? Yes, sure. Tonight. No, tomorrow morning. Do you know where the old gazebo is? That little island? Well, if you follow that stream up, you come to a pool with a waterfall. Sure, yes. Okay, she said. She took a deep breath, said, Well, again, and gave him instructions, and pledged him to follow them exactly, and told him something of the reasons why he must, but not all. And he agreed, in a cloud, but having wept out before her any reservations he might have had to such a scheme, and such reasons. The door to the kitchen garden opened, and Smoky came in through it. Before he came around the corner of the summer kitchen, though, Alice had patted Oberon's hand, smiled, and pressed her forefinger to her lips, and then to his. Rabbit tonight, Smoky was saying, as he came into the kitchen. What's all the excitement? He did an extravagant double take when he saw Oberon, and books slipped from beneath his arm to the floor. Hi, hi, said Oberon, glad at least to have taken one of them by surprise. Slowly I turn. Sophie had also known that Oberon was on his way home. Though the bus had thrown off her calculations by a day, she was full of advice, and had many questions to ask. But Oberon wanted no advice, and she saw that her questions would get no answers either, so she didn't ask them. What information he chose to offer was all she would get for the moment, scantily though it clothed his city months. At dinner she said, "Well, it's nice to have everybody back for one night." Oberon, devouring victuals like a man who's lived for months on hot dogs and day-old Danish, looked up at her. But she had looked away, not conscious apparently of having said anything odd, and Tacy began a story about Cherry Lake's divorce after only a year of marriage. "This is delicious, Ma," Oberon said, and helped himself again, wondering. Later in the library, he and Smoky compared cities, Smoky's from years ago and Oberon's. "The best thing," Smoky said, "or the exciting thing, was the feeling you always had of being at the head of the parade. I mean, even if all you did was sit in your room, you felt it. You knew that outside in the streets and in the buildings it was going forward, boom, 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 and you were part of it, and everybody, everywhere else, was just stumbling along behind. Do you know what I mean?" "I guess," Oberon said, "I guess things have changed." Hamletish, in a black sweater and pants he'd found among his old clothes, he sat somewhat folded up in a tall buttoned leather chair. One light lit shone on the brandy bottle Smoky had opened. Alice had suggested he and Oberon have a long talk, but they were having difficulty finding subjects. "It always felt to me like everybody everywhere else had forgotten all about us." He held out his glass, and Smoky put an inch of brandy in it. "Well, but the crowds," Smoky said, "the bustle and all the well-dressed people, everybody hurrying to appointments." Oberon said, "I think it's— well, I mean, I think I know what you say you thought. I mean that you think it was— I think I thought— I guess it's changed," Oberon said. A silence fell. Each stared into his glass. "So," Smoky said. "Anyway, how did you meet her?" "Who?" Oberon stiffened. There were subjects he had no intention of discussing with Smoky. That with their cards and their second sight they could probe his heart and learn his business was bad enough. "The lady who came," Smoky said. "That Miss Hawksquill, Cousin Ariel, as Sophie says." "Oh, in a park? We fell into conversation. A little park that said it was built by, you know, old John and his company, back when." "A little park?" Smoky said, surprised, "with funny curving paths that—" "Yeah," Oberon said, "that lead in, only they don't, and— yeah, fountains, statues, a little bridge. Yeah. I used to go there," Smoky said. "How do you like that?" Oberon didn't really. He said nothing. "It always reminded me," Smoky said, "for some reason, of Alice." Suddenly flung back into the past, Smoky with great vividness remembered the small summery park and felt, tasted almost with the mind's tongue, the season of his first love for his wife, when he was Oberon's age. "How do you like that?" he said again, dreamily, tasting a cordial in which a whole summer's fruits were long ago distilled. He looked at Oberon. He was staring into his glass gloomily. Smoky sensed that he was approaching a sore spot or subject. "How odd, though. The same park." "Well," he said, and cleared his throat, "she seems like quite a woman." Oberon ran his hand over his brow. "I mean this Hawksquill person." Oh, yes." Oberon cleared his throat and drank. "Crazy, I thought, maybe." Oh, I don't think so. No more than— She certainly had a lot of energy. Wanted to see the house from top to bottom. She had some interesting things to say. We even crawled up into the old orrery. She said she had one in her house in the city, different, but built on the same principles, maybe by the same person." He had grown animated, hopeful. "You know what? She thought we could get it working again. I showed her it was all rusted, because, you know, the main wheel, for some reason, sticks out into the air. But she said, well, she thought the basic works are still okay. I don't see how she could tell that, but wouldn't that be fun, after all these years? I thought I'd have a shot at it, clean it up and see—" Oberon looked at his father. He began to laugh. That broad, sweet, simple face. How could he have ever thought— "You know something," he said. "I used to think, when I was a kid, that it did move. What? Sure, I thought it did move. I thought I could prove that it moved. You mean by itself? How? I didn't know how, Oberon said, but I thought it did, and that you all knew it did and didn't want me to know. Smoky laughed too. Well, why? He said. I mean, why would we keep it a secret? And anyhow, how could it? What would be the power? I don't know, Dad, Oberon said, laughing more, though the laughter seemed likely to deliquesce into tears. By itself, I don't know. He rose, unfolding himself from the buttoned chair. I thought, he said. Oh, hell, I can't recreate it. Why I thought it was important. I mean, why that was important. But I thought I was going to get the goods on you. What? What? Smoky said. Well, why didn't you ask? I mean, a simple question. Dad, Oberon said, do you think there's ever been a simple question around here you could ask? Well, Smoky said. Okay, Oberon said. Okay? I'll ask you a simple question, okay? Smoky sat upright in his chair. Oberon wasn't laughing any more. Okay, he said. Do you believe in fairies? Oberon asked. Smoky looked up at his tall son. Through the whole of their lives together, it had been as though he and Oberon had been back to back, fixed that way and unable to turn. They had had to communicate by indirection, through others, or by craning their necks and talking out the sides of their mouths. They had had to guess at each other's faces and actions. Now and then one or the other would try a quick spin around to catch the other unawares, but it never worked quite. The other was still behind and facing away, as in the old vaudeville act. And the effort of communication in that posture, the effort of making oneself clear, had often grown too much for them, and they'd given it up mostly. But now, maybe because of what had happened to him in the city, whatever that was, or maybe only increase of time wearing away the bond that had both held them and held them apart, Oberon had turned around. Slowly I turn. And all that was left then was for Smoky himself to turn and face him. Well, he said, believe. I don't know. Believe? That's a word. Said Oberon. No quotes. Oberon stood over him now, looking down, waiting. Okay, Smoky said. The answer is no. Okay, Oberon said, grimly triumphant. I never did. Okay. Of course, Smoky said. It wouldn't have been right to say so, you know, or really ask right out what was what here. I never wanted to spoil anything by not joining in, so I never said anything. Never asked questions, never, especially not simple ones. I just hope you noticed that, because it wasn't always easy. I know, Oberon said. Smoky looked down. I'm sorry about that, he said, about deceiving you. If I did, I suppose I didn't. And sort of spying on you all the time, trying to figure it out, when all the time I was supposed to know about it all, the same as you. He sighed. It's not so easy, he said, living a lie. Wait a sec, Oberon said. Dad? None of you seemed to mind, really. Except you, I think. Well, and it didn't seem that they minded, that I didn't believe in them. The tale went on and all just the same, didn't it? Only I did, I admit, feel a little jealous. Anyway, I used to. Jealous of you. Who knew? Listen, Dad, listen. No, it's all right, Smoky said. If he were going to face front, then he would, by God, face front. Only, well, it always seemed to me that you, just you, not the others, could have explained it. That you wanted to explain it, but couldn't. No, it's all right. He held up his hand to forestall whatever evasion or equivocation his son was about to make. They, I mean Alice and Sophie and Aunt Cloud, even the girls, they said everything they could, I think, only nothing they could say was ever an explanation. Not an explanation, even though maybe they thought it was. Maybe they thought they'd explained it over and over, and I was just too dumb to grasp it. Maybe I was. But I used to think that you, I don't know why, that I could maybe understand you, and that you were always just about to spill the beans. Dad, and that we got off on the wrong foot way back because you had to hide it, and so you sort of had to hide from me. No, no. And I'm sorry, really, if you felt I was always spying on you and intruding and all, but Dad, will you please just listen a second? But, Will, as long as we're asking simple questions, I'd like to know what it was that you— I didn't know anything. His shout seemed to awaken Smoky, who looked up to see his son twisted up in an attitude of recrimination or confession, and a mad light in his eye. What? I didn't know anything. Oberon knelt suddenly before his father, his whole childhood giddily inverted. It made him want to laugh insanely. Nothing. Cut it out, Smoky said, puzzled. I thought we were getting down to brass tacks here. Nothing. Then how come you were always hiding it? Hiding what? What you knew? A secret diary and all those weird hints? Dad, if I knew anything you didn't know, if I did, would I have thought that old orrery was going around and nobody was admitting to it? And what about the architecture of country houses that you wouldn't explain to me? I wouldn't explain? It was you who thought you knew what it was. Well, and what about Lilac? What about her? Well, what happened to her? Sophie's, I mean. Why didn't anybody tell me? He gripped his father's hands. What happened to her? Where did she go? Well, Smoky said, frustrated beyond endurance. Where did she? They stared at each other wildly, all questions, no answers, and at the same moment saw that. Smoky clapped his hand to his brow. But how could you have thought I mean, wasn't it obvious I didn't know? Well, I wondered, Oberon said. I thought maybe you were pretending, but I couldn't be sure. How could I be sure? I couldn't take a chance. Then why didn't you— Don't say it, Oberon said. Don't say, why didn't you ask? Just don't. Oh, God, Smoky said, laughing. Oh, dear. Oberon sat back on the floor, shaking his head. All that work, he said. All that effort. I think, Smoky said, I think I'll have another taste of that brandy, if you can reach the bottle. He hunted up his empty snifter, which had rolled away into the darkness. Oberon poured for him and for himself, and for a long time they sat in silence, glancing now and again at each other, laughing a little, shaking their heads. Well, isn't that something? Smoky said. And wouldn't it really be something, he added after a while, if none of us knew what was what? If you and I, marched up now to your mother's room, he laughed at the idea, and said, Hey! I don't know, Oberon said. I bet— Yes, Smoky said. Yes, I'm sure. Well. He remembered Doc, years ago, on a hunting expedition Smoky and he had made one October afternoon. Doc, who was himself Violet's grandson, but who had advised Smoky that day that it was best not to inquire into some things too deeply. Into what's given, what can't be changed. And who could tell now just what Doc himself had known, after all, what he had carried with him to the grave? On the very first day he had come to Edgewood, Great Aunt Cloud had said, The women feel it more deeply, but the men perhaps suffer from it more. He had come to spend his life with a race of expert secret-keepers, and he had learned much. It was no wonder, really, that he'd fooled Oberon. He'd learned from masters how to keep secrets, even if he had none to keep. Yet he did have secrets, he suddenly thought. He did. Though he couldn't tell Oberon what had happened to Lilac, there was more than one fact about her and about the Barnable family that he still kept to himself, and had no intention of ever telling his son. And he felt guilty about that. Face to face. Well. And was it suspicion of some such thing which made Oberon rub his brow, staring again into his glass? No. Oberon was thinking of Sylvie, and of what his mother had instructed him to do tomorrow in the woods above the lake island, the outlandish thing. and how she had pressed her finger to her lips and then to his, enjoining silence on him when his father came into the room. He raised his forefinger and stroked the new hair that had recently and unaccountably joined his two eyebrows into one. "In a way, you know," Smoky said, "I'm sorry you made it back." "No, of course I don't mean I'm sorry, only—" "Well, I had a plan. If you didn't write or show up soon, I was going to set out to find you." "You were?" "Yep." He laughed. "Oh, it would have been quite an expedition. I was already thinking of what to pack and all." "You should have," Oberon said, grinning with relief that he had in fact not. "It might have been fun, seeing the city again." He was lost a moment in old visions. "Well, I probably would have got lost myself." "Yes." He smiled at his father. "Probably. But thanks, Dad." "Well," Smoky said. "Well, gosh, look at the time." Embracing himself. He followed his father up the wide front staircase. The stairs creaked where and when they always had. The nighttime house was as familiar to him as the day house, as full of details he had forgotten he knew. They parted at a turning of the corridor. "Well, sleep well," Smoky said, and they stood together in the pool of light from the candle Smoky held. Perhaps if Oberon hadn't been encumbered with his squalid bags and Smoky with the candle, they would have embraced. Perhaps not. "You can find your room?" "Sure." "Good night." "Good night." He took the 15.5 steps, bumping his flank against the absurd commode he always forgot was there, and put out his hand, and it touched his faceted glass knob. He lit no light once inside, though he knew that a candle and matches were there on the night table, knew how to find them, knew the scarred underside of the table where he could strike the match. The odor, his own, cold, faint, but familiar, with an admixture of child's smell, Lily's twins who had camped there, spoke in a constant old murmur to him of past things. He stood unmoving for a moment, seeing by smell the armchair where much of his childhood's happiness had been had, the armchair just large enough and unsprung enough for him to curl in with a book or a pad of paper, and the calm lamp beside it, and the table where cookies and milk or tea and toast could glow warmly in the lamplight, and the wardrobe from out whose door, when left ajar, ghosts and hostile figures used to steal to frighten him. What had become of those figures, once so familiar? Dead, dead of loneliness, with no one to spook. And the narrow bed and its fat quilt and its 2 pillows. From an early age he'd insisted on having 2 pillows, though he'd only rested his head on one. He liked the rich luxury of them, inviting. All there. The weight of the odors was heavy on his soul like chains, like old burdens reassumed. He undressed in the dark and crawled into the cold bed. It was like embracing himself. Since the adolescent spurt of growing that had brought him to Daily Alice's height, his feet, when he was in this bed, curled down over the end, and had made 2 depressions there in the mattress. His feet found them now. The lumps were where they had always been. There was, in fact, only 1 pillow, and it smelled vaguely pissy. Cat? Child? He wouldn't sleep, he thought. He couldn't decide whether he wished he had been bold enough to gulp more of Smoky's brandy, or glad that this agony was his now, a lot to make up for, starting tonight. He had, anyway, plenty to occupy his wide-awake thoughts. He rolled over carefully into position 2 of his unvarying bedtime choreography, and lay that way, long awake in the suffocating, familiar darkness. Chapter 4. You talk like a Rosicrucian, who will love nothing but a sylph, who does not believe in the existence of a sylph, and who yet quarrels with the whole universe for not containing a sylph. Peacock, Nightmare Abbey. "No, I understand now," Oberon said, calm in the woods. "It was so simple, really. I didn't for a long time, but I do now. You just can't hold people. You can't own them. I mean, it's only natural. A natural process, really. Meet, love, part. Life goes on. There was never any reason to expect her to stay always the same. I mean, in love, you know. There were those doubt quotes of Smokey's, heavily indicated. I don't hold a grudge. I can't. You do, Grandfather Trout said, and you don't understand. Nothing for something. He had gone out at dawn, awakened by that abrasive thing, like thirst or need, that always awoke him at dawn since he'd become a drunkard. Unable to recapture sleep, unwilling to stare at the room, his room, which in the untender dawn looked alien and unfamiliar, he'd dressed, put on his overcoat and hat against the misty chill, and climbed up through the woods, past the lake island where the white gazebo stood up to its knees in mist, up to where a falls fell melodiously into a deep, dark pool. There he'd done as his mother had instructed him, though believing none of it, or trying to believe none of it. But believe it or not, he was, after all, a Barnacle, Drinkwater on his mother's side. His great-grandfather didn't refuse his summons. He couldn't have, if he'd wanted to. "Well, though, but I'd like to explain to her," Oberon said. Tell her anyhow, that I don't mind, that she has my respect for making the decision she did. So I thought if you knew where she was, even approximately where—" "I don't," said Grandfather Trout. Oberon sat back from the pool's edge. What was he doing here? If the one piece of information he had wanted, the one piece which of all pieces he should not any longer care to seek, was to be still withheld from him, how could he anyway have asked for it? "What I don't understand," he said at last, "is why I have to go on making such a big deal out of it. I mean, there are lots of fish in the sea. She's gone. I can't find her, so why do I cling to it? Why do I keep making her up? These ghosts, these phantoms—" "Oh, well," said the fish, "not your fault. Those phantoms, those are their work." "Their work?" "Don't want you to know it," said Grandfather Trout. "But yes, their work, just to keep you sharp set. Lures. No worry there. No worry. Just let 'em pass by. There'll be more. Just let 'em pass by. Don't tell them I told you so." "Their work?" Oberon said. "Why?" "Oh, well," Grandfather Trout said guardedly. "Why? Well, why—" "Okay," Oberon said. "Okay, see? See what I mean?" An innocent victim, tears sprang to his eyes. "Well, hell with them anyway," he said. "Figments. I don't care. It'll pass. Phantoms or no phantoms, let 'em do their worst. It won't last forever." That was saddest of all. Sad but true. A trembling sigh covered him and passed. "It's only natural," he said. "It won't last forever. It can't." "It can," Grandfather Trout said. "It will." "No," Oberon said. "No, you think it will sometimes, but it passes. You think love. It's such a whole, such a permanent thing, so big, so separate from you, with a weight of its own. Do you know what I mean?" "I do." "But that's not so. It's just a figment, too. I don't have to do its bidding. It just withers away on its own. When it's over, after all, you don't even remember what it was like." That's what he had learned in his little park, that it was possible, reasonable even, to discard his broken heart like a broken cup. Who needed it? Love. It's all personal. I mean, my love doesn't have anything to do with her. Not the real her. It's just something I feel. I think it connects me to her, but it doesn't. That's a myth I make up, a myth about her and me. Love is a myth." "Love is a myth," Grandfather Trout said, "like summer." "What?" "In winter," Grandfather Trout said, "summer is a myth, a report, a rumor, not to be believed in. Get it? Love is a myth. So is summer." Oberon raised his eyes to the crook-fingered trees that rose above the sounding pool. Leaves were uncurling from 10,000 tips. What he was being told, he saw, was that he had accomplished nothing in the little park by art of memory, nothing at all. That he was as burdened as ever, unrelievably. That couldn't be so. Could he really love her forever, live in the house of her forever, inescapably? In summer, he said, winter is a myth. Yes, said the trout. A report, a rumor, not to be believed? Yes. He had loved her, and she had left him without reason, without farewell. If he loved her always, if there was no death of love, then she would always leave him, always without reason, always without farewell. Between those eternal stones, bright and dark, he would be ground small forever. It couldn't be so. Forever, he said. No. Forever, said his great-grandfather. Yes. It was so. He knew, eyes blind with tears and heart black with terror, that he had exercised nothing, not one moment, not one glance. No, he had by his art only refined and burnished every moment of Sylvie that he had been given. Not one of them was returnable now forever. Summer had come, and all serene autumns and all winters peaceful as any grave were myth and no help. No fault of your own, Grandfather Trout said. I must say, Oberon said, wiping tears and snot from his face with the sleeve of his coat, you're not a lot of comfort. The trout answered nothing. He hadn't expected thanks. You don't know where she is, or why I should be done by this way, or what I should do, and then you tell me it won't pass. He sniffed. No fault of my own. Big help, that is. There was a long silence. The fish's wavering white form regarded him and his grief unblinking. Well, he said at last, there is a gift in it for you. Gift? What gift? Well, I don't know exactly, but I'm sure there's a gift. You don't get nothing for something. Oh. Oberon could sense the fish's effort to be kind. Well, thanks, whatever it is. Nothing to do with me, Grandfather Trout said. Oberon stared into the water's silky, folded surface. If he had a net. Grandfather Trout sank slightly and said, Well, listen. But after that he said nothing more, and by slow degrees sank out of sight. Oberon rose. The morning mist had burned away, the sun was hot, and the birds were ecstatic. It was all that they had hoped it would be. He made his way down the stream through all this gladness and out along the path to the pasture. The house, beyond whispering trees, was pastel in the morning and seemed to be just opening its eyes. A dark smudge in the spring, he stumbled through the pasture, wet to his knees with dew. It can last forever. It will. There would be a bus he could catch at evening, a bus that by a roundabout path met another bus that went south along the gray highways, through thickening suburbs, to the broad bridge or to the tiled tunnel, and then out onto the horrid streets that led by old geometries smoked and full of wretchedness to Oldlaw Farm and the folding bedroom in the city where Sylvie was or was not. He stopped walking. He felt himself to be a dry stick, that dry stick that the Pope in the story gave to the sinful knight who had loved Venus, and who would not be redeemed until it blossomed. And there was no blossoming in him. Grandfather Trout, within whose pools spring was also unfolding, fringing his private holes with tender weed and bringing bugs to term, wondered if there really would be a gift for the boy. Probably not. They didn't give out such things when they didn't have to. But the boy had been so sad. What harm in telling him? Give him heart. Grandfather Trout's was not an affectionate soul. Not now, not after all these years. But this was, after all, spring, and the boy was, after all, flesh of his flesh, or so they said. He hoped, anyway, that if there was a gift in it, it wouldn't be one that would cause the boy any great suffering. Quite long-sighted. Of course, I'd always known about them, Ariel Hawksquill said to the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa. In the practical or experimental stage of my studies, they were always a nuisance. Elementals. The experiments seemed to draw them, like a bowl of peaches drawing a cloud of fruit flies from nowhere, or a walk in the woods drawing chickadees. There were times I couldn't go up and down the stairs to my sanctum, where I worked with the glasses and mirrors and so on, you know, without a crowd of them at my heels and head. Annoying? You couldn't ever be sure they weren't affecting your results. She sipped at the sherry the Emperor had ordered for her. He was pacing the parlour of his suite, not paying close attention. The noisy bridge, rod, and gun club had departed in some confusion, not sure whether any conclusion had been come to, and feeling vaguely fleeced. "What," Barbarossa said, "do we do now? That's the question. I think the time is ripe to strike. The swords unsheathed. The revelation should come soon." The difficulty was that she had never thought of them as having wills. Like angels, they were forces only, emanations, condensations of occult energy, natural objects really, and no more willful than stones or sunlight. That they had shapes which seemed to be able to contain wills, had voices and faces with changeful expressions, and flitted about with apparent purpose, she had ascribed to the quiddity of human perception that sees faces in the blotches of plaster walls, hostility or friendliness in landscapes, creatures in clouds. Once see a force, and you will see it with a face and a character. No help for it. But the architecture of country houses saw the matter very differently. It seemed to state that if there were creatures who were merely expressions of natural forces, the will-less emanations of shaping wills, the medium of spirits who knew what they were doing, then those creatures were men and not fairies. Hawksquill was unwilling to go so far, but she was forced to think that yes, they did have wills as well as powers, and desires as well as duties, and weren't blind, no, quite long-sighted, in fact. And where did that leave her? She really didn't feature being a mere link in a chain woven by other powers, and having nothing to say in the matter, as her upstate cousins apparently thought of themselves. For sure, she had no intention of being a subaltern in their army, which is how she supposed they thought of the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, whatever he thought of the matter. No. With no side was she ready to throw in her lot that completely. The mage is, by definition, he who manipulates and rules those forces at whose direction the common run blindly live. She was on thin ice, in fact. The noisy bridge, rod, and gun club could never have been an opponent worthy of her powers, and by as much as she outclassed those gentlemen, by just as much, perhaps, was she outclassed by those who operated Russell Eichenblick. Well, it was anyway to be a contest worthy of her at last. At last she and what she knew, now when her powers were at their height and her senses sharpest, would be tested as far as they could be tested, and if found wanting, there would, at least, be no dishonour in the losing. "Well, well," said the Emperor, sitting down heavily. "No revelation," she said, and rose. "Not now, if ever." He started, and his eyebrows shot up. "My mind is changed," Hawksquill said. "It might be just the thing to be a president for a while." "But you said—" "As far as I know," Hawksquill said, "that office's powers are legally intact, only disused. Once installed, you could turn them on the club. They'd be surprised. Throw them into prison. Have them done secretly to death. No, but perhaps into the toils of the legal system at least, from which, if recent history is any guide, they will not emerge for a long time, and then considerably weakened and much poorer, nickeled and dimed to death, as we used to say." He grinned at her from his chair, a long, wolfish conspirator's grin, which almost made her laugh. He crossed his large, blunt fingers over his stomach and nodded, pleased. Hawksquill turned to the window, thinking, why him of all people? And thought, if the mice in a household were suddenly given some vote or say in its management, whom would they elect housekeeper? "And I suppose," she said, "in many ways being president of this country just now wouldn't be altogether different from being emperor of your old empire." She smiled at him over her shoulder, and he looked up at her from under his red brows to see if he were being mocked. "The same splendours, I mean," Hawksquill said mildly, raising her glass to the window light. The same joys, the same sorrows. How long, in any case, did you expect to reign now? Oh, I don't know, he said. He yawned hugely, complacently. From now on, I suppose. Ever after. That's what I thought, Hawksquill said. In that case, there's no need to be hasty, is there? From the east across the ocean, evening was gathering. A complex, lurid sunset was spilled in the west as from a broken vessel. From this window's height, out of its orgulous expanse of glass, the struggle between them could be observed. A show laid on for the rich and mighty who lived in high places. Ever after, it seemed to Hawksquill, watching the battle, that the whole world was just at that moment lapsing into a long dream, or perhaps awaking from one, it was impossible to tell which. But when she turned from the window to remark on this, she saw that the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa was asleep in his chair, snoring softly, his faint breath blowing out the hairs of his red moustache, and his face as peaceful as any sleeping child's. As if, Hawksquill thought, he had never really awakened at all. Ever after. "Oh ho!" George Mouse said when at last he opened the door of Oldlaw Farm to find Oberon on the stoop. Oberon had been long pounding and calling. Somewhere in his wanderings he had lost all his keys, and now faced George ashamed, the prodigal cousin. "Hi," he said. "Hey," George said. "Long time no hear from." "Yeah. You had me worried, man. What the hell was that about, running off? Hell of a thing." "Looking for Sylvie." "Oh, yeah? Hey, you left her brother in the folding bedroom. A sweet guy, really. So you find her?" "No." "Oh." They stood facing each other. Oberon, still bemused by his own sudden reappearance in these streets, could not think of a way to ask George to take him back, though it seemed that it was for that he stood before him. George only smiled and nodded, his black eyes alert to something not present. Stoned again, Oberon supposed. Though May was just unfolding in Edgewood, the city's single week of spring had come and passed, and summer was full there already, putting forth its richest odors, like a lover in heat. Oberon had forgotten. "So," George said. "So," Oberon said. "Back in Big Town, huh?" George said. "Were you thinking—" "Can I come back?" Oberon said. "I'm sorry." "Hey, no. Swell. Lots to do just now. The folding bedroom's empty. How long were you thinking?" "Oh, I don't know," Oberon said. "From now on, I guess. Ever after." He was a flung ball, that's all. He saw that clearly now. Flung outward from Edgewood at first, leaping high, bounding to the city, then ricocheting madly within that maze, the walls and objects he struck, the determiners of his way, until, not by his choice, he had been flung back Edgewoodwards again to Caram there, angles of incidence equaling angles of reflection, and then back again to these streets, to this farm. And even the most tinsel of balls must have a stop, must bounce more lowly, then more lowly, and at last roll only, parting the grass. Then, resisted even by the grass, must slow, and with a little rocking motion, come to rest. 3 lilacs. George seemed then to realize that they stood there in an open door, and darting his head out for a quick look down the fearful street to see who might be approaching, drew Oberon within, and locked the door behind them, as he had once before on a winter night in another world. "You got some mail and stuff," he said, as he led Oberon down the hall and down the stairs to the kitchen, and then said something more about goats and tomatoes, but Oberon heard nothing more because of a sudden roaring of blood in his ears and a fearful thought about a gift which filled up his head, a roaring and a thought which continued to fill up his head, while George aimlessly searched amid the treasures of the kitchen for the letters, stopping to put questions and make remarks. Only when he saw that Oberon neither heard nor answered did he apply himself, and come up with 2 long envelopes, which had been put in a toast rack along with some ancient dunning letters and souvenir menus. A glance told Oberon that neither was from Sylvie. His fingers trembled, though pointlessly now, as he opened them. Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth were pleased to inform him that Dr. Drinkwater's will had at last been settled. They included an accounting which showed that, less advances and costs, his share of the settlement was $34.17. If he would come in and sign some papers, he would receive this amount in full. The other envelope, a heavy wove paper with an expensive-looking logo, yielded up a letter from the producers of A World Elsewhere. They had gone very carefully over his scripts. The story ideas were terrific and vivid, but the dialogue was somewhat unconvincing. Still, if he cared to work over these scripts or try another, they thought a place could be found for him soon among the show's junior writers. They hoped to hear from him, or were anyway hoping last year. Oberon laughed. At least he'd have perhaps a job. Perhaps he would continue Doc's endless chronicle of the green meadow and the wild wood, though not in the way Doc would have. "Good news?" George said, making coffee. "You know," Oberon said, "there's some very strange things going on in the world lately. Very strange." "Tell me about it," George said, meaning the opposite. Oberon realized that coming out of his long drunk, he was just now noticing things that everyone else had already learned to live with. As though he was suddenly to turn to his fellow man and announce that, "Hey, the sky is blue," or point out that the aged trees along the street were in leaf. "Were there always big trees along this street?" he asked George. "That ain't the worst of it," George said. "The roots are breaking up my basements. And just try to get through to the Parks Department. Hopeless." He put coffee before Oberon. "Milk? Sugar?" "Black." "Curiouser and curiouser," George said, stirring his coffee with a tiny souvenir coffee spoon, though he had put nothing in it. "Sometimes I think I'll blow this burg. Go back into fireworks. There's going to be big bucks in fireworks now, I bet, with all the celebrations. Eigenblick and all that. Parades, shows. He's very into that stuff. And fireworks." Oh. Since his night and morning with Bruno, it had been a policy of Oberon's not to think or ask questions about Russell Eigenblick. Love was strange. It could color whole passages of the world, and ever after they retained the color of love, whether that color was bright or dark. He thought of Latin music, souvenir T-shirts, certain city streets and places, the Nightingale. "You were in fireworks?" "Sure. You didn't know that? Hey, the biggest. Name in the papers, man. It was a lot of laughs." "It wasn't ever mentioned at home," Oberon said, feeling the familiar exclusion. "Not to me." "No?" George looked at him strangely. "Well, it all came to a kind of sudden end, just about the time you were born." "Oh, yeah? How come?" "Circumstances, man, circumstances." He stared into his coffee, a pensiveness odd for George, having fallen on him. Then, seeming to come to a decision, he said, "You know you had a sister, named Lilac." "Sister?" This was a new idea. "Sister?" "Well, yeah, sister." "No. Sophie had a baby named Lilac that went away. I had an imaginary friend named Lilac, but no sister." He pondered. "I always kind of thought there were 3, though. I don't know why. Sophie's baby's the one I'm talking about. I always thought the story up there was... Well, never mind." But Oberon had had enough. "No, wait a minute. No, never mind." George looked up startled and guilty at Oberon's tone. "If there's a story, I want to hear it." "It's a long one." "All the better." George pondered. He got up, put on his old cardigan, and sat down again. "Okay, you asked for it." He thought for a time how to begin. Decades of odd drugs made him a vivid but not always a coherent storyteller. "Fireworks. 3 lilacs, did you say?" "One was imaginary." "Shit. I wonder what makes the other 2. Anyway, there was one in there that was false, like a false nose. I mean exactly like. That's the fireworks story, that one. See, A long time ago, one day, Sophie and well, it was one winter day when I went up to Edgewood, and she and but I didn't think anything came of it, you know. Sort of a crazy fling. I wrote it off. I mean, she had me fooled. Meanwhile, I knew there was a thing between her and Smoky. He looked at Oberon. Common knowledge, right? Wrong. You didn't? They didn't? They never told me anything. I knew there'd been a baby, Lilac, of Sophie's. Then she was gone. That's all I knew. Well, listen. As far as I know, Smoky still thinks he's Lilac's father. So you know Mum is definitely the word on this story. What's the matter? Oberon was laughing. No, nothing, he said. Yeah, sure. Mum's the word. Anyway, this is, what, 25 years ago, maybe? I'd gotten heavily into fireworks because of act theory. Remember act theory? No? Jesus, things don't last long in that line these days, do they? Act theory. Dig? God, I don't know if I remember now how it worked myself, but it was this idea about how life works. How life is acts, and not thoughts or things. An act is a thought and a thing both at once, only it has this shape, see, so it can be analyzed. Every act, no matter what kind, pick up a cup or a whole life, or like all of evolution, every act has the same shape. Two acts together are another act with the same shape. All life is only one big act, made up of a million smaller ones. Follow? Not really. Don't matter. It was the reason I got into fireworks, though, because a rocket has the same form as an act. Initiation, burning, explosion, burning out. Only sometimes that rocket, that act, sets off another initiation, burning, explosion, and so on. Get the picture? And so you can set up a display that has the same form as life. Acts, acts, all acts. Shells. Inside one shell, you can pack a bunch of others, which go off after the big one, packed in like a chicken is packed inside an egg, and inside that chicken, more eggs with more chickens, and so on ad infinitum. Gerbs. A gerb has the same form as the feeling of being alive. A bunch of little explosions and burnings going on all the time, burning out, initiating, burning out, that all together make a picture, like thought makes pictures in the middle of the air. What's a gerb? A gerb, man. Chinese fire. You know, that makes a picture of two battleships shooting at each other and that turns into Old Glory? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Lance work, we call those. Just like thinking. A few people got that, too. Some critics. He said nothing for a time, remembering vividly the river barge where he'd set off the Acton Trained and other shows. Darkness and the slap of oily water, the smell of punk. And then the sky filled up with fire, which is like life, which is light that ignites and consumes and goes out, and for a moment traces a figure in the air that can't be forgotten, but which, in a sense, was never there. And he racing around like a madman, shouting at his assistants, firing shells from the mortar, his hair singed, throat burning, coat moth-eaten from cinders, while his thought took shape above. About Lilac, Oberon said. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Well, I'd been working for weeks for a new show. I had some new ideas about garnitures, and it was my life, man, night and day. So one night... Garnitures? Garnitures are the part of the rocket that goes bluey at the end, like a flower. You see, you got your rocket, and here's your case with your composition that burns and gets it aloft. And up here you got what you call your cap, and that's where your garniture goes. Stars, pinched stars, pumped stars. Okay, go on. So I'm up on the 3rd floor in this workshop I had fitted out up there, top floor, in case anything went, you know, the whole building wouldn't go. It's late, and I hear the bell ring. Bells still worked in those days. So I put down the case and stuff. You can't just walk away from a room full of fireworks, you know, and all the time the bell's going, and I go down. Who is this wise guy leaning on the bell? It was Sophie. It was a cold night, raining, I remember, and she had this shawl on, and that face in the shawl. She looked about dead, like she hadn't slept for days. Big eyes like saucers, and tears, or maybe it was the rain on her face. She had this big bundle in her arms in another shawl, and I said, "What's up?" and so on, and she said, "I've brought Lilac," and she pulled the shawl away from this thing she had. George shuddered deeply, the shudder seeming to start at his loins and work upward till it flew off the top of his head, making his hair rise, the shudder of one whose future grave, they say, is somewhere stepped on. Remember, man, I never knew about any of this. I didn't know I was a daddy. I hadn't heard from up that way in a year. And suddenly there's Sophie, standing on the stoop like a bad dream, saying, "Here's your daughter, man," and showing me this baby. If that's what it was. Man, this baby was in trouble. It looked old. I guess it was supposed to be about 2 now, but it looked about 45, a little withered, bald guy, with this sly little face like some middle-aged furrier with troubles. George laughed, a strange laugh. It was supposed to be a girl, remember? God, it gave me a start. So we're standing there, and the kid puts out its hand like this, palm up, flat, and checks the rain, and pulls the scarf over its head. Hey, what could I say? The kid made itself clear. I brought them in. We came in here. She set the kid up in that high chair. I couldn't look at it, but I couldn't look away, and Sophie told me the story. Her and me, that afternoon. Strange as it may seem, she's figured the dates, blah, blah, blah. Lilac is my kid. But dig this. Not this one. She's figured it out. The true Lilac got changed one night for this one. This one isn't real at all. Not the real Lilac, not even a real baby. I'm stunned. I'm reeling around saying, "What? What?" And all the time, he started laughing again, helplessly. This kid is sitting there with this attitude, I can't describe it, this sneer on its face like, "Okay, I've heard this tripe a million times," like it was bored. And all I could think was that it needed a cigar in its mouth just to complete the picture. Sophie was like in shock, shivering, trying to tell me all this stuff at once. Then she stopped, couldn't go on. It seems the kid was all right at first. She never knew the difference. She couldn't even tell what night it was when it happened, 'cause she seemed so normal and beautiful. Only quiet, real quiet, like passive. Then, a few months before, it started to change, very slowly, then faster. It started to sort of wither, but it wasn't sick. Doc checked it at first, all okay, big appetite, smiling, but getting old like. Oh, God. I put an Afghan around her and started making tea, and I'm saying, calm down, and she's telling me how it dawned on her what must have happened. I just wasn't convinced yet, man. I thought this kid should see a specialist, and then how she started hiding it from everybody, and they started asking, "Hey, how's Lilac? How come we never see her around anymore?" Another fit of unwilled laughter. George was on his feet now, acting out the parts of the story, especially his own bewilderment, and suddenly he turned wide-eyed to the empty high chair. Then we look. The kid is gone. Not in the chair. Not underfoot. The door's open. Sophie's dazed. She lets out a little cry, and looks at me. See, I was its daddy. I was supposed to do something. That's why she'd come and all. God, just the thought of this thing running around loose in my house gave me the willies. I went out in the hall. Nobody. Then I saw it climbing up the stairs, stair by stair. It looked, what's the word? purposeful, like it knew where it was going. So I said, "Hey, wait a second, Buster." I couldn't think of it as a girl, and I reached for its arm. It felt weird, cold and dry like leather. It looked back at me with this look of hate. "Who the fuck are you?" And it gave a pull away, and I pulled back, and George sat again, overcome. It tore. I tore a hole in the goddamn thing. Rip! A hole opened up near its shoulder, and you could look in, like into a doll, empty. I let go fast. It didn't seem to be hurt. It just flapped the arm, like, damn, now it's busted, and crawled on. And its blanket was coming off, and I could see there were some other cracks and splits here and there, at the knees, you know, and the ankles. This kid was falling apart. Okay. What could I think then? I came back in here. Sophie's bundled up with these big eyes. "You're right," I said. "It ain't Lilac, and it ain't mine either." She broke down, like dissolved. That was the last straw. She just melted. Man, it was the saddest thing I've ever seen. "You've got to help me. You've got to. You know." Okay, I'll help. But what in the hell am I supposed to do? She didn't know. Up to me. "Where is she?" Sophie asked me. "Went upstairs," I said. "Maybe it's cold. There's a fire up there." And she suddenly gave me this look. Horrified, but just too tired to do anything or even really feel anything. I can't describe it. She grabbed my hand and said, "Don't let her go near the fire, please, please." "Now what's that about?" I said. "Look, you just sit here and get warm, and I'll see." What the hell I was going to see, I didn't know. I picked up the baseball bat, be prepared, you know, and I went out, and she was still pleading, "Don't let her get near the fire." George mimed creeping up the stairs and entering the second-floor drawing-room. I go in, and there it was, by the fire, sitting on the what-you-call-it, the hearth there. And I cannot believe my eyes, because as it sits there, it's reaching into the fire. Yes, reaching into the fire and picking out, you know, glowing embers. Picking them out and popping them into its mouth. He came close to Oberon. This could not be believed unless he gripped Oberon's wrist in pledge of his truthfulness. And crunching them. George made the gesture, like eating a walnut. Crunch, crunch. And smiling at me, smiling. You could see the coals glowing inside its head, like a jack-o'-lantern. Then they'd go out, and it'd pick out another. And boy, it was getting a lot livelier behind this. Chipper, you know. A little refreshment. It jumps up, does a little dance, naked now, too, like a little broken evil plaster cherub. I swear to God, nothing has ever scared me like that. I was so scared I couldn't think. I just moved, you know? Too scared to be scared. I went over to the fire, I picked up the shovel, I dug up a whole lot of hot stuff from deep inside the fire. I showed it. Good. Follow me. Okay, it wants to play this game. Hot chestnuts, very hot chestnuts. Come on. We went out and up the stairs. It keeps reaching for the shovel. No. I keep leading it on. Now listen, man. I don't know if I was crazy or what. All I knew was that this thing was evil. I mean, not evil, because I don't think it was anything. I mean, it was like a doll or a puppet or a machine, but moving on its own, like awful things in dreams that you know aren't alive, piles of old clothes or mounds of grease that suddenly get up and start threatening you, okay? Dead, but moving. Animated. But evil. I mean, an awful evil thing to have in the world. All I could think of was, get rid of it. Lilac or no lilac, just get rid of it. So anyway, it's following me. And up on the 3rd floor, across from the library, is my studio. Okay? Get the picture? The door is closed, of course. I closed it when I came down. Always did. Can't be too careful. So I'm fumbling with it, and the thing is looking at me with these eyes that weren't eyes, and oh shit, any minute now it's going to figure out the scam. I shove the shovel under its nose. The damn door won't open. Then it does, and with a mighty imaginary gesture, George heaved the shovelful of live coals into the studio filled with charged fireworks. Oberon held his breath. And then for the kid. With a swift, careful kick, side of the foot, George propelled the false lilac into the studio also. And then the door. He flung shut the door, staring at Oberon with the same wild horror and hurry that must have been in his eyes that night. So done. Done. I flew down the stairs. Sophie, run! She's still sitting in that chair, right there, paralyzed. So I picked her up. Not exactly carried her, but like a bum's rush, because I can already hear the noises upstairs, and get her out into the hall. Bang! Bluey! Out the front door. And we stood out there in the rain, man, just looking up. Or anyway, I looked up. She just sort of hid her head. And out the studio windows comes my whole show. Stars, rockets, magnesium, phosphorus, sulfur, light for days. Noise, stuff is falling all around us, hissing in the puddles. Then blowy, some big cache goes up and puts a hole right through the roof. Smoke and stars, boy, we lit up the neighborhood. But the rain had got a lot worse, and pretty soon it was out, about the time the cops and the fire trucks got there. Well, I had the studio pretty well reinforced, steel door and asbestos and stuff, so the building didn't go. But by God, if there was anything left of that kid, or whatever it was. And Sophie, Oberon said. Sophie, George said. I told her, listen, it's all right. I got it. What? She says. What? I got it, I said. I blew it up, I said. Nothing left of it. And hey, do you know what she said to me? Oberon could not say. She looked up at me, and man, I don't think anything I saw that night was as bad as her face just then. And she said, you killed her. That's what she said. You killed her. That's all. George sat down, weary, depleted, at the kitchen table. Killed her, he said. That's what Sophie thought, that I'd killed her only child. Maybe that's what she still thinks. I don't know. That old George killed her only child, and his, too. Blew her up in stars and stripes forever. He looked down. Man, I don't want to see somebody look at me the way she did that night. Not ever again. What a story, Oberon said, when he could find his voice again. See, George said, if it was Lilac, but just transformed in some weird way. But she knew, Oberon said. She knew it wasn't really Lilac. Did she? George said. Who knows what the hell she knew? A dark silence rose. Women. How do you figure 'em? But, Oberon said, what I don't understand is why they would have brought her that thing in the first place. I mean, if it was such a fake. George eyed him suspiciously. What they is this? He asked. Oberon looked away from his cousin's inquiry. Well, they, he said, surprised and oddly embarrassed that this explanation was coming out of his mouth. The ones who stole the real one. George said. Oberon said nothing further, having nothing further to say on that head, and seeing quite plainly, and for the first time in his life, just why silence had been kept so well among those whom he had used to spy on. Having them for explanation felt in fact like having none at all, and he found himself now, willy-nilly, sworn to the same silence. And yet he thought he would not ever again be able to explain a single thing in the world without recourse to that collective pronoun, they. Them. "Well, anyway," he said at last, "that accounts for 2. George raised his eyebrow in question. "2 lilacs," Auberon said. He counted them off. "Of the 3 I thought there were, 1 was imaginary, mine, and I know where she is." In fact, he felt her deep within, take notice of his mention of her. "1 was false. That's the one you blew up." "But if," George said, "if that was the real one, only somehow changed—" "Nah." "No," said Auberon. "That's the one that's left, the one that's unaccounted for, the true one." He looked out the casement at the gloaming which was stealing now over Oldlaw Farm as well as over the high towers of the city. "I wonder," he said. "I wonder," George said. "I'd give a lot to know." "Where?" Auberon said. Where? Thinking of waking. Far, far and dreaming. Turning in her sleep, restless, and thinking of waking, though she would not wake yet for many a year. An itch in her nose, and a yawn in her throat. She even blinked, but saw nothing through sleeping eyes but dream. A dream, amid the spring she slept in, of autumn. Of the grey vale where, on the day of her tour, the stork that bore her and Mrs. Underhill had at last put its feet on terra firma or something like it, and how Mrs. Underhill had sighed and dismounted, and how she, Lilac, had reached out to put her arms around Mrs. Underhill's neck and be helped down. She yawned. Having learned how to do it, she was now apparently unable to stop, and couldn't decide whether she liked the sensation or not. "Sleepy," Mrs. Underhill said. "Where is this?" Lilac said when she had been set on her feet. "Oh, a place," Mrs. Underhill said softly. "Come along." A broken arch, roughly carved, or finely carved and roughly weathered, stood before them. No walls extended from it. It stood alone, astride the leaf-littered path showing the only way into the sere November wood beyond. Lilac, apprehensive yet resigned now, put her young small hand in Mrs. Underhill's old huge one, and like any Grannian child in a chill park from which summer and fun have fled, they went on to the gate. The stork stood alone on one red leg, preening her rumpled and disordered feathers. They passed under the arch. Old birds' nests and moss filled its coffers and reliefs. The carving was obscure, creatures inchoate or returning to chaos. Lilac passed her hand over it as they passed. The stuff it was made of was not stone. Glass? Lilac wondered. Bone? "Horn," said Mrs. Underhill. She took off one of her many cloaks and dressed Lilac's nakedness in it. Lilac kicked the brown leaves of the veil, thinking it might be nice to lie down in them for a long time. "Well, a long day," said Mrs. Underhill, as though sensing this thought. "It went too fast," Lilac said. Mrs. Underhill put her arm around Lilac's shoulder. Lilac stumbled against her feet seeming to have lost contact with her will. She yawned again. "Ah," said Mrs. Underhill tenderly, and she picked up Lilac with a single swift motion of her strong arms. She drew the cloak more tightly around her as Lilac nestled against her. "And was it fun?" she asked. "It was fun," Lilac said. They had stopped before a great oak at whose foot a whole summer's worth of leaves was piled. From a hollow in it an owl, just awakened, boomed softly to itself. Mrs. Underhill bent to lay her burden in the rustling leaves. "Dream of it," she said. Lilac said something that made no sense, about clouds and houses, and then no more, for she was asleep. Asleep, never having noticed the moment when she began, dreaming of it already, as she would go on dreaming of it from now on, dreaming of all that she had seen and all that would come of it, dreaming of the spring when she would dream of the autumn when she fell asleep, and dreaming of the winter when she would wake. In the involution of her dream, turning and altering those things she dreamed even as she dreamed them, and as elsewhere they came to pass. She drew up, though unaware she did so, her knees. She drew her hands close to her chin, which drew down, till she took the same S shape she had taken when she had lived within Sylvie. Lilac was asleep. Mrs. Underhill tucked the cloak once more carefully around her, and then straightened up. With both hands she pressed the small of her back and bent backwards, as weary as she had ever been. She pointed to the owl, whose soft blooming eyes were looking out from its house, and said, "You! Take care! Watch well!" which those eyes could do as well as any pair she knew. She looked upward. Twilight, even the endless twilight of this November day, had nearly ended, and she with all her tasks left undone. The last of the year still unburied, and the rains that were to bury it, and a million insect larvae, a million bulbs and seeds yet unpoured, the floor of heaven unswept of dirty cloud, and its winter lamps still to be lit. Brother North Wind, she was sure, champed at his bit to be unleashed. It was a wonder, she thought, that day followed night, that the very earth turned at all. She had given it so little thought of late. She sighed, turned away, and, growing huger and older and more puissant than Lilac had ever supposed, or could imagine or ever dream her to be, she expanded upward and outward toward these tasks without a backward look at her adopted granddaughter asleep among the leaves. Book 6. The Fairies' Parliament. Chapter 1. High on the hilltop the old king sits. He is now so old and grey, he's nigh lost his wits. Allingham. The Fairies. The first years after what Russell Eigenblick thought of as his accession were the hardest anyone then alive would live to see. So it would seem to them, looking back. Sudden snowstorms raged on the November day when, against token opposition, he was elected president, and seemed scarcely to abate thereafter. It could not have been always winter in those years. Summer must have come around duly as ever, yet universally people remembered winters. The longest, coldest, deepest winters ever known. One continuous winter. Every hardship the tyrant regretfully imposed, or his opponents wilfully inflicted in their uprisings against him, was made worse by winter, by months of frozen mud and sleety rain that continually mired every enterprise. Winter made ghastly and hopeless the movements of trucks, traffic, brown-clad troops. Everywhere, deeply marking the memory, were the huddled clots and queues of refugees, rag-bound against the cold. The stalled trains, grounded planes, the new frontiers at which lines of slush-bound cars, tailpipes breathing cold clouds, waited to be examined by muffled guards, the shortages of everything, the awful struggle, the difficulties and uncertainties made more awful by the isolating, endless cold, and the blood of martyrs and reactionaries frozen on the dirty snow of city squares. At Edgewood, the old house submitted to indignities. Antique plumbing froze. A whole floor was closed up, cold dust collecting in its disused rooms. Glum black stoves were set to squat in front of marble fireplaces, and worst, sheets of plastic for the first time were stapled up over dozens of windows, making every day a foggy day. One night Smoky, hearing noises in the wilderness of the kitchen garden, went out and surprised with his flashlight a starveling, an animal, long, grey, red-eyed and slavering, mad with cold and hunger. A stray dog, the others said, or something. But only Smoky had seen it, and Smoky wondered. Winters. There was a pan of water on the stove which sat in the old music room to help keep the plaster of the ceiling from cracking further from the dryness. A big wooden box, roughly carpentered by Smoky, held logs to feed the stove, and the two together, stove and wood box, gave a Klondike air to the pretty room. Rudy Flood had cut the logs, and been felled himself doing so, had pitched face forward, chainsaw still gripped in his hands, dead before he struck the ground, which, so Robin said, who was much changed by witnessing it, shook when he met it. Sophie, whenever she rose from her place at the drum table to feed the insatiable Moloch, had an unpleasant, or at least odd sensation that it was pieces of Rudy, and not of his woodlot, that she thrust into its maw. 52. Work consumed men. It hadn't been so in Sophie's youth. Not only Robin, but Sunny Noon and many others who in the old expansive days might have given up the farms their parents had worked, now drew in, thinking that if they had not these acres and this labor, they'd have nothing. Rudy had, after all, been an exception. The older generation's experience had mostly been with endless possibility, sudden change for the better, vistas of freedom and ease. The younger saw things differently. Their motto was, perforce had to be, the old one about use it up, wear it out, and so on. That applied all around. Doing his part, Smoky had decided that rents would be reduced, or in abeyance indefinitely. And the house showed it. It was, or seemed to be, wearing out. Sophie, pulling her thick shawl more closely around her, looked up at the skeleton's hand and arm drawn in cracks across the ceiling, and then returned to her cards. Being used up, worn out, and not replaced. Could that be it? She looked at the fall she had made. Nora Cloud had left Sophie not only her cards, but her sense that every fall made with them was somehow contiguous with every other, that they made only one geography, or told only one story, though it could be read or viewed differently to different purposes, which made it seem discontinuous. Sophie, taking up Cloud's view at the point where she had left it, had taken it further. If it were all one thing, then one question continually proposed to it should come eventually to have a whole answer, however lengthy and encyclopedic, should come to have the whole thing for an answer. If only she could concentrate hard enough, continue to formulate the question properly, and with the right variations and qualifications, and not be distracted by the shadow answers to unasked small questions which lurked within the falls. Yes, Smoky's angina will worsen. Lily's baby will be a boy. Then, perhaps, she could reach it. The question she had was not exactly the one that Ariel Hawksquill had come to have answered, though that lady's sudden appearance and importunity had jolted Sophie into beginning to try and ask it. Hawksquill had had no trouble locating in the cards the huge events that had lately been taking place in the world, and the reasons for them, and her own part in them, too, cutting them from the trivia and puzzlements like a surgeon finding and excising a tumor. Sophie's difficulty in doing such a thing had been that, ever since her search for Lilac, question and answer with these cards had seemed to her to be one. All answers seemed to her to be only questions about the question, every question only a form of the answer it sought. Hawksquill's long training had allowed her to overcome this difficulty, and any gypsy fortune-teller could have explained to Sophie how to ignore it or evade it. But perhaps if one had, Sophie wouldn't have struggled so with the question, through years, through long winters, and would not now be as close as she felt herself to be to a sort of great dictionary or guidebook or almanac of answers to her, strictly speaking, unaskable, single question. Being used up one by one, and not being replaced. Dying, in fact, though they couldn't die, or anyway Sophie had always supposed they couldn't. She didn't know why. Could it be so, or was it just a winter thought in a time of hardship and shortage? Cloud had said, "It only seems as though the world is getting old and worn out, just as you are yourself. Its life is far too long for you to feel its age during your own. What you learn as you get older is that the world is old, and has been old for a long time." Well, all right. But what Sophie felt to be aging wasn't a world, but only its inhabitants. If there were such a thing as a world which they inhabited, distinct from them, which Sophie couldn't imagine really. But anyway, suppose there was such a world, old or young didn't matter. What Sophie knew for sure was that however densely populated those lands may have been in Dr. Bramble's time, or in Paracelsus's, they weren't populated at all any longer in any large sense. Sophie thought it would be possible eventually, soon, if not to name, at least to number all of them, and that the total number wouldn't be a large one. 2 digits only, possibly, probably. Which, since everyone without exception quoted in the architecture, and everyone else, for that matter, who had considered the question at all, supposed there to be uncounted milliards of them, one for every harebell and thorn bush at least, might mean that somehow lately they were being one by one consumed, like the split muscled logs Sophy fed into the fire, or worn down to ravelings by grief and care and age, and blown away, or reduced by war. War was what Ariel Hawksquill had determined to be the relation at work, the thing that had made the world, or this tale, if there was a difference, turn so sad and puzzling and uncertain. Like all wars, an unchosen thing, however inevitable, with awful losses on their side at least. Sophy couldn't imagine what losses they might themselves have inflicted, or how. War. Could it be, then, that all that remained of them was one last forlorn hope? A brave band caught in a desperate rearguard action and going down to the last man? No. It was too awful to think of. Dying. Dying out. Sophy knew, none better, that they had not ever thought of her with love, didn't in any human sense care about her at all, or any being like her. They had stolen Lilac from her, and though that had not been for any intention of hurting Sophy, it hadn't been for any love they bore Lilac either, presumably, but only for reasons of their own. No, Sophy had no reason to love them, but the thought of their passing away utterly was unbearable, like thinking of a winter with no end. And yet she thought she could soon count out the few remaining. She assembled her deck and spread it all in a fan before her. Then she drew out court cards one by one to represent the ones she already knew of, laying them in groups with low cards for their courts or children or agents, insofar as she could guess at them. 1 for sleep, and 4 for seasons, 3 to tell fates, 2 to be prince and princess, 1 to go messages, no, 2 to go messages, 1 to go, and 1 to come back again. It was a matter of discriminating between functions, and learning which were whose, and how many were needed for it. 1 to bring gifts, 3 to bear gifts away. Queen of Swords, and King of Swords, and Knight of Swords, Queen of Coins, and King of Coins, and 10 low cards for their children. 52. Or was it only that at that number, with only the least trumps, the plot which they acted out left uncounted, her deck ran out? There was a sudden clanging noise above her head, and Sophy ducked. It sounded as though a full and heavy set of fire irons had tumbled over in the attic. Smoky, at work in the orrery. She glanced up. The crack in the ceiling seemed to have lengthened, but she doubted that it really had. 3 for labor, 2 to make music, 1 to dream dreams. She thrust her hands into her sleeves. Few, anyway. Not hosts. The taut plastic over the window was a drumskin, capped on by wind. It seemed, it was hard to tell, that it had begun to snow again. Sophy, abandoning the count, she still didn't know enough. It was wrong, and more than wrong on an afternoon like this, to speculate when you knew so little. Gathered up the cards and put them away in their bag in their box. She sat for a while, listening to the taps of Smoky's hammer, hesitant at first, then more insistent, then ringing, as though he struck a gong. Then they fell silent, and the afternoon returned. Carrying a torch. "Summer," Mrs. McReynolds said, lifting her head slightly from the pillow, "is a myth." The nieces and nephews and children around her looked at each other in thoughtful doubt, or doubtful thought. "In winter," the dying old woman went on, "summer is a myth, a report, a rumor not to be believed." The others drew closer to her, watching her fine face, her fluttering blue lids. Her head lay so lightly on its pillow that her blue-rinsed coiffure was unmussed. But this was for sure her last gasp. Her contract had run out, and would not be renewed. "Never," she said, and then paused a long time in limbo while Oberon thought further. "Never forget me? Never break faith? Never say die? Never, never, never?" "Never long," she said. "Only wait. Only have patience. Longing is fatal. It will come. They had begun to weep around her, though they hid it, for the old lady would have been impatient with tears. "Be happy," she said, even more faintly. "For the things—" "Yes, there she goes. Bye, Mrs. Macaire." "The things, children, the things that make us happy, make us wise." One last look around. Locked glances with Frankie Macaire, the black sheep. He won't forget this. A new leaf turns for him. Music up. And dead. Oberon skipped 2 spaces and made 3 memorial asterisks across the page, and drew it out. "Okay," he said. "Okay," said Fred Savage. "Done?" "Done," Oberon said. He shuffled the 20 or so pages together, his hands clumsy in gloves from which the ends of the fingers had been cut off, and jammed them in an envelope. "Go ahead." Fred took the envelope, thrust it smartly beneath his arm, and with a mocking suggestion of salute, made to leave the folding bedroom. "Am I supposed to wait?" he asked, hand on the door, "while they reads over this?" "Oh, don't bother," Oberon said. "It's too late now. They'll have to just do it." "Okay," Fred said. "Later, my man." Oberon built up the fire, pleased with himself. Mrs. McReynolds was among the last of the characters whom he had inherited from the creators of A World Elsewhere. A young divorcee 30 years ago, she had tenaciously and cleverly held on to her part, through alcoholism, remarriage, religious conversion, grief, age, and illness. Done now, though. Contract terminated. Frankie was about to go off on a long trip, too. He would return. His contract had years to run, and he was the producer's boyfriend as well. But he would return a changed man. A missionary? Well, yes, in a sense. Perhaps a missionary. More ought to happen, Sylvie had said once on a certain day to Fred Savage. And in the long interpenetration of Oberon's vision of A World Elsewhere, and the show as he had found it, a lot had. He couldn't believe it at first to be so, but it seemed that the turgid, long-drawn-out pointlessness of its plot had been due simply to a lack of inventiveness on the writer's parts. Oberon, in the beginning anyway, suffered from no such lack. And besides, there were all those tedious and unlikable people who had to be disposed of, whose passions and jealousies Oberon had a hard time understanding. The death rate had therefore been high for a while. The shriek of tires on rainy roads, the horrid crunch of steel on steel, the shout of sirens had been nearly continuous. One young woman, a drug-addicted lesbian with an idiot child, he could not contractually eliminate, so he magicked her away in favor of her identical twin sister, long lost and a very different character. That had taken a few weeks to accomplish. The producers blanched at the speed with which crises came and passed in those days. The audience, they said, couldn't bear such storms. They were used to tedium. But the audience seemed to disagree, and while eventually it came to be a somewhat different audience, it was no smaller, or not measurably so, and more fiercely devoted than ever. Besides, there were few enough writers who could produce the amounts of work Oberon could, at the new and sharply reduced salaries being offered, and so the producers, struggling for the first time in their profession with tight budgets, flirting with bankruptcy, counting assets and debits late into the night, gave Oberon his head. So the actors spoke the lines which Fred Savage carried to them from Old Law Farm every day, meekly trying to infuse some reality and humanity into the strange hopes, intimations of high events, and secret expectancy, calm, sad, impatient, or resolved, which had come to infect characters they had played for years. There were not the many secure berths for actors that there had been in the days of the old affluence, and for every character released from the box of Oberon's foreknowledge there were scores of applicants, even at fees that would have been scoffed at in the now-lost Golden Age. They were grateful to be embodying these peculiar lives, working toward or away from whatever huge thing it was which seemed always in preparation, yet never revealed, and which had kept their audience on gentle tenterhooks now for years. Oberon laughed, staring into the fire, and already formulating new gins and defeats, embroglios and breakthroughs. What a form! Why hadn't anyone before caught the secret of it? A simple plot was required, a single enterprise which concerned all the characters deeply, and which had a grand, sweet, simple, single resolution. A resolution, however, that would never be reached. Always approached, keeping hopes high, making disappointments bitter, shaping lives and loves by its inexorable slow progress toward the present, but never, never reached. In the good old days, when polls were as common as house-to-house searches were now, pollsters asked viewers why they liked the bizarre torments of the soap operas, what kept them watching. The commonest answer was that they liked soap operas because soap operas were like life. Like life. Oberon thought A World Elsewhere, under his hands, was coming to be like a lot of things. Like truth, like dreams, like childhood, his own anyway. Like a deck of cards or an old album of pictures. He didn't think it was like life, not anyway like his own. On A World Elsewhere, when a character's greatest hopes were dashed, or his task all accomplished, or his children or friends saved by his sacrifice, he was free to die, or at least to pass away. Or he changed utterly, and reappeared with a new task, new troubles, new children. Except for those whose embodying actors were on vacation or ill, none simply came to a stop, all their important actions over, haunting the edges of the plot with their final scripts, so to speak, still in their hands. That was like life, though. Like Oberon's. Not like a plot, but like a fable, a story with a point which had already been made. The fable was Sylvie. Sylvie was the sharply pointed, unenigmatic, yet brimful and undepletable allegory or tale that underlay his life. Sometimes he was conscious that this view robbed Sylvie of the intense and irreducible reality which she had had, and no doubt somewhere went on having, and when he saw that, he felt a sudden shame and horror, as though he had been told or had told a shocking and defaming lie about her. But those times grew less frequent as the story, the fable, grew more perfect, took on other and more intricately refracting facets, even as it grew shorter and more tellable, underlying, explaining, criticizing and defining his life, even as it grew less something that had actually happened to him. Carrying a torch, George Mouse called it, and Oberon, who had never heard the old phrase, thought it just, because he thought of the torch he carried not as a penitential or devotional one, but as Sylvie. He carried a torch. Her. She flared brightly sometimes, sank low other times. He saw by her, though he had no path in particular he wanted to see. He lived in the folding bedroom. He helped out on the farm. One year was not different from the next. Like a long-time cripple, he put aside the better part of the world, not always aware he did so, as not being for the use of such as he. He was not any longer someone to whom things happened. He suffered from some odd disorders, living as he did in his most vigorous years. He couldn't sleep much beyond dawn on any but the deepest of winter mornings. He grew able to see faces in the chance arrangements of his room's fixtures and furnishings, or rather unable not to see them. Faces wicked, wise or foolish, figures gesturing to him, weirdly distorted or wounded, able to express emotions that affected him without themselves having them, animated without being alive, which he found faintly disgusting. He pitied, against his will, the ceiling light fixture, 2 blank Phillips head screws the eyes, and a light bulb stuck in its stupid, gaping ceramic mouth. The flowered curtains were a crowd, a congress, or rather 2, the flower people, and the people made of background, outlined by flowers, peering through flowers. When the whole room had become unrelievably populated, he actually visited a psychiatrist, though he told no one about it. The man said he suffered from man-in-the-moon syndrome, not uncommon, and suggested that he get out more. A cure, though, he said, would take years. Years. Get out more. George, a constant and a choosy philanderer, not much less successful now than he had been in youth, introduced him to many women, and the seventh saint provided others. But talk about ghosts. Now and then 2 of these real women rolled into one, when on occasion he could persuade them to be so rolled, gave him a rude bliss, if he concentrated, that was intense. But his imaginings, working on the sturdy though desperately fine stuff of memory, were of a different order of intensity altogether. He would not have had it so. He honestly believed that. He even knew in moments of great clarity that it would not have been so had he not been who he was, that his disability didn't lie in what had happened to him at all, but in his flawed nature, that not everyone, perhaps no one but he, would have ended up thus becalmed after being touched only by Sylvie as though in passing. What a stupid and antique disease that was, and one that had been all but eliminated from the modern world. He resented deeply at times that he should be, apparently, the last victim of it, and thus excluded, as though by some rule of common hygiene, from the broad banquet that the city, even in decline, could still show. He wished he could do as Sylvie had done, say fuck destiny and escape. And so he could, too. He just wasn't trying very hard. He knew that, too, but there it was. Flawed. And it was no comfort to think that perhaps to have such a flaw, to be thus inadequate to the world, was just what it was to be in the tale he could no longer deny that he was in. That perhaps the tale was the flaw, that the flaw and the tale were the same thing, that being in the tale meant nothing more than being suited to your role in it and good for nothing else, like having a cast in your eye by which you saw always something elsewhere, but which to everyone else, even most of the time to yourself, seemed only a disfigurement. He rose, annoyed with his thoughts for having fallen into that old bag. There was work to do. That should be enough. Most of the time it was, and he was grateful. The amount he accomplished, and the pittance he was paid, would have astonished the mild and affable man, dead now of an accidental overdose, to whom Oberon had first shown scripts. Life had been easy then. He poured himself a small whiskey. Gin was verboten, but his adventure had left him with a persistent small habit, more like a sweet tooth than an addiction, and addressed himself to the mail which Fred had brought from uptown. Fred, his old guide, was his associate now, and so described to Oberon's employers. He was farmhand as well, and memento mori, or at least an object lesson of some kind for Oberon. He could not now any longer get along without him, or so it seemed to him. He tore open an envelope. "Tell Frankie he's going to break his mother's heart carrying on like that. Doesn't he see that? How can he be so blind? Why doesn't he get a good woman and settle down?" Oberon never got used to the suspension of disbelief his viewers were capable of. It always gave him a guilty thrill. Sometimes he felt the McReynoldses were real, and it was the viewers, like this lady, who were imaginary. Pale fictions hungering after the flesh-and-blood life Oberon created. He tossed the letter into the wood-box. "Settle down, huh? A good woman. Not a chance. Lot of blood under the bridge before Frankie settles down." He saved for the last a letter from Edgewood, some weeks in transit, a good long one from his mother, and settled to it like a squirrel to a large nut, hoping to find something within he could use for next month's episodes. Something he could steal. "You asked what happened to the Mr. Cloud that Great-Aunt Cloud was married to," she wrote. "Well, that's really sort of a sad story. It happened a long time before I was born. Momdy sort of remembers. His name was Harvey Cloud. His father was Henry Cloud, the inventor and astronomer. Henry used to spend his summers up here. He had that pretty little cottage where the Junipers later lived. I think he had a lot of patents he lived on. Old John had put some money into his inventions. Engines, I think, or astronomical things, I guess. I don't know what. One of his things, though, was the old orrery at the top of the house. You know. That was an invention of Henry's. I mean, not orreries in general. They were invented by a Lord Orrery, believe it or not. Smokey told me that. But Henry died before it was finished. It cost a lot of money, I think, and about that time Nora, Great-Aunt Cloud, married Harvey. Harvey was working on it, too. His father's son. I saw a picture of him once that Oberon took, in his shirt-sleeves and a stiff collar and tie. I guess he wore them even when he was working, looking very fierce and thoughtful, standing next to the engine of the orrery before they installed it. It was huge and complicated and took up most of the picture. And then, when they were done installing it, John was long dead by then. There was an accident, and poor Harvey fell off the very tip-top of the house and was killed. I guess then everybody forgot about the orrery, or didn't want to think about it. I know Cloud never talked about it. You used to hide out up there, I remember. Now, you know, Smoky's up there all the time, trying to see if it will ever run, and studying books on machinery and clockwork. I don't know how he's doing. So we used to just live here, Harvey, I mean, with Nora, in her room, and go up and work on the orrery, and then he fell off. So there you are. Sophie says to tell you to be careful of your throat because of bronchitis in March. Lucy's baby's going to be a boy. Isn't the winter dragging on? Your loving mother. Well, still further dark, or at least odd corners in his family's life he hadn't known about. He remembered saying once to Sylvie that nothing terrible had ever happened in his family. That was before he had learned much about the true and false Lilacs, of course. And here now was poor Harvey Cloud, a young husband, tumbling off the roof at the moment of his greatest triumph. He could work that in. There was nothing, he had begun to think, that he couldn't work in. He had a gift for such work, a real gift. Everybody said so. But meanwhile, his scene switched back to the city. This was the easy part, a rest from the other more complex scenes. It was all simple in the city. Predation, chase, escape, triumph, and defeat. The weak to the wall, and only the strong survive. He chose, from a long row of them which had replaced George's anonymous paperbacks on the shelf, one of Doc's old books. He had sent to Edgewood for them when he had become a writer, and they had proved very useful, as he had thought they might. The one he had was one of the Grey Wolf's adventures, and sipping his whiskey, he began to thumb through it, looking for some material he could steal. Escapements. The moon was silver. The sun was gold, or at least gold-plated. Mercury was a mirrored globe, mirrored with Mercury, of course. Saturn was heavy enough to be lead. Smoky remembered something from the architecture that associated various metals with various planets. But those weren't these planets. They were the dream planets of magic and astrology. The orrery, brass-bound and oak-cased, was one of those turn-of-the-century scientific instruments that couldn't have been more solidly rational, material, engineered. A patented universe made of rods and balls, meshing gears, and electroplated springs. Then why couldn't Smoky understand it? He stared hard again at the mechanism, a sort of detached escapement, which he was about to disassemble. If he disassembled it before he understood its function, though, he doubted whether he could put it back together. On the floor, on tables in the hall below, there were several such, all cleaned and wrapped in oily rags, and wrapped, too, in mystery. This escapement was the last. He supposed, not for the first time, that he should never have begun this. He looked again at the diagram in the Cyclopedia of Mechanics, which most resembled the dusty, rusted thing before him. Let E be a four-leaved scape wheel, the teeth of which, as they come around, rest against the bent pawl GFL at G. The pawl is prevented from flying too far back by a pin H, and kept up to position by a very delicate spring K. God, it was cold in here. Very delicate spring? This thing? Why did it seem to be in here backwards? The pawl B engages the arm FL, liberating the scape wheel, a tooth of which, M— Oh, dear. As soon as the letters got past the middle of the alphabet, Smoky began to feel helpless and bound, as though tangled in a net. He picked up a pliers and put it down again. The ingenuity of engineers was appalling. Smoky had come to understand the basic principle of clockwork, upon which all those ingenuities were based, that a motive force, a falling weight, a wound spring, was prevented by an escapement from expending all its energy at once, and made to pay it out in ticks and tocks which moved hands or planets around evenly until the force was all expended. Then you wound it up. All the foliates, verges, pallets, stack freeds, and going barrels were only ingenuities to keep the motion regular. The difficulty The maddening difficulty about Edgewood's orrery was that Smoky couldn't discover a motive force that made it go around. Or rather, he had discovered where it was, in that huge circular case, as black and thick as an old-time safe, and he had examined it, but still couldn't conceive how it was supposed to drive anything. It looked like something meant itself to be driven. There was just no end to it. He sat back on his heels and clutched his knees. He was eye-level now to the plane of the solar system, looking at the sun from the position of a man on Saturn. No end to it. The thought stirred in him a mixture of itchy resentment and pure deep pleasure he had never felt before, except faintly, when, as a boy, he had been presented with the Latin language. The task of that language, when he had begun to grasp its immensity, had seemed likely to fill up his life, and all the blank interstices of his anonymity. He had felt at once invaded and comforted. Well, he had abandoned it somewhere along in the middle of it, after having mostly licked off its magic like icing. But now his old age would have this task, and it was a language too. The screws, the balls, the rods, the springs were a syntax, not a picture. The orrery didn't model the solar system in any visual or spatial way. If it had, the pretty green and blue enameled Earth would have been a crumb, and the whole machine would have needed to be 10 times the size it was, at least. No, what was expressed here, as by the inflections and predicates of a tongue, was a set of relations, and while the dimensions were fictional, the relations obtained all through, very neatly, for the language was number, and it meshed here as it did in the heavens, exactly as. It had taken him a long time to figure that out, being unmathematical as well as unmechanical, but he had its vocabulary now, and its grammar was coming clear to him, and he thought that, not soon perhaps, but eventually, he would be able to read its huge brass and glass sentences with some comprehension, and that they would not be as Caesar's and Cicero's had turned out to be, mostly dull, hollow, and without mystery, but that something would be revealed equal to the terrific encoding it had received, something he very much needed to know. There were quick footsteps on the stairs outside the orrery door, and his grandson Bud put his red head in. "Grandpa," he said, looking over the mystery there, "Grandma sent you a sandwich." "Oh, great," Smoky said. "Come on in." He entered slowly, with the sandwich and a mug of tea, his eyes on the machine, better and more splendid than any Christmas window train set. "Is it done?" he asked. "No," Smoky said, eating. "When will it be?" He touched one sphere, and then quickly drew his hand away when, with the smooth ease of heavy counterweighting, it moved. "Oh," Smoky said, "about the time the world ends." Bud looked at him in awe, and then laughed. "Aw, come on." "Well, I don't know," Smoky said, "because I don't know yet what makes it go around." "That thing," Bud said, pointing to the black case like a safe. "Okay," Smoky said, and went to it, cup in hand. "But then the question is, what makes this go around?" He pushed up the lever that opened the gasketed door, dust-proof, but why, and swung the case open. Inside, cleaned and oiled and ready to go, if it could, which it couldn't, was the impossible heart of Harvey Cloud's machine. The impossible heart, so Smoky sometimes thought, of Edgewood itself. "A wheel," Bud said. "A bent wheel. Wow." "I think," Smoky said, "it's supposed to go by electricity. Down under the floor, if you lift up that door, there's a big old electric motor, only—" "What?" "Well, it's backwards. It's in there backwards, and not by mistake." Bud looked over the arrangement, thinking hard. "Well," he said, "maybe this makes this go around, and this makes this go around, and this makes that go around." "A good theory," Smoky said. "Only you've just come full circle. Everything's making everything else go around, taking in each other's washing." "Well," Bud said, "if it went fast enough, if it was smooth enough." Fast and smooth and heavy it certainly was. Smoky studied it, his mind crossing in paradox. If this made that go around, as it was obviously meant to do, and that made this go around, which wasn't unreasonable, and this and that powered that and this. Almost he saw it, jointed and levered, its sentences reading backwards and forwards at once, and couldn't just for a moment think why it was impossible, except that the world is as it is, and not different. And if it ever slowed down, Bud said, you could come up once in a while and give it a push. Smoky laughed. Should we make that your job? He asked. Yours, Bud said. A push, Smoky thought. One constant small push from somewhere. But whosoever that push was, it couldn't be Smoky's. He had nothing like the strength. He would somehow have to inveigle the whole universe to look away for a moment from the endless task of itself, and reach out an enormous finger to touch these wheels and gears. And Smoky had no reason to think that such a special mercy would be his, or Harvey Cloud's, or even Edgewood's. He said, well, anyway, back to work. He pushed gently on the leaden sphere of Saturn, and it moved, ticking a few degrees, and as it moved, all the other parts, wheels, gears, rods, spheres, moved too. Caravans. But perhaps, Ariel Hawksquill said, perhaps there's no war on at all. What do you mean? Asked the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, after a moment's startled thought. I mean, Hawksquill said, that perhaps what we think of as a war is in fact not one. I mean that perhaps there is no war on at all, after all, and perhaps there never was one. Don't be absurd, the President said. Of course there's a war on. We're winning. The Emperor sat sunk in a broad armchair, chin resting on his breast. Hawksquill was at the grand piano, which took up much of the far end of the room. She had had this piano altered to make quarter tones, and on it she liked to play plangent old hymn tunes, harmonized according to a system of her own devising, rendered oddly, sweetly discordant by the altered piano. They made the tyrant sad. Outside, snow was falling. I don't mean, Hawksquill said, that you have no enemies. Of course you have. I was speaking of the other, the long war, the great war. Perhaps that's not a war at all. The noisy bridge rod and gun club, though exposed, their drawn cold faces and dark overcoats appearing in every newspaper, had not fallen easily, as Hawksquill had known they would not. Their resources were great. For whatever they were charged with, they had countercharges, and they had the best legal counsel. But they hadn't listened when Hawksquill had warned them it might be so. Their part in the story was over. Struggle only prolonged the end. It was never in doubt. Money gathered at junctures of the case and went off like bombs sometimes, causing temporary outlandish reversals of members' fortunes, but these fire breaks never seemed to give the club time to recoup. Petty, Smilodon, and Ruth, after accruing enormous fees all around, withdrew from their defense, amid mysterious circumstances and bitter recriminations. Shortly thereafter, masses of paper came to light whose provenance couldn't successfully be denied. Men once made of power and cold blood were seen on every television screen to weep tears of frustration and despair as they were led away to trial by the gloved hands of marshals and indifferent plainclothesmen. The end of the story was not widely known, for it was in the winter of its most shocking revelations that the universal grid of communications, which had for a glorious 75 years or so lit up the nation like the strung lights of a Christmas tree, was for the most part roughly cut, by Eigenblick himself, to forestall its takeover by his enemies, elsewhere by his enemies to forestall its takeover by the tyrant. That war, the war of the people against the beast who had seized power and trodden on the institutions of democracy, and of the Emperor-President against the interests on the people's behalf, was real enough. The bloodshed in it was real. The fractures that had run through the society when it had been struck thus hard were deep. But if, Hawksquill said, if those whom we have thought to be at war with men came here to this new world in the first place at about the same time the Europeans did, at about the time, that is, that your latter empire began to be predicted, and if they came for the same reasons, freedom and space and scope, then they must have eventually been disappointed, just as the men were. Yes, said Barbarossa. The virgin forests where they hid themselves gradually logged, cities built on the riverbanks and lake shores, the mountains mined, and with no old European regard for wood sprites and kobolds either. Yes. And if they are in fact as long-sighted as they seem to be, then they must have themselves seen this result, known about it long ago. Yes, before the migration even began, as long ago, in fact, as your Majesty's first reign. And since they could see it, they prepared for it. They begged your long sleep of him who keeps the years. They sharpened their own weapons. They waited. Yes, yes, Barbarossa said, and now at last, though much reduced, having been patient for centuries, they strike, issue from their old strongholds. The robbed dragon stirs in his sleep and wakes. He was on his feet. Flimsy sheets of computer printout, strategies, plans, figures, slid from his lap to the floor. And the bargain made with you, Hawksquill said. Help them in this enterprise, distract the nation's attention, reduce it to warring fragments, much like your old empire. They counted on you to do that part well. And when the old woods and bogs had crept back, when the traffic stopped, when they had recouped as much of their losses as would satisfy them, you could have the rest as your empire. Forever, Eigenblick said, stirred. That was the promise. Fine, Hawksquill said thoughtfully. That's fine. She stroked the keys. Something like Jerusalem came from beneath her ringed fingers. Only none of it's true, she said. What? None of it's true. It's false, a lie, not in fact the case. What? It's not odd enough, for one thing. She struck a twanging chord, grimaced, tried it again a different way. No, I think something quite different is occurring. Some motion, some general shift that is no one's choice, no one's. She thought of the dome of the terminus, its zodiac reversed, and how she had at the time blamed that on the emperor who stood before her. Foolish. And yet? Something, she said. Something like the shuffling together of two decks of cards. Speaking of cards, he said. Or one cut deck, she said, ignoring him. You know the way small children will sometimes, in trying to shuffle, get one half the deck upside down? And then there they all are, shuffled together, inextricably mixed backs and faces. I want my cards, he said. I don't have them. You know where they are. Yes, and if you were meant to have them, so would you. I need their counsel. I need it. Those who have the cards, Hawksquill said, prepared the way for all this, for your victory, such as it is, or will be, as well or better than you could have yourself. Long before you appeared, they were a fifth column for that army. She struck a chord, sweet-sour, tart as lemonade. I wonder, she said, if they regret that, if they feel bad or traitorous to their own kind, or if they ever knew they were taking sides against men. I don't know why you say there's no war, the president said, and then talk like that. Not a war, Hawksquill said, but something like a war. Something like a storm, perhaps. Yes, like the advancing front of a weather system which alters the world from warm to cold, gray to blue, spring to winter. Or a collision. Mysterium conjunctionis. But of what with what? Or, she said, the thought suddenly struck her, something like two caravans that meet at a single gate, coming from different far places, going toward different far places, mixing it up, jostling through that gate. For a time one caravan only, and then, on the far side, unwinding again toward their destinations, though perhaps with some few having changed places. A saddlebag or two stolen, a kiss exchanged. What, Barbarossa said, are you talking about? She turned her stool to face him. The question is, she said, just what kingdom is it you've come into? My own. Yes. The Chinese, you know, believe that deep within each of us, no larger than the ball of your thumb, is the garden of the immortals, the great valley where we are all king forever." He turned on her, suddenly angry. "Now listen," he said. "I know," she said, smiling. "It would be a damned shame if you ended up ruling not the republic that fell in love with you, but some other place entirely." "No, some place very small. I want those cards," he said. "Can't have 'em. Not mine to give." "You'll get them for me." "Won't." "How would you like it," Barbarossa said, "if I got the secret out of you? I do have power, you know. Power." "Are you threatening me?" I could have you killed. Secretly. No one would be the wiser." "No," Hawksquill said calmly. "Killed you could not have me. Not that." The tyrant laughed, his eyes catching lurid fire. "You think not?" he said. "Oh, you think not?" "I know not," Hawksquill said, "for a strange reason which you couldn't guess. I've hidden my soul." "What?" "Hidden my soul. An old trick, one which every village witch knows how to do, and is wise to do. You never know when those you serve may turn resentful and fall on you. Hidden? Where? How?" "Hidden. Elsewhere. Exactly where, or in what, I won't of course tell you. But you see that unless you knew, it would be useless trying to kill me." "Torture." His eyes narrowed. "Torture." "Yes." Hawksquill rose from her stool. "Enough of this. Yes, torture might work. I'll say good night now. There's much to do." She turned back at the door and saw him standing as though stuck in his threatening pose, glaring at her but not seeing her. Had he heard or understood anything she had tried to tell him? A thought took hold of her, a strange and fearful thought, and for a moment she only looked at him as he looked at her, as though they were both trying to remember where, or whether, they had ever met before. And then, alarmed, Hawksquill said, "Good night, Your Majesty," and left him. Newfound Land. Later that night, in the capital, the episode of Mrs. McReynolds' death appeared on a world elsewhere. In other places the time of its showing varied. It was no longer in many places a daytime drama. Often it was a post-midnight one. But shown it was, broadcast or cabled, or, where that wasn't possible, where lines had been cut or transmission interdicted, smuggled into small local stations, or copied and carried overland by hand to hidden transmitters, the precious tapes beamed feebly to far, small, snowy towns. A walker on this night through such a town could pass along its single street and glimpse in every living room the bluish glow of it, might see in one house Mrs. McReynolds carried to her bed, in the next her children gathered, in the next her parting words spoken, in the last house before the town ran out and the silent prairie began, her dead. In the capital the Emperor-President watched too, his eagle-browed but soft brown eyes dimmed. Never long. Longing is fatal. A cloud of pity, of self-pity rose in him, and took, as clouds can do, a form. The form of Ariel Hawksquill's aloof, amused, and unyielding face. "Why me?" he thought, raising his hands as though to exhibit shackles. What had he ever done that this awful bargain should have been struck with him? He had been earnest and hard-working, had written a few cutting letters to the Pope, had married his children well. Little else. Why not his grandson, Frederick II? Now there was a leader. Why not him? Had not the same story after all been told of him? That he was not dead but slept, and would awake to lead his people? But that was legend only. No, he was here. It was his to suffer this, insufferable though it seemed. A king in fairyland. Arthur's fate. Could it be true? A realm no larger than the ball of his thumb, his earthly kingdom nothing but wind, the wind of his passage from here to there, from sleep to sleep. No. He drew himself up. If there had been no war so far, or only a phony war, well, that time was over. He would fight. He would extract from them every jot of the promises so long ago made to him. For 800 years he had slept, doing battle with dreams, laying siege to dreams, conquering dream holy lands, wearing dream crowns. He had hungered 800 years for the real world, the world he could just sense but not see, beyond all the dissolving kingdoms of dream. Hawksquill might be right, that they had never intended him to have it. She might well, oh yes, it was all coming quite clear to him, have been in league with them from the beginning, to deprive him of it. He almost laughed, a dreadful laugh, to think that there had been a time when he had trusted her, leaned on her even. No more. He would fight. He would get those cards from her by whatever means. Yes, though she unleashed her terrible powers on him, he would. Alone, helpless it might be, he would fight for his great, dark, snow-burdened, new-found land. Only hope, Mrs. McReynolds said, dying. Only have patience. The lone walker, refugee, salesman, police spy, passed the last house on the outskirts and stepped out along the empty highway. In the houses behind, one by one, the bluish eyes of sets were closed. A news broadcast had begun, but there was no news any longer. They went to bed. The night was long. They dreamed of a life that wasn't theirs, a life that could fill theirs, a family elsewhere, and a house that could make the dark earth once again a world. It was still snowing in the capital. The snow whitened the night, obscuring the far monuments that could be seen through the president's mullioned windows, piling up at the feet of heroes, choking the entrances to underground garages. Somewhere a stuck car was crying rhythmically and helplessly to escape adrift. Barbarossa wept. Just about over. What do you mean? Smoky asked. Just about over. I mean, I think it's just about over, Alice said. Not over, not yet, but just about. They had gone to bed early. They did that often nowadays, since their big bed with its high-piled quilts and comforters was the only place in the house they could be truly warm. Smoky wore a nightcap. Drafts were drafts, and no one could see how foolish he looked. And they talked. A lot of old knots were untangled in those long nights, or at least shown to be for sure unentangleable, which Smoky supposed was more or less the same thing. But how can you say that? Smoky said, rolling over toward her, lifting as on a big wave the cats who sailed the foot of the bed. Well, good heavens, Alice said. It's been long enough, hasn't it? He looked at her. Her pale face and nearly white hair just distinguishable in the dark against the white pillowcase. How did she always come up with these unanswers? These remarks struck off with such an air of logical consequence that meant nothing, or as good as nothing. It never ceased to amaze him. That's not what I meant exactly. I guess I meant, how do you know it's just about over, whatever it is? I'm not sure, she said, after a long pause. Except that after all it's happening to me, partly anyway, and I feel about over, some ways, and— Don't say that, he said. Don't even joke about it. No, she said, I don't mean dying. Is that what you thought I meant? He had. He saw now that he didn't understand at all, and rolled over again. Well, hell, he said. It never really had anything to do with me, anyway. Aw, she said, and moved closer to him, putting an arm around him. Aw, Smoky, don't be that way. She placed her knees up behind his, so that they lay together like a double S. What way? She said nothing for a long time. Then, it's a tale, is all, she said, and tales have beginnings and middles and ends. I don't know when the beginning was, but I know the middle. What was the middle? You were in it. What was it? It was you. He drew her familiar hand around him closer. What about the end? He said. "Well, that's what I mean," she said. The end. Quick, before a looming something he saw darkly huge in her words could steal over him, he said, "No, no, no, no. Things don't have ends like that, Alice, any more than they have beginnings. Things are all middles in life, like Oberon's show, like history, one damn thing after another, that's all. Tales have ends. Well, so you say, but—" "And the house," she said. "What about the house?" "Couldn't it have an end? It seems like it will, not long from now. If it did— No, it'll just get older." "Fall apart?" He thought of its cracked walls, its vacant rooms, the seep of water in its basements, its paintless clapboards growing warped, masonry rotting, termites. "Well, it's not its fault," he said. "No, sure. It's supposed to have electricity, lots of it. That's how it was made. Pumps, hot water in the pipes, hot water in the heaters, lights, ventilators. Things freeze and crack because there's no heat, because there's no electricity. I know, but that's not its fault. Not our fault either. Things have gotten so bad. Russell Eigenblick. How can you get things fixed when there's a war on? His domestic policy, crazy. And so things run out, and there's no electricity, and so—" "And whose fault," she said, "do you think Russell Eigenblick is?" For a moment, just for a moment, Smoky allowed himself to feel the tail closing around him, and around all of them, around everything that was. "Oh, come on," he said, a charm to banish the idea, but it persisted. A tail, a monstrous joke, was more like it. The tyrant installed after God knows how many years' preparation, amid bloodshed and division and vast suffering, just so that one old house could be deprived of what it needed to live on, so that the end of some convoluted history, which coincided with the house's end, could be brought about, or maybe only hastened, and he inheriting that house, maybe lured there in the first place by love, only so that eventually he could inherit it, and inheriting it only so that, though he struggled against it, tools were never far from his hapless hands, all to no good, he could preside over, maybe even, through some clumsiness or inadequacy, he could easily imagine himself capable of, ensure its dissolution, and that dissolution in turn bringing about— "Well, what then?" he asked, "if we couldn't live here any more?" She didn't answer, but her hand sought his and held it. Diaspora. He could read it in her hand's touch. No, maybe the rest of them could imagine such a thing, though how, when it had always been more their house than his? Maybe Alice could, or Sophie, or the girls, imagine some impossible imaginary destination, some place so far, but he could not. He remembered a cold night long ago, and a promise. The night they had first been in the same bed, he and Alice, bedclothes drawn up, lying together like a double S, when he saw that in order to go where she would go, and not be left behind, he would have to find within himself a child's will to believe that had never been much exercised in him, and was even then long in disuse. And he found himself no more ready to follow now than he had ever been. "Would you leave?" he asked. "I think," she said. "When?" "When I know where it is I'm supposed to go." She drew even closer to him, as though in apology. "Whenever that is." Silence. He felt her breath tickle his neck. "Not soon, maybe." She rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. "And maybe not leave. I mean leave. Maybe not ever." But that was just to placate him, he knew. He had, after all, never been more than a minor character in that destiny. He had always expected to be left in some sense behind. But that fate had been for so long in abeyance, causing him no grief, that, without ever quite forgetting it, he had chosen to ignore it, had even sometimes allowed himself to believe that he had made it, by his goodness and acquiescence and fidelity, go away. But he had not. Here it was, and as gently as she could, consonant with there being no mistake about it, Alice was telling him so. "Okay, okay," he said. "Okay." That was a code word between them, meaning I don't understand, but I have come to the limit of my strength to try to understand, and I trust you to this point anyway, and let's talk of something else. But okay, he said again, and this time meant a different thing by it, because he saw just then that there was one way, an impossible, unfollowable way, but the only way there was for him to fight this. Yes, fight. And that somehow he would have to find it. It was his damn house now, damn it, and he would have to keep it alive, that's all. For if it lived, if it could, then the tale couldn't end, could it? No one would have to leave. Maybe no one could leave. What did he know about it? If the house held together, if there was some way to halt its decline or reverse it. So he would have to do that. Strength alone wouldn't be enough. Not anyway his strength. Cunning would be needed. Some huge thought would have to be thought. Did he feel it down deep trying to be born, or was that just blind hope? And nerve would be necessary, and application, and tenacity like grim death's. But it was the way, the only way. Access of energy and resolve spun him in the bed, the tassel of his nightcap flying. "Okay, Alice, okay," he said again. He kissed her fiercely, his too, and then again firmly. And she laughed, embracing him, not knowing, he thought, that he had just resolved to spend his substance subverting her. And she kissed him back. How could it be, daily Alice wondered as they kissed, that to say such things as she had said to the husband she loved, on this darkest night of the year, made her not sad but glad, filled in fact with happy expectation. The end. To have the tale end meant to her to have it all forever, no part left out, complete and seamless at last. Certainly Smoky couldn't be left out, not as deeply woven into its stuff as he had become. It would be good, so good to have it all at last, start to finish, like some long, long piece of work that has been executed in dribs and drabs, in the hope and faith that the last nail, the last stitch, the last tug at the strings will make it all suddenly make sense. What a relief! It didn't quite, not yet. But now, in this winter, Alice could at last believe, with no reservations, that it would. They were that close. Or maybe, she said to Smoky, who paused in his attentions to her, maybe just beginning. Smoky groaned, shaking his head, and she laughed and clasped him to her. When there was no more talk from the bed, the girl, who had for some time been watching the bedclothes heave and listening to their words, turned to go. She had come in through the door, left open for the cats to go in and out, silently, on bare feet, and then stood in the shadows watching and listening, a small smile on her lips. Because a mountain range of quilts and coverlets rose between their heads and the room, Smoky and Alice hadn't seen her there, and the incurious cats, who had opened big eyes when she had entered, had returned to fitful sleep, only now and then regarding her through narrowed lids. She paused a moment now at the door, for the bed had begun to make noises again, but she couldn't make anything of these, mere low sounds, not words, and she slipped through the door and into the hall. There was no light there, but a faint snow light coming in through the casement at the hall's end, and slowly, like someone blind, she went with small silent steps, arms extended, past closed doors. She considered each dark blank door as she passed it, but shook her blonde head at each in turn, thinking, until, rounding a corner, she came to an arched one and smiled, and with her small hand turned its glass knob and pushed it open. Chapter 2. To remark the folly of the fiction, the absurdity of the conduct, the confusion of the names and manners of different times, and the impossibility of the events in any system of life, were to waste criticism upon unresisting imbecility, upon faults too evident for detection and too gross for aggravation. Johnson on Cymbeline. Sophie, too, had gone to bed early, and not to sleep. In her old figured bed jacket and a cardigan over that, she lay huddled close to the candle which stood on the bedside table, two of her fingers only allowed out from the bedclothes to hold open the pages of the second volume of an ancient 3-volume novel. When the candle began to gutter, she reached into the table's drawer, took out another, lit it from the first, pressed it down into the candlestick, sighed, and turned the page. She was far, far from the final weddings. Only now had the will been secreted in the old cabinet. The bishop's daughter thought of the ball. The door of Sophie's room opened, and a child came in. What a surprise! She wore only a blue dress, without sleeves or a belt. She came a step through the door, her hand still on its knob, smiling the smile of a child who has a terrific secret, a secret which he is not sure will amuse or annoy the grown-up she stands before. And for a time she only stood in the doorway, glowing faintly in the candlelight, her chin lowered, and her eyes raised to Sophie turned to stone on the bed. Then she said, "Hello, Sophie." She looked just as Sophie had imagined she would, at the age she would have been when Sophie had been unable to imagine her further. The candle flame shivered in the draught from the open door, which cast strange shadows over the child, and Sophie grew for a moment as afraid and struck with strangeness as she had ever in her life been. But this was no ghost. Sophie could tell that by the way the child, having come in, turned to push the heavy door closed behind her. No ghost would have done that. She came slowly toward the bed, hands clasped behind her, with her secret in her smile. She said to Sophie, "Can you guess my name?" That she spoke was for some reason harder for Sophie to take in than that she stood there, and Sophie for the first time knew what it was not to believe her ears. They told her that the child had spoken, but Sophie didn't believe it, and couldn't imagine answering. It would have been like speaking to some part of herself, some part that had suddenly and inexplicably become detached from her, and then turned to face her and question her. The child laughed a small laugh. She was enjoying this. "You don't," she said. "Do you want me to give you a hint?" A hint. Not a ghost and not a dream, for Sophie was awake. Not her daughter, certainly, for her daughter had been taken from her over 25 years ago, and this was a child. Yet for sure Sophie knew her name. She had raised her hands to her face, and between them now she said or whispered, "Lilac?" Lilac looked a little disappointed. "Yes," she said. "How did you know?" Sophie laughed or sobbed, or both at once. "Lilac," she said. Lilac laughed, and made to climb up on the bed with her mother, and Sophie perforce had to help her up. She took Lilac's arm, wondering, afraid that perhaps she would herself feel her own touch, and if she did, then what? But Lilac was flesh, cool flesh. It was a child's wrist her fingers circled. She drew up Lilac's real solid weight with her strength, and Lilac's knee pressed the bed and made it jounce, and every sense Sophie had was certain now that Lilac was here before her. "Well," Lilac said, brushing the golden hair from before her eyes with a quick gesture, "aren't you surprised?" She watched Sophie's stricken face. "Don't you say hello, or kiss me, or anything?" "Lilac," Sophie only said again. For there had been for many, many years one thought forbidden to Sophie, one unimaginable scene, this one, and she was unrehearsed. The moment and the child were just as she would have imagined them to be if she had allowed herself to imagine them at all, but she had not, and now she was unready and undone. "You say," Lilac said, indicating Sophie. It hadn't been easy memorizing all this, and it should come out right. "You say, 'Hello, Lilac, what a surprise, because you haven't seen me since I was a baby.' And then I say, 'I came a long way to tell you this and this,' and you listen But first, before that part, you say how much you missed me since I was stolen, and we hug." She flung open her arms, her face pretending to radiant, poignant joy to cue Sophie. And there was nothing then for Sophie to do but to open her arms too, no matter how slowly and tentatively, not fearful now, but only deeply shy before the impossibility of it, and take Lilac in them. "You say, 'What a surprise,'" Lilac reminded her, whispering close to her ear. Lilac's odor was of snow and self and earth. "What a surprise," Sophie began to say, but couldn't finish it, because tears of grief and wonderment flew up her throat behind the words, bringing with them all that Sophie had been denied, and had denied herself all these years. She wept, and Lilac, surprised herself now, thought to draw away, but Sophie held her, and so Lilac patted her back gently to comfort her. "Yes," she said to her mother, "yes, I came back. I came a long way, a long, long way." Walking from there. She may have come a long, long way. For sure she remembered that this was what she was to say. She remembered no long journey, though. Either she had awakened only after most of it had been sleep-walked away, or, in fact, it had really been quite short. "Sleep-walked?" Sophie asked. "I've been asleep," Lilac said, "for so long. I didn't know I'd sleep so long, longer than the bears, even. Oh, I've been asleep ever since the day I woke you up. Do you remember?" "No," Sophie said. "On a day," Lilac said, "I stole your sleep. I shouted, 'Wake up,' and pulled your hair." "Stole my sleep?" "Because I needed it. I'm sorry," she said gleefully. "That day," Sophie said, thinking how odd to be so old and full of things, and have your life inverted as a child's can be. "That day." And had she slept since then? "Since then," Lilac said. "Then I came here." "Here? From where?" "From there. From sleep. Anyway." She awoke, anyway, out of the longest dream in the world, forgetting all of it, or nearly all of it, as she did so, to find herself stepping along a dark road at evening, silent fields of snow on either side, and a still, cold pink and blue sky all around, and a task she'd been prepared for before she slept, and which her long sleep had not forgotten, ahead of her to do. All that was clear enough, and Lilac didn't wonder at it. Often enough in her growing up she'd found herself suddenly in strange circumstances, emerging from one enchantment into another like a child carried sleeping from a bed to a celebration, and waking, blinking, staring, but accepting it all because familiar hands hold him. So her feet fell one after the other, and she watched a crow, and climbed a hill, and saw the last spark of a red sun go out, and the pink of the sky deepen, and the snow turn blue. And only then, as she descended, did she wonder where she was, and how much further she had to go. There was a cottage at the bottom of the hill, amid dense small evergreens, from whose windows yellow lamplight shone out into the blue evening. When Lilac reached it, she pushed open the little white gate in its picket fence. A bell tinkled within the house as she did so, and started up the path. The head of a gnome, his high hat doubled by a hat of snow, looked out over the drifted lawn, as he had been doing for years and years. "The junipers," Sophie said. "What?" "It was the junipers," Sophie said. "Their cottage." There was an old, old woman there, the oldest, except for Mrs. Underhill and her daughters, Lilac had ever seen. She opened her door, held up a lamp, and said in a small old voice, "Friend or foe? Oh, my!" For she saw then that a nearly naked child, barefoot and hatless, stood before her on the path. Margaret Juniper did nothing foolish. She only opened the door so that Lilac could enter if she liked, and after a moment Lilac decided that she would, and went in and down the tiny hall across the scatter-rug and past the knick-knack shelf, long undusted, for Marge was afraid of breaking things with her old hands and couldn't any longer see the dust anyway, and through the arched doorway into the parlor, where a fire was lit in the stove. Marge followed with the lamp, but then at the doorway wasn't sure she wanted to enter. She watched the child sit down in the maple chair with broad paddle arms that had been Jeff's, and put her hands flat on the arms as though they pleased or amused her. Then she looked up at Marge. "Can you tell me," she said, "am I on the right road for Edgewood?" "Yes," Marge said, somehow not surprised to be asked this. "Oh," Lilac said, "I have to bring a message there." She held up her hands and feet to the stove, but didn't seem to be chilled through. And Marge didn't wonder at that either. "How far is it?" "Hours," Marge said. "Oh, how many?" "I never walked there," Marge said. "Oh, well, I'm a fast walker." She jumped up then and pointed inquiringly in a direction, and Marge shook her head no, and Lilac laughed and pointed in the opposite direction. Marge nodded yes. She stood aside for the child to pass her again, and followed her to the door. "Thank you," Lilac said, her hand on the door. Marge chose, from a bowl by the door of mixed dollar bills and candy with which she paid the boys who shoveled her walk and split her wood, a large chocolate, and offered it to Lilac, who took it with a smile, and then rose on tiptoe and kissed Marge's old cheek. Then she went out and down the path and turned toward Edgewood without looking back. Marge stood in the door watching her, filled with the odd sensation that it had been only for this tiny visit that she had lived her whole long life, that this cottage by the roadside, and this lamp in her hand, and the whole chain of events which had caused them to be, had always, and only had, this visit for their point. And Lilac, too, walking fast, remembered just then that of course she was to have visited that house, and said what she did say to the old woman there. It was the taste of the chocolate that reminded her, and that by next evening, an evening as still and blue as this one, or stiller, everyone in the pentacle of 5 towns around Edgewood would know that Marge Juniper had had a visitor. "But," Sophie said, "you can't have walked here since evening." "I walk fast," Lilac said, "or maybe I took a short cut." Whatever way she had taken had led her past a frozen lake and a lake island all glittering in starlight, where a little pillared gazebo stood up, or perhaps it was only snow shapes that suggested such a place, and through woods, waking a chickadee, and past a place, a sort of castle iced with snow. The summer house, Sophie said. A place she'd seen before, from above, in another season long ago. She came toward it through what had been the flower beds that bordered its lawn, gone wild now, and with only the tall dead stalks of hollyhock and mullein standing above the snow. There were the gray bones of a canvas sling chair in the yard. She thought, seeing them, wasn't there some message or some comfort she was to deliver here? She stood for a moment, looking at the derelict chair and the squat house where not a single footprint went through the snow up to the half-engulfed door, a summery screen door, and for the first time she shivered in the cold, but couldn't remember what the message was, or whom it had been for, if there really had been one at all, and so passed on. "Oberon," Sophie said. "No," Lilac said, "not Oberon." She walked through the graveyard, not knowing it to be such. The plot of ground where John Drinkwater had first been buried, and then others beside him or near him, some known to him and some not. Lilac wondered at the big carved stones placed at random here and there, like giant forgotten toys. She studied them a while, walking from one to another, and brushing off their caps of snow to look at sad angels, and deep incised letters, and granite finials, while beneath her feet, beneath the snow and black leaves and earth, stiff bones relaxed, and hollow chests would have sighed if they could have, and old attitudes of attention and expectancy, undissolved by death, were softened. And, as sleepers do when a troublesome dream passes, or a bothering noise, the crying of a cat or a lost child, ceases, those asleep there rested more deeply, and slept at last truly, as Lilac walked above them. "Violet," Sophie said, her tears flowing freely and painlessly now. "And John, and Harvey Cloud, and Great-Aunt Cloud, Daddy, and Violet's father, too, and Oberon." "And Oberon." "Yes, and Oberon. That Oberon." Standing above him, on the bosom of earth that lay on his bosom, Lilac felt clearer about her message and her purpose. It was all getting clearer, as though she continued to wake further all the time after waking. "Oh, yes," she said to herself. "Oh, yes." She turned to see, past black firs, the dark pile of the house with not a light showing, as snow-burdened as the firs, but unmistakable, and soon she found a path to there, and a door to go in by, and steps to go up, and glass-knobbed doors to choose from. "And then? And now," she said, kneeling on the bed before Sophie, "I have to tell you what, if I can remember it all." A Parliament. "I was right then," Sophie said. A third candle was burning down. Deep, cold midnight was in the room. "Only a few. 52, Lilac said, counting them all. "So few." "It's the war," Lilac said. "They've all gone, and the ones left are old, so old you can't imagine." "But why?" Sophie said. "Why, if they knew they must lose so many?" Lilac shrugged, looking away. It didn't seem part of her mission to explain, only to give news and a summons. She couldn't explain to Sophie either exactly what had become of her when she had been stolen, or how she had lived. When Sophie questioned her, she answered as all children do, with hasty references to strangers and events unknown to her hearer, expecting it all to be understood, to be as familiar to the grown-up as to the child. But Lilac was not as other children. "You know," she only said, impatiently, when Sophie questioned her, and returned to the news she had come to bring, that the war was to end, that there was to be a peace conference, a parliament, to which all who could come must come, to resolve this, and end the long, sad time. A parliament where all who came would meet face to face. Face to face. When Lilac said it to her, Sophie felt a hum in her head and a pause in her heartbeat, as though Lilac had announced to her her death, or something as final and unimagined. "So you must come," Lilac said. "You have to, because there are so few now. The war has to end. We have to make a treaty for everybody." "A treaty? Or they'll all be lost," Lilac said. "The winter might go on and never end. They could do that. They could. The last thing they could do." "Oh," Sophie said. "No. Oh, no." "It's in your hands," Lilac said, stately, minatory. And then, solemn message done, she threw her arms wide. "So all right," she said happily. "You'll come? All of you?" Sophie put her cold knuckles to her lips. Lilac smiling, alive and alight in the winter-dusty room. And this news. Sophie felt vacant, disappeared. If there were a ghost here, it was Sophie, and not her daughter. Her daughter. "But how," she said, "how are we to go there?" Lilac looked at her in dismay. "You don't know that?" she said. "Once I did," Sophie said, tears gathering again in her throat. "Once I thought I could find it. Once. Oh, why did you wait so long?" With a pang she saw, dead, buried within her, the possibilities that Lilac spoke of. Dead because Sophie had crushed all possibility that Lilac could ever sit here and speak them. She had lived long with terrible possibilities. Lilac dead, or utterly transformed, and had faced them. But Tacy and Lily's ancient prediction, though she had counted years and even studied the cards for a date, she had never allowed herself to believe. The effort had been huge, and had cost her terribly. She had lost in her effort not to imagine this moment all her childhood's certainties, all those commonplace impossibilities, had lost even, without quite noticing it, every vivid memory she had ever had of those daily impossibilities, of the sweet, unreasonable air of wonder she had once lived in. Thus she had protected herself. This moment hadn't been able to injure her, kill her, for it would have, in her imagining it. And so she had at least been able to go on from day to day, but too many thin and shadowed years had gone by now, too many. "I can't," she said. "I don't know the way." "You must," Lilac said simply. "I don't," Sophie said, shaking her head. "I don't, and even if I did, I'd be afraid." Afraid. That was the worst. Afraid to take steps away from this dark old house, as afraid as any ghost. "Too long," she said, wiping her wet nose on the sleeve of her cardigan. "Too long." "But the house is the door," Lilac said. "Everybody knows that. It's marked on all their maps." "It is?" "Yes." "So? And from here?" Lilac looked at her blankly. "Well," she said. "I'm sorry, Lilac," Sophie said. "I've had a sad life, you see." "Oh? Oh, I know," Lilac said, brightening. "Those cards. Where are they?" "There," Sophie said, pointing to where the box of different woods from the Crystal Palace lay on the night table. Lilac reached for them and pulled open the box. "Why did you have a sad life?" she asked, extracting the cards. "Why?" Sophie said. "Because you were stolen, partly. Mostly." "Oh, that. Well, that doesn't matter." "Doesn't matter?" Sophie laughed, weeping. "No, that was just the beginning." She was shuffling the big cards awkwardly in her small hands. "Didn't you know that?" No, I think I thought it was the end." "Oh, that's silly. If I hadn't been stolen, I couldn't have had my education. And if I hadn't had my education, I couldn't have brought this news now that it's really beginning. So that was all right, don't you see?" Sophie watched her shuffle the cards, dropping some and sticking them back in the deck, in a sort of parody of careful arrangement. She tried to imagine the life Lilac had led, and couldn't. "Did you," she asked, "ever miss me, Lilac?" Lilac shrugged one shoulder, busy. "There," she said, and gave the deck to Sophie. "Follow that." Sophie slowly took the cards from her, and just for a moment Lilac seemed to see her truly, for the first time since she had entered. "Sophie," she said, "don't be sad. It's all so much larger than you think." She put her hand over Sophie's. "Oh, there's a fountain there, or a waterfall, I forget, and you can wash there. Oh, it's so clear and icy cold, and oh, it's all so much bigger than you think." She climbed down from the bed. "You sleep now," she said. "I have to go." "Go where? I won't sleep, Lilac." "You will," Lilac said. "You can now, because I'm awake." "Oh?" She lay back slowly on the pillows Lilac plumped up behind her. "Because," Lilac said, with the secret in her smile again, "because I stole your sleep. But now I'm awake, and you can sleep." Sophie, exhausted, clasped the cards. "Where," she said, "will you go? It's dark and cold." Lilac shuddered, but she only said, "You sleep." She raised herself on tiptoe beside the tall bed, and brushing the pale curls from Sophie's cheek, kissed her lightly. "Sleep." She stepped noiselessly across the floor, opened the door, and with a glance back at her mother, went out into the still, cold hall. She closed the door behind her. Sophie lay staring at the blankness of the door. The third candle guttered out with a hiss and a pop. Still holding the cards, Sophie wiggled slowly down within the quilts and coverlets, thinking, or perhaps not thinking at all, but feeling certain, that Lilac had, in some regard, been lying to her. In some regard misleading her, at least. But in what regard? Sleep. In what regard? She was thinking, like a mental breathing. In what regard? She was breathing this when she knew, with a gasp of delight in her soul that almost woke her, that she was asleep. Not all over. Oberon, yawning, glanced first through the mail that Fred Savage had brought the night before from uptown. "Dear World Elsewhere," a lady with peacock green ink wrote, "I am writing now to ask you a question I have long pondered. I would like to know, if at all possible, where is that house where the McReynolds and the others live? I must say that it is very important to me personally to know this, its exact location. I wouldn't bother you by writing, except that I find it impossible to imagine. When they used to live at Shady Acres, way back when, well, I could imagine that easily enough, but I cannot imagine this other place they've ended up. Please give me some kind of hint. I can hardly think of anything else." She signed herself his hopefully, and added a postscript. "I sincerely promise not to bother anybody." Oberon glanced at the postmark, way out west, and tossed it in the woodbox. Now what the hell, he wondered, was he doing awake so early? Not to read mail. He glanced at Doc's old square-faced wristwatch on the mantelpiece. Oh yes, milking, all this week. He roughly pulled the covers of the bed in place, put a hand under the footboard, said, "Up we go," and magicked it into a mirror-fronted old wardrobe. The click of its locking into upright place he always found satisfying. He pulled on tall boots and a heavy sweater, looking out the window at a light snow falling. Yawning again, would George have coffee? Yours hopefully. He pushed his hat on his head and went out clumping, locking the folding bedroom's doors behind him, and making his way down the stairs, out the window, down the fire escape, into the hall, through the wall, and out onto the stairs that led down to the mouse kitchen. At the bottom he came on George. "You're not going to believe this," George said. Oberon stopped. George said nothing more. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. Oberon at once recognized the look, though he'd never before seen anyone who'd seen a ghost, or like a ghost himself, if ghosts can look stricken, overcome by conflicting emotions, and amazed out of their wits. "What?" he said. "You are not gonna believe this." He was in socks of great antiquity and a quilted boxer's dressing-gown. He took Oberon's hand and began to lead him down the hall toward the door of the kitchen. "What?" Oberon said again. The back of George's dressing-gown said it belonged to the Yonkers A.C. At the door, which stood ajar, George turned again to Oberon. "Now, just for God's sake," he whispered urgently, "don't say a word about, you know, that story I told you about, you know." He glanced at the open door. "About Lilac," he said, or rather did not say. He only moved his lips around the name silently, exaggeratedly, and winked a frightened, warning wink. Then he pushed open the door. "Look," he said. Look, as though Oberon were capable of not looking. "My kid." The child sat on the edge of the table, swinging her crossed bare legs back and forth. "Hello, Oberon," she said. "You got big." Oberon, feeling a feeling like crossed eyes in his soul, but looking steadily at the child, touched the place in his heart where his imaginary Lilac was kept. She was there. Then this was Lilac, he said. "My kid, Lilac," George said. "But how?" "Don't ask me how," George said. "It's a long story," Lilac said. "The longest story I know." "There's this meeting on," George said. "A parliament," Lilac said. "I came to tell you." "She came to tell us." "A parliament?" Oberon said. "What on earth?" "Listen, man," George said. "Don't ask me. I came down to brew a little coffee, and there's a knocking at the door." "But why," Oberon asked, "is she so young?" "You're asking me? So I peeked out, and here's this kid in the snow." "She should be a lot older." "She was asleep, or some damn thing. What do I know? So I opened the door." "This is all kind of hard to believe," Oberon said. Lilac had been looking from one to the other of them, hands clasped in her lap, smiling a smile of cheerful love for her father, and of sly complicity at Oberon. The two stopped talking then, and only looked at her. George came closer. The look he wore was an anxious, joyful wonderment, as though he'd just hatched Lilac himself. "Milk," he said, snapping his fingers. "How about a glass of milk? Kids like milk, right?" "I can't," Lilac said, laughing at his solicitude. "I can't here." But George was already bustling with a jelly jar and a canister of goat's milk from the refrigerator. "Sure," he said. "Milk." "Lilac," Oberon said, "where is it you want us to go?" "To where the meeting is," Lilac said. "The Parliament." "But where? Why? What?" "Oh, Oberon," Lilac said, impatient. "They'll explain all that when you get there. You just have to come." "They?" Lilac turned up her eyes in mock stupefaction. "Oh, come on," she said. "You just have to hurry, that's all, so as not to be late." "Nobody's going anywhere now," George said, putting the milk in Lilac's hands. She looked at it curiously and put it down. "Now you're back, and that's great. I don't know from where or how, but you're here and safe, and we're staying here." "Oh, but you must come," Lilac said, taking the sleeve of his dressing gown. "You have to. Otherwise—" "Otherwise?" George asked. "It won't come out right," Lilac said softly. "The tail," she said, even more softly. "Oh-ho," George said. "Oh-ho, the tail. Well." He stood before her, arms akimbo, nodding a skeptical nod, but lost for an answer. Oberon watched them, father and daughter, thinking, "It's not all over, then." That had been the thought he had begun to think as soon as he entered the old kitchen. Or rather, not to think, but to know by the rising of the hair on his nape, and the weird swarm of feeling, the feeling that his eyes were crossing, and yet seeing more clearly than before. Not all over. He had lived long in a small room, a folding bedroom, and had explored its every corner, had come to know it as he knew his own bowels, and had decided, this is all right, this will do. A sort of life can be lived here. Here's a chair by the fire, and a bed to sleep in, and a window to look out of. If it was constricted, that was made up for by how much simple sense it made. And now it was as though he had lowered the front of the mirrored wardrobe and found not a bed clothed in patched sheets and an old quilt, but a portal, a ship in full sail raising anchor, a windy dawn, and an avenue beneath tall trees disappearing far out of sight. He shut it up fearful. He'd had his adventure. He'd followed outlandish paths, and hadn't for no good reason given them up. He got up and clumped to the window in his rubber boots. Unmilked, the goats bewailed in their apartments. "No," he said, "I'm not going, Lilac." "But you haven't even heard the reasons," Lilac said. "I don't care." "The war, the peace," Lilac said. "Don't care." He'd stick. He wouldn't miss the whole world if it passed him by on the way there, and it probably would. Or perhaps he would miss it. But he'd rather that than take his life in his teeth and pass into that sea again, that sea desire, now that he'd escaped it and found a shore. Never. "Oberon," Lilac said softly, "Sylvie will be there." Never. Never, never, never. "Sylvie?" George said. "Sylvie," Lilac said. When there had been no further word from either of them for some time, Lilac said, "She told me to tell you." "She didn't," Oberon said, turning on her. "She didn't. It's a lie. No. I don't know why you want to fool us. I don't know why or for what you came. But you'll say anything, won't you? Won't you? Anything but the truth. Just like all of them, because it doesn't matter to you. No, no, you're just as bad as they are. I know it. Just as bad as that lilac that George blew up, that fake one. No different." "Oh, great," George said, casting his eyes upward. "That's just great." "Blew up?" Lilac said, looking at George. "It was not my fault," George said, rifling a furious look at Oberon. "So that's what happened to it," Lilac said thoughtfully. Then she laughed. "Oh, they were mad when the ashes drifted down. It was hundreds of years old, and the last one they had." She climbed down from the table, her blue skirt riding up. "I have to go now," she said, and started toward the door. "No," Oberon said. "Wait." "Go? No," George said, and took her arm.
"There's so much to do," Lilacs said, "and this is all settled here, so—"
"Oh," she said,
"I forgot. Your way is mostly in the forest, so it would be best if you had a guide, somebody who knows the woods and can help you along. Bring a coin for the ferryman. Dress warm. There are lots of doors, but some are quicker than others. Don't be too long, or you'll miss the banquet."
She was at the door, but rushed back to leap into George's arms. She circled his neck in her thin golden arms, kissed his lean cheeks, and scrambled down again.
"It's going to be so much fun,"
she said. She glanced once at them, smiling a smile of simple, sweet wickedness and pleasure, and was gone. They heard the pat of her bare feet on the old linoleum outside, but didn't hear the street door open or shut. George took from a leaning hat-rack his overalls and coat, pulled them on, and then his boots. He went to the door, but when he reached it he seemed to forget what he was about, or why he hurried. He looked around himself, found no clue, and went to sit at the table. Oberon slowly took the chair opposite him, and for a long time they sat silent, sometimes starting, but seeing nothing, while a certain light or meaning was subtracted from the room, returning it to ordinariness, turning it to a kitchen where porridge was made, and goat's milk drunk, and two bachelors sat rubber boot to rubber boot at the table, with chores still to be done. And a journey to go. That was left. "Okay," George said. "What?" He looked up, but Oberon hadn't spoken. "No," Oberon said. "She said," George said, but then couldn't exactly say what. Couldn't forget what she had said, but what with the goats bawling, what with the snow outside, what with his own heart emptying and filling, couldn't remember it either. "Sylvie," Oberon said. "A guide," George said, snapping his fingers. There were footsteps in the hall. "A guide," George said. "She said we'd need a guide." They both turned to look at the door, which just then opened. Fred Savage came in, wearing his rubber boots, and ready for his breakfast.
"Guide?" he said. "Somebody going someplace?"
Lady with the Alligator Purse.
"Is it her?"
Sophie asked. She pushed aside the window's drape further to look.
"It must be,"
Alice said. Not often enough now did headlights turn in at the stone gate posts for it to be very likely anyone else. The long, low car, black in the twilight, swept the house with its brilliant eyes as it bounced up the rutty drive. It pulled around in front of the porch. Its lights went out, but its impatient burble went on for a while. Then it fell silent.
"George?" Sophie asked.
"Oberon?"
"I don't see them. No one but her. Oh, dear." "All right," Alice said. "Her, at least." They turned away from the window to the expectant faces of those gathered in the double drawing-room. "She's here," Alice said. "We'll start soon." Ariel Hawksquill, after stilling the car's motor, sat for a moment listening to the new silence. Then she worked her way out of the seat's grasp. She took from the seat next to her an alligator shoulder bag, and stood in the slight drizzle that was falling. She breathed deeply of the evening air and thought, spring. For the second time she had driven north to Edgewood, this time over the ruts and potholes of a degenerated road system, and passing this time checkpoints where passes and visas had to be shown, a thing that would have been unthinkable 5 years before when she had to come here. She supposed that she had been followed, at least part way, but no tail could have kept up with her through the tangle of rainy roads that led from the highway to here. She came alone. The letter from Sophie had been odd but urgent. Urgent enough, she hoped, to justify sending it. Hawksquill had insisted her cousins never write to her at the capital. She knew her mail was scanned, and to justify a journey and a long absence from the government at a critical time. "Hello, Sophie," she said, when the two tall sisters came out on the porch. There was no welcoming light lit there. "Hello, Alice." "Hello," Alice said. "Where's Oberon? Where's George? We asked—" Hawksquill mounted the steps.
"I went to the address," she said, "and knocked a long time. The place looked abandoned." "It always does," Sophie said, "and no one answered. I thought I heard someone behind the door. I called their names. Someone with an accent called back that they had gone." "Gone?" Sophie said. "Gone away. I asked where, for how long, but no one answered. I didn't dare stay too long." "Didn't dare?" Alice said. "May we go in?" Hawksquill said. "It's a lovely night, but damp." Her cousins didn't know, and Hawksquill supposed couldn't really imagine the danger they might put themselves in by association with her. Deep desires reached out toward this house, not knowing of its existence, yet sniffing closer all the time. But there was no need, she hoped, to alarm them. There was no light in the hall but a dull candle, making the place shadowy and vast. Hawksquill followed her cousins down, around, up through the impossible insides of the house into a set of 2 big rooms where a fire burned, lights were lit, and many faces looked up interested and expectant at her arrival. "This is our cousin," Daily Alice said to them. "Long lost, sort of. Her name is Ariel. This is the family," she said to Ariel. "You know them, and some others." "So I guess everybody's here," she said. "Everybody who can come. I'll go get Smoky." Sophie went to a drum table where a brass green-glass-shaded lamp shone, and where the cards lay. Ariel Hawksquill felt her heart rise or sink to see them. Whatever other fates they held or did not hold, Hawksquill knew at that moment that hers was surely in them, was them. "Hello," she said, nodding briefly to the assembly. She took a straight-backed chair between a remarkably old and bright-eyed lady and 2 twin children, boy and girl, who shared an armchair. "And how," said Marge Juniper to her, "do you come to be a cousin?" "As nearly as I can tell," Hawksquill said, "I'm not really. The father of the Oberon who was Violet Drinkwater's son was my grandfather by a later marriage." "Oh," Marge said, "that side of the family." Hawksquill felt eyes on her, and gave a quick glance and a smile at the 2 children in the armchair, who were staring at her with uncertain curiosity. Rarely see strangers, Hawksquill supposed. But what Bud and Blossom was seeing, in the flesh, with wonder and a little trepidation, was that enigmatic and somewhat fearsome figure who, in a song they often sang, comes at the crux of the story, the lady with the alligator purse. Still unstolen. Alice climbed quickly up through the house, negotiating dark stairways with the skill of a blind man. "Smoky?" she called when she stood at the bottom of a narrow curl of steep stairs that led up into the orrery. No one answered, but a light burned up there. "Smoky?" She didn't like to go up. The small stairs, the small arched door, the cramped cold cupola stuffed with machinery gave her the willies. It wasn't designed to amuse someone as big as she was. "Everyone's here," she said. "We can start." She waited, hugging herself. The damp was palpable on this neglected floor, and brown stains spread over the wallpaper. Smoky said, "All right," but she heard no movement. "George and Oberon didn't come," she said. "They're gone." She waited more, and then, hearing neither noise of work nor preparations to come down, climbed up the stairs and put her head through the little door. Smoky sat on a small stool, like a petitioner or penitent before his idol, staring at the mechanism inside the black steel case. Alice felt somewhat shy, or intrusive into a privacy, seeing him there and it exposed. "Okay," Smoky said again, but when he rose, it was only to take a steel ball the size of a croquet ball from a rack of them in the back of the case. This he placed in the cup or hand of one of the extended jointed arms of the wheel which the case contained and sheltered. He let go, and the weight of the ball spun the arm downward. As it moved, the other jointed arms moved too. Another, clack, 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 extended itself to receive the next ball. "See how it works?" Smoky said sadly. "No," Alice said. "An overbalancing wheel," Smoky said. "These jointed arms, see, are held out stiff on this side because of the joints, but when they come around to this side, the joints fold up, and the arm lies along the wheel. So. This side of the wheel, where the arms stick out, will always be heavier, and will always fall down, that is, around. So when you put the ball in the cup, the wheel falls around, and that brings the next arm into place. And a ball falls into the cup of that arm, and bears it down and around, and so on. Oh. He was telling all this flatly, like an old story or a grammar lesson too often repeated. It occurred to Alice that he'd eaten no dinner. Then, he went on, the weight of the balls falling into the cups of the arms on this side carries the arms far enough up on this side so that they fold up, and the cup tips, and the ball rolls out. He turned the wheel by hand to demonstrate, and goes back into the rack, and rolls down, and falls into the cup of the arm that just extended itself over on this side, and that carries that arm around, and so it goes on endlessly. The slack arm did deposit its ball. The ball did roll into the arm that extended itself, clack, 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 out from the wheel. The arm was borne down to the bottom of the wheel's cycle. Then it stopped. "Amazing," Alice said mildly. Smoky, hands behind his back, looked glumly at the unmoving wheel. "It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life," he said. "Oh, this guy Cloud must have been just about the stupidest inventor or genius who ever—" He could think of no conclusion, and bowed his head. "It never worked, Alice. This thing couldn't turn anything. It's not going to work." She moved carefully among the tools and oily, disassembled works, and took his arm. "Smoky," she said, "everybody's downstairs. Ariel Hawksquill came." He looked at her and laughed, a frustrated laugh at a defeat absurdly complete. Then he grimaced and put his hand quickly to his chest. "Oh," Alice said, "you should have eaten." "It's better when I don't," Smoky said, "I think." "Come on," Alice said. "You'll figure this out, I bet. Maybe you can ask Ariel." She kissed his brow and went before him out the arched door and then down the steps, feeling released. "Alice," Smoky said to her, "is this it? Tonight, I mean. Is this it?" "Is this what?" "It is, isn't it?" he said. She said nothing while they went along the hall and down the stairs toward the second floor. She held Smoky's arm and thought of more than one thing to say. But at last there wasn't any point any longer in riddling. She knew too much, and so did he. She only said, "I guess. Close." Smoky's hand, pressed to his chest beneath his breastbone, began to tingle, and he said, "Uh-oh," and stopped. They were at the top of the stairs. Faintly below, he could see the drawing-room lights and hear voices. Then the voices went out in a hum of silence. Close. If it were close, then he had lost, for he was far behind. He had work to do he could not even conceive of, much less begin. He had lost. An enormous hollow seemed to open up in his chest, a hollow larger than himself. Pain gathered on its perimeter, and Smoky knew that after a moment, an endless moment, the pain would rush in and fill the hollow. But for that moment there was nothing but a terrible premonition and an incipient revelation, both vacant, contesting in his empty heart. The premonition was black, and the incipient revelation would be white. He stopped stock still, trying not to panic because he couldn't breathe. There was no air within the hollow for him to breathe. He could only experience the battle between premonition and revelation, and listen to the long, loud hum in his ears that seemed to be a voice saying, "Now you see, you didn't ask to see, and this is not the moment in which you would anyway have expected sight to come, here on this stair, in this dark, but now." And even then it was gone. His heart, with two slow, awful thuds like blows, began to pound fiercely and steadily as though in rage, and pain, familiar and releasing, filled him up. The contest was over. He could breathe the pain. In a moment he would breathe air. "Oh," he heard Alice saying, "oh, a bad one." He saw her pressing her own bosom in sympathy, and felt her grip on his left arm.
Yeah, wow, he said, finding voice. Oh, boy. Gone? Almost. Pain ran down the left arm she held, diminishing to a thread which continued down into his ring finger, on which there was no ring, but from which, it felt, a ring was being torn, pulled off, a ring worn so long that it couldn't be removed without severing nerve and tendon. Quit it, he said. And it did quit, or diminish further, anyway. Okay, he said. Okay. Oh, Smoky, Alice said. Okay? Gone, he said. He took steps downward toward the lights of the drawing room. Alice held him, supported him, but he wasn't weak. He wasn't even ill. Dr. Fish and Doc Drinkwater's old medical books agreed that what he suffered from wasn't a disease, but a condition, compatible with long life, even with otherwise good health. A condition, something to live with. Then why should it appear to be revelation? Revelation that never quite came, and couldn't be remembered afterwards. Yes, old Fish had said, premonition of death. That's a common feeling with angina, nothing to worry about. But was it of death? Would that be what the revelation was when it came, if it came? It hurt, Alice said. Well, Smoky said, laughing or panting, I think I would have preferred it not to happen, yes. Maybe that's the last, Alice said. She seemed to think of his attacks on the model of sneezes. One big last one might clear the system. Oh, I bet not, Smoky said mildly. I don't think we want the last one. No. They went down the stairs, holding each other, and then into the drawing room where the others waited. Here we are, said Alice. Here's Smoky. Hi, he said. Sophie looked up from her table, and his daughters from their knitting, and he saw his pain reflected in their faces. His finger still tingled, but he was whole. His long-worn ring was for a time yet unstolen. A condition, but like revelation. And did theirs, he wondered for the first time, hurt like his did? All right, Sophie said. We'll start. She looked around at the circle of faces which looked at her, Drinkwaters and Barnable's, birds, flowers, stones, and weeds, her cousins, neighbors, and relatives. The brightness of the brass lamp on the table made the rest of the room obscure to her, as though she sat by a campfire looking at the faces of animals in the surrounding dark, whom by her words she must charm into consciousness and into purpose. Well, she said, I had a visitor. Chapter 3. But how could you have expected to travel that path in thought alone? How expect to measure the moon by the fish? No, my neighbors, never think that path is a short one. You must have lions' hearts to go by that way. It is not short, and its seas are deep. You will walk it long in wonder, sometimes smiling, sometimes weeping. Attar, Parliament of the Birds. It had been easier than Sophie would have thought to assemble her relatives and neighbors here on this night, though it hadn't been easy to decide to assemble them, or to decide what to tell them. For an old silence was being broken, a silence so old that they at Edgewood did not even remember that it had been sworn to, a silence at the heart of many stories, broken into like a locked chest to which the key is lost. That had taken up the last months of winter. That, and getting the word out then to mud-bound farms and isolated cottages, to the capital and the city, and setting a date convenient to all. Is it far? They had almost all agreed, though, to come, oddly untaken aback when the word reached them. It had been almost as if they had long expected a summons like this, and so they had, though most of them didn't realize it until it had come. When Marge Juniper's young visitor passed through the pentacle of 5 towns which, once upon a time, Jeff Juniper had connected with a 5-pointed star to show Smoky Barnable the way to Edgewood, more than one of the sleeping householders had awakened, feeling someone or something go by, and a kind of expectant peace descend, a happy sense that all their lives would not end, as they had supposed, before an ancient promise was somehow fulfilled, or some great thing anyway come to pass. Only spring, they told themselves in the morning, only spring coming. The world is as it is, and not different, and contains no such surprises. But when Marge's story went from house to house, gathering details as it went, and there were guesses and supposings about that, and then they were unsurprised, surprised to be unsurprised, when they were summoned here. For it was with them, with all those families touched by August, taught by Oberon and then by Smoky, and visited by Sophie on her endless spinster's rounds, just as Great-aunt Nora Cloud supposed it would come to be with Drinkwaters and Barnabals. There had been, after all, a time, nearly 100 years ago, when their ancestors had settled here because they knew a tale, or its tellers. Some had been students, disciples even. They had been, people like the flowers had been, or had felt themselves to be, in on a secret, and many had been wealthy enough to do little but ponder it, amid the buttercups and milkweed of the farms they bought and neglected. And though hard times had reduced their descendants, turning many of them into artisans, into odd jobbers, pick-up truckers, hard-scrabble farmers, inextricably intermarried now with the dairymen and handymen whom their great-grandparents had hardly spoken to, still they had stories, stories told nowhere else in the world. They were in reduced circumstances, yes, and the world, they thought, had grown hard and old and desperately ordinary. But they were descended from a race of bards and heroes, and there had been once an age of gold, and the earth around them was all alive and densely populated, though the present times were too coarse to see it. They had all gone to sleep as children to those old stories, and later they courted with them and told them to their own children. The big house had always been their gossip. They could have surprised its inhabitants by how much they knew of it and its history. At table and by their fires they mused on these things, having not much other entertainment in these dark days, and, though altering them in their musing into very different things, they did not forget them. And when Sophie's summons came, surprised to be unsurprised, they put down their tools and put off their aprons, they bundled up their children and kicked up their old engines. They came to Edgewood, and heard about a lost child returned, and an urgent plea, and a journey to go on. "And so there's a door," Sophie said, touching one of the cards, the trump multiplicity, which lay before her, "and that's the house here. And," touching the next, "there's a dog who stands by the door." The silence was utter in the double drawing-room. "Further on," she said, "there's a river, or something like one." "Speak up, dear," Momdi said, who sat almost next to her. "No one will hear." "There's a river," Sophie said again, almost shouted. She blushed. In the darkness of her bedroom, with Lilac's certainty before her, it had all seemed not easy, no, but clear at least. The end was still clear to her, but it was the means that had to be considered now, and they weren't clear. "And a bridge to cross it by, or a ford, or a ferry, or any way, some way to cross it, and on the other side an old man to guide us who knows the way." "The way where?" someone behind her ventured timidly. Sophie thought it was a bird. "There," someone else said. "Aren't you listening?" "There where they are," Sophie said. "There where the Parliament's to be." "Oh," said the first voice. "Oh, I thought this was the Parliament." "No," Sophie said. "That's there." "Oh." Silence returned, and Sophie tried to think what else she knew. "Is it far, Sophie?" Marge Juniper asked. "Some of us can't go far." "I don't know," Sophie said. "I don't think it can be far. I remember sometimes it seemed far, and then sometimes near, but I don't think it could be too far. I mean too far to get to, but I don't know." They waited. Sophie looked down at her cards and shifted them. What if it was too far? Blossom said softly, "Is it beautiful? It must be beautiful." Bud beside her said, "No, dangerous and awful, with things to fight. It's a war. Isn't that so, Aunt Sophie?" Ariel Hawksquill glanced at the children and at Sophie. "Is it, Sophie?" she asked. "Is it a war?" Sophie looked up and held out empty hands. "I don't know," she said. "I think it's a war. That's what Lilacs said. It's what you said," she said to Ariel a little reproachfully. "I don't know. I don't know." She got up, turning around to see them all. "All I know is that we have to go. We have to help them. Because if we don't, there won't be any more of them. They're dying. I know it. Or going away so far, hiding so far that it's like dying, and because of us. And think what that would be if there weren't any more." They thought of that, or tried to, each coming to a different conclusion, or a different vision, or to none at all. "I don't know where it is," Sophie said, "or how it is we're to go there, or what we can do to help, or why it is that it's us that have to go. But I know we must. We have to try. I mean, it doesn't even matter if we want to or don't want to, really, don't you see? Because we wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for them. I know that's so. Not to go now, it's like being born and growing up and marrying and having children and then saying, 'Well, I've changed my mind. I'd rather not have,' when there wouldn't be a person there even to say he'd rather not have, unless he had already. Do you see? And it's the same with them. We couldn't refuse unless we were the ones who were meant to go, unless we were all going to go in the first place." She looked around at them all. Drinkwaters and Barnabals, birds, stones, flowers, weeds and wolves, Charles Wayne and Cherry Lake, Bud and Blossom, Ariel Hawksquill and Marge Juniper, Sunny Moon, ancient Phil Flowers and Phil's girls and boys, August's grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. She missed her Aunt Cloud very much, who could have said these things so simply and incontrovertibly. Daily Alice, chin in her hand, was only looking at her smiling. Alice's daughters were sewing calmly, as though all that Sophie had said were just as clear as water, though it had seemed nonsense to Sophie even as she had said it. Her mother nodded sagely, for perhaps she hadn't heard aright, and the faces of her cousins around her were wise and foolish, light and dark, changed or unchanged. "I've told you all I can," Sophie said helplessly. "All that Lilacs said, that there are 52, and that it's to be Midsummer Day, and that this is the door, as it always was, and the cards are a map, and what they say, as far as I can tell, about the dog and the river, and so on. So now we just have to think what next." They all did think, many of them not much used to the exercise. Many, though their hands were to their brows or their fingertips together, drifted away into surmise, wild or common, or sank into memory, gathered wool or knitted it, felt their pains, old or new, and thought what those might portend, this journey or a different one. Or they simply ruminated, chewing and tasting their own familiar natures, or counting over old fears or old advice, or remembering love or comfort. Or they did none of these things. "It might be easy," Sophie said wildly. "It could be, just a step. Or it might be hard. Maybe," she said, "yes, maybe it's not one way, not the same way for all. But there is a way, there must be. You have to think of it, each of you. You have to imagine it." They tried that, shifting in their seats and crossing their legs differently. They thought of north, of south, east, west. They thought of how they had come to be here anyway, guessing that if a path there could be seen, then perhaps its continuation would be clear. And in the silence of their thinking, they heard a sound none had heard yet this year. Peepers, suddenly speaking their one word. "Well," Sophie said, and sat. She pushed the cards together, as though their story were all told. "Anyway, we'll go step by step. We've got all spring. Then we'll just meet and see. I can't think what else." "But, Sophie," Tacy said, putting down her sewing, "if the house is the door, and Lily said, putting down hers. "If we're in it." "Then," Lucy said, "aren't we traveling anyway?" Sophie looked at them. What they had said made perfect sense, common sense, the way they said it. "I don't know," she said. "Sophie," Smoky said from where he stood by the door. He hadn't spoken since he'd come in, and the meeting had started. "Can I ask something?" "Sure," Sophie said. "How," Smoky said, "do we get back?" In her silence was his answer, the one he'd expected, the one thing everyone present had suspected about the place she spoke of. She bowed her head in the silence she had made, and no one broke it. They all heard her answer, and in it hidden the true question that was being put to them, which Sophie could not quite ask. They were all family anyway, Sophie thought, or if they came, they counted, and if they didn't, that's all. She opened her mouth to ask, "Will you come?" But their faces abashed her, so various, so familiar, and she couldn't frame it. "Well," she said. They had grown indistinct in the sparkling tears that came to her eyes. "That's all, I guess." Blossom jumped from her chair. "I know," she said. "We all have to take hands in a circle for strength, and all say, 'We will.'" She looked around her. "Okay?" There was some laughter, and some demurrers, and her mother drew her to her and said that maybe everyone didn't want to do that, but Blossom, taking her brother's hand, began to urge her cousins and aunts and uncles to come closer, to take hands, avoiding only the lady with the alligator purse. Then she decided that perhaps the circle would be stronger if they all crossed arms and took hands with opposite hands, which necessitated an even smaller circle, and when she got this linked in one place, it would break in another. "Nobody's listening," she complained to Sophie, who only gazed at her unhearing, thinking of what might become of her, of the brave ones, and unable to imagine. And just then Momdy stood up tottering, who hadn't heard the plan Blossom had urged, and said, "Well, there's coffee and tea and other things in the kitchen, and some sandwiches." And that broke the circle further. There was a scraping of chairs and a general movement. They went off kitchenwards, talking in low voices. Only pretending. "Coffee sounds good," Hawksquill said to the ancient lady beside her. "It does," Marge Juniper said, "only I'm not sure whether it's worth the trouble of going out for it. You know." "Will you allow me," Hawksquill said, "to bring you a cup?" "That's very kind," Marge said with relief. It had been quite a trouble to everyone getting her here, and she was glad to keep to the seat she'd been put in. "Good," Hawksquill said. She went after the others, but stopped at the table where Sophie, cheek in hand, stared down as in grief or wonder at the cards. "Sophie," she said. "What if it's too far?" Sophie said. She looked up at Hawksquill, a sudden fear in her eyes. "What if I'm wrong about it all?" "I don't think you could be," Hawksquill said, "in a way. As far as I understood what you meant, anyway. It's very odd, I know, but that's no reason to think it's wrong." She touched Sophie's shoulder. "In fact," she said, "I'd only say that perhaps it's not yet odd enough." "Lilac," Sophie said. "That," Hawksquill said, "was odd, yes." "Ariel," Sophie said, "won't you look at them? Maybe you could see something, some first step." "No," Hawksquill said, drawing back. "No, they're not for me to touch. No." In the figure Sophie had laid out, broken now, the fool did not show. "They're too great a thing now." "Oh, I don't know," Sophie said, spreading them idly around. It seems to me I've about got to the end of them, or what they have to tell. Maybe it's only me, but there doesn't seem to be any more in them." She rose and walked away from them. "Lilac said they were the guidebook," she said. "But I don't know. I think she was only pretending." "Pretending?" Hawksquill said, following her. "Just to keep our interest up," Sophie said. "Hope." Hawksquill glanced back at them. Like the circle Blossom had tried to make, they were linked strongly, even in disorder, by their opposite hands. The end of them.
She looked quickly away, and signaled reassuringly to the old woman who had sat by, who didn't seem to see. In fact, Marge Juniper didn't see her, but it wasn't fading eyesight or failing attention that blinded her. She was only absorbed in thinking, as Sophie had abjured them, how she might walk to that place, and what she might take with her: a pressed flower, a shawl embroidered with the same kind of flowers, a locket containing a curl of black hair, an acrostic valentine on which the letters of her name headed sentiments faded now to sepia and insincerity, and how she might husband her strength until the day she should set out. For she knew what place it was that Sophie spoke of. Lately Marge's memory had grown weak, which is to say that it no longer contained the past time on deposit there. It was not strong enough to keep shut up the moments, the mornings and evenings of her long life. Its seals broke, and her memories ran together mingling, indistinguishable from the present. Her memory had grown incontinent with age, and she knew very well what place it was she was to go to. It was the place where, 80-some years ago, or yesterday, August Drinkwater had run off to, and the place also where she had remained when he had gone. It was the place all young hopes go when they have become old and we no longer feel them. The place where beginnings go when endings have come, and then themselves passed. Midsummer Day, she thought, and made to count out the days and weeks remaining until them. But she forgot what season this was she counted from, and so gave it up. Where was she headed? In the dining-room Hawksquill came upon Smoky loitering in the corner, seeming lost in his own house, and at loose ends. "How," she said to him, "do you understand all this, Mr. Barnable?" He took a time to focus on her. "Oh, I don't understand it." He shrugged, not as though in apology, but as though it were a position he found himself taking, one side of a question. The other side had lots to be said for it, too. He looked away. "And how," she said then, seeing she ought not to pursue that further, "is your orrery coming? Have you got it working?" This, too, seemed to be the wrong question. He sighed. "Not working," he said. "All ready to go, only not working. What's the difficulty?" He thrust his hands in his pockets. "The difficulty is," he said, "that it's circular." "Well, so are the spheres," Hawksquill said, "or nearly." "I didn't mean that," Smoky said. "I mean that it depends on itself to go around. Depends on its going around to go around. You know, perpetual motion. It's a perpetual motion machine, believe it or not." "So are the spheres," Hawksquill said, "or nearly." "What I can't understand," Smoky said, growing more agitated as he contemplated this, and jingling the small objects he had in his pockets, screws, washers, coins, "is how someone like Henry Cloud, or Harvey either, could have come up with such a dumb idea. Perpetual motion. Everybody knows." He looked at Hawksquill. "How does yours work?" he said, by the way. "What makes it go around?" "Well," Hawksquill said, setting down the 2 coffee cups she carried on a sideboard, "not, I think, the way yours does. Mine shows a different heavens, after all, simpler in many ways." "Well, but how?" Smoky said. "Give me a hint." He smiled, and Hawksquill thought, seeing him, that he had not often done so lately. She wondered how he had come among this family in the first place. "I can tell you this," she said. "Whatever makes mine go around now, I have the definite impression that it was designed to go around by itself." "By itself?" Smoky said doubtfully. "It couldn't, though," Hawksquill said. "Perhaps because it's the wrong heavens, because it models the heavens that never did go by themselves, but were always moved by will, by angels, by gods. Mine are the old heavens, but yours are the Newtonian, self-propelling, once wound up, forever ticking type of heavens. Perhaps it does move by itself." Smoky stared at her. "There's a machine that looks like it's supposed to drive it," he said, "but it needs to be driven itself. It needs a push." "Well," Hawksquill said, "once properly set,
I mean, if it had the stars' motions, they'd be irresistible, wouldn't they? Forever. A strange light was dawning in Smoky's eyes, a light that looked like pain to Hawksquill. She should shut up. A little learning. If she hadn't felt Smoky to be effectively outside the scheme the rest of her cousins were proposing, which Hawksquill had no intention of furthering, she would not have added, "You may well have it backwards, Mr. Barnacle. Drive and driven. The stars have power to spare." She picked up her coffee cups, and when he reached out a hand to keep her, she showed them to him, nodded, and escaped. His next question would be one she couldn't answer without breaking old vows, but she wanted to have helped him. She felt for some reason the need of an ally here. Standing confused at a juncture of hallways, she had taken a wrong turning away from the dining room. She saw him hurrying away upstairs, and hoped she hadn't set him on fruitlessly. Now where was it she was headed? She looked around herself, turning this way and that, the coffee cooling in her hands. Somewhere there was a murmur of voices. A turning, a juncture where many ways could be seen at once. A vista. No memory mansion of her own was built more overlappingly, with more corridors, more places that were two places at once, more precise in its confusions, than this house. She felt it rise around her. John's dream, Violet's castle, tall and many-roomed. It took hold of her mind, as though it were in fact made of memory. She saw, and it swept her into a fearful clarity to see, that if this were her own mind's house, all her conclusions would now be coming out quite differently, quite differently. She had sat this night smiling among them, listening politely, as though she were attending someone else's religious service, mistaken for a member of the congregation, feeling at once embarrassed at their sincerity and aloof from emotion she was glad not to share, and perhaps just a little sad to be excluded. It looked like fun to understand things so simply. But the house had meanwhile been all around them, as it was all around her now, great, grave, certain, and impatient. The house said it was not so at all. The house said, and Hawksquill knew how to hear houses speak. It was her chief skill and great art. She only wondered how she had been deaf to this huge voice so long. The house said that it was not they, not Drinkwaters and Barnable's and the rest, who had understood things too simply. She had thought that the great cards they played with had come to them by chance, a grail stashed amusingly with the daily drinking cups, an historical accident. But the house didn't believe in accidents. The house said she had been mistaken again, and this time for the last time. As though while sitting aloof in some humble church, among ordinary parishioners who sang corny hymns, she had witnessed some concrete and terrible miracle or grace. She trembled in denial and fear. She could not have been so horribly mistaken. Reason couldn't bear it. It would turn dream and shatter, and in its shattering she would awake into some world, somehow so strange, so new. She heard Daily Alice call to her from an unexpected direction. She heard the coffee cups she still held rattling faintly in their saucers. She composed herself, took courage, and pulled herself out of the tangle of the imaginary drawing-room where she had got stuck. "You'll stay the night, won't you, Ariel?" Alice said. "The imaginary bedroom's made up, and—" "No," Hawksquill said. She delivered Marge's coffee to her where she still sat. The old woman took it abstractedly, and it seemed to Hawksquill that she wept, or had been weeping, though perhaps it was only the watering of aged eyes. "No, it's very kind of you, but I must leave. I have to meet a train north of here. I should be on it now, but I managed to get away to here first." "Well, couldn't you—" "No," Hawksquill said. "It's a presidential train. Waiting on princes, you know. He's taking one of his tours. I don't know why he bothers. He's either shot at or ignored. Still—" The guests were leaving, pulling on heavy coats and ear-flap hats. Many stopped to talk with Sophie. Hawksquill saw that one of these, an old man, wept too as he talked, and that Sophie embraced him. "They'll all go, then?" she asked Alice. "I think," Alice said. "Mostly. We'll see, won't we?" Her eyes on Hawksquill, so clear and brown, so full of serene complicity, made Hawksquill look away, afraid that she too would stutter and weep. "My bag," she said. "I'll get it, then I must go, must." The drawing-rooms where they had all met were empty now, except for the dim figure of the old woman drinking her coffee in tiny sips like a clockwork figure. Hawksquill took up her purse. Then she saw that the cards still lay spread out beneath the lamp. The end of their story, but not of hers, not if she could help it. She glanced up quickly. She could hear Alice and Sophie saying goodbye to guests at the front door. Marge's eyes were closed. Almost without thinking, she turned her back to Marge, snapped open the purse, and swept the cards into it. They burned the fingertips that touched them like ice. She snapped the purse shut and turned to leave. She saw Alice standing in the drawing-room door, looking at her. "Goodbye, then," Hawksquill said briskly, her icy heart thudding, feeling as helpless as a naughty child in a grown-up's grip who's yet unable to quit his tantrum. "Goodbye," Alice said, standing aside to let her pass. "Good luck with the president. We'll see you soon." Hawksquill didn't look at her, knowing that she would read her crime in Alice's eyes, and more, too, that she wanted even less to see. There was an escape from this. There had to be. If wit couldn't find it, power must make it. And it was too late now for her to think of anything but escape. Too simple to say. Daily Alice and Sophie watched from the front door as Hawksquill climbed quickly, as though pursued, into her car and gunned the motor. The car leapt forward like a steed and arrowed out between the stone gate-posts and into the night and fog. "Late for her train," Alice said. "Do you think she'll come, though?" Sophie said. "Oh," Alice said, "she will. She will." They turned away from the night and shut the door. "But Oberon," Sophie said, "Oberon and George—" "It's okay, Sophie," Alice said. "But Sophie," Alice said, "will you come sit up with me a while? I'm not going to sleep." Alice's face was calm, and she smiled. But Sophie heard an appeal, even something like a fear. She said, "Sure, Alice." "How about the library?" Alice said. "Nobody will go in there." "Okay." She followed Alice into the great dark room. Alice lit a single lamp with a kitchen match and turned it low. Out the windows the fog seemed to contain dull lights, but nothing else could be seen. "Alice?" she said. Alice seemed to wake from thought and faced her sister. "Alice, did you know all what I was going to say tonight?" "Oh, most of it, I guess." "Did you? How long ago?" "I don't know. In a way," she said, sitting slowly on one end of the long leather Chesterfield, "in a way I think I always knew it, and it just kept getting clearer, except when it got darker, when things didn't seem to be going as you thought they would, or even the opposite, times when it all seemed taken away." Sophie turned away, though her sister had spoken only with a deep thoughtfulness, and in no way in reproach. She knew what times it was that Alice spoke of, and grieved that she had, even for a day, for an hour, deflected her certainties, and all so long ago. "Afterwards, though," Alice said, "when things seemed, to make sense again, they made an even bigger sense. And it seemed funny that you could ever have thought it wasn't all right, that you could have been fooled. Isn't that right? Wasn't it like that?" "I don't know," Sophie said. "Come sit," Alice said. "Wasn't it like that with you?" "No." She sat by Alice, and Alice pulled a multicolored afghan, Tacy's work, over the two of them. It was cold in the fireless room. "I think it just kept making less sense ever since I was little." So hard to speak of it, after so many years of silence. Once, years ago, they had chatted about it endlessly, not making sense, and not caring to, mixing it with their dreams and with the games they played, knowing so surely how to understand it, because they made no distinction between it and their desires for comfort, for adventure, for wonder. Very suddenly she was visited with a memory, as vivid and as whole as though present, of her and Alice naked, and their Uncle Oberon at the place on the edge of the woods. For so long had her memory of those things come to be, in effect, replaced by Oberon's photographs that recorded them, beautiful, pale, and still, that to have one return in all its fullness took her breath away. Heat and certainty and wonder in the deep, real summer of childhood. "Oh, why," she said, "why couldn't we have just gone then, when we knew? When it would have been so easy." Alice took her hand under the comforter. "We could have," she said. "We could have gone any time. When we did go is the tale." She added after a time, "But it won't be easy." Her words alerted Sophie, and she took her sister's hand more tightly. "Sophie," Alice said, "you said Midsummer Day." "Yes." "But—" "All right," Alice said, "only I have to go sooner." Sophie raised her head from the sofa, not relinquishing her sister's hand, and afraid. "What?" she said. "I," Alice said, "have to go sooner." She glanced at Sophie, and then away, a glance Sophie knew meant that Alice was telling her now a thing she had long known about, and had kept a secret. "When?" Sophie said, or whispered. "Now," Alice said. "No," Sophie said. "Tonight," Alice said, "or this morning. That's why I wanted you to sit with me, because—" "But why?" Sophie said. "I can't say, Sophie." "No, Alice, no, but—" "It's okay, Soph," Alice said, smiling at her sister's bafflement. "We're all to go, all of us. Only I have to go sooner, that's all." Sophie stared at her, a very strange thought invading her wide eyes and open mouth and hollowed heart, strange because she had heard Lilacs say it, and had read it in the cards, and then spoken of it to all her cousins, but had only now come to truly think it. "We are going, then," she said. Alice nodded, a tiny nod. "It's all true," Sophie said. Her sister, calm or at least not shaken, ready or seeming to be, grew huge before Sophie's eyes. "All true. Yes. Oh, Alice." Alice, grown so great before her, frightened her. "Oh, but Alice, don't. Wait. Don't go now. Not so soon." "I have to," Alice said. "But then I'll be left, and everybody." She threw off the comforter and stood to plead. "No, don't go without me. Wait." "I have to, Sophie, because—" "Oh, I can't say it. It's too strange to say, or too simple. I have to go because if I don't, there won't be any place to go to, for you and everybody." "I don't understand," Sophie said. Alice laughed, a small laugh like a sob. "I don't either, yet. But soon." "But all alone," Sophie said. "How can you?" Alice said nothing to that, and Sophie bit her lip that she'd said it. Brave. A huge love, a love like deepest pity, filled her up, and she took Alice's hand again. She sat again beside her. Somewhere in the house a clock rang a small morning hour, and the bells stabbed one by one through Sophie. "Are you afraid?" she said, unable not to. "Just sit with me a while," Alice said. "It's not long till dawn." Far above them, then, there were footsteps, quick ones, heavy. They both looked up. The steps went overhead down a hall, and then came rapidly and noisily down the stairs. Alice squeezed Sophie's hand in a way that Sophie understood, though what she understood Alice to be telling her by it shocked her more deeply than anything her sister had so far said. Smoky opened the door of the library, and gave a start seeing the two women on the sofa. "Hey, still up?" he said. His breath was labored. Sophie was sure he would read her stricken face, but he didn't seem to. He went to the lamp, picked it up, and began going around the library, peering at the dark burdened shelves. "You wouldn't happen to know," he said, "whereabouts the ephemeris might be." "The what?" Alice said. "Ephemeris," he said, pulling out a book, pushing it back. "The big red book that gives the positions of the planets, for every date, you know." "You used to look at it when we were stargazing?" "Right." He turned to them. He was still faintly panting, and seemed in the grip of a fierce excitement. "No guesses?" He held aloft the lamp. "You're not going to believe this," he said. "I don't yet, but it's the only thing that makes sense, the only thing crazy enough to make sense." He waited for them to question him, and at last Alice said, "What?" "The orrery," he said. "It'll work." "Oh," Alice said. "Not only that, not only that," he said in astonished triumph. "I think it'll do work. I think it was meant to. It was so simple, I never thought of it. Can you imagine if that's so? Alice, the house will be all right. If that thing will turn, it'll turn belts, it'll turn generators, lights, heat." The lamp he held showed them his face, transformed, and seeming so close to some dangerous limit that it made Sophie shrink. She supposed that he couldn't see the two of them well. She glanced at Alice, who still tightly held her hand, and thought that Alice's eyes might fill with tears if they could, but that they could not, that somehow they never would again. "That's nice," Alice said. "Nice?" Smoky said, resuming his search. "You think I'm crazy. I think I'm crazy. But I think just maybe Harvey Cloud wasn't crazy. Maybe." He pulled a thick book from under others, which fell noisily to the floor. "This is it, this is it, this is it," he said, and without looking back at them, he made to leave. "The lamp, Smoky," Alice said. "Oh, sorry." He had been carrying it off absently. He put it down on the table and smiled at them, so infinitely pleased that they couldn't not smile back. He left almost at a run, the thick book under his arm. Another country. The two women sat without speaking for some time after he had gone. Then Sophie said, "You won't tell him?" "No," Alice said. She began to say something further, a reason perhaps, but then didn't, and Sophie dared say nothing more. "Anyway," Alice said, "I won't be gone, not really. I mean, I'll be gone, but still I'll be here. Always." She thought that was true. She thought, looking up at the dark ceiling and the tall windows, at the house around her, that what called to her, calling from the very heart of things, called to her as much from here as from any other place, and that the feeling she felt was not loss. It was only that sometimes she mistook it for loss. "But Sophie," she said, and her voice had grown rough, "Sophie, you have to take care of him. Watch out for him." "How, Alice?" "I don't know, but, well, you must. I mean it, Soph. Do that for me." "I will," Sophie said. "But I'm not much good at that, you know, watching out and taking care." "It won't be long," Alice said. That, too, she was sure of, or believed or hoped she was sure of. She tried, searching in herself, to find that certainty, to find the calm delight, the gratitude, the exhilaration she had felt when she had begun to understand what conclusion it was all to have, the half-scared, half-puissant sense that she had lived her whole life as a chick inside an egg, and then got too big for it, and then found a way to begin to break it, and then had broken it, and was now about to come forth into some huge, airy world she could have had no inkling of, yet bearing wings to live in it with, that was still untried. She was sure that what she knew now, they would all come to know, and other things still more wonderful, and more wonderful yet. But in the cold old room at the dark end of night, she couldn't quite feel it alive within her. She thought of Smoky. She was afraid as if— "Sophie," she said softly, "do you think it's death?" Sophie had fallen asleep, her head resting against Alice's shoulder. She said. "Do you think that dying is what it really is?" "I don't know," Sophie said. She felt Alice trembling beside her. "I don't think so, but I don't know." "I don't think so either," Alice said. Sophie said nothing. "If it is, though," Alice said, "it isn't what I thought." "You mean dying isn't, or that place?" "Either." She pulled the Afghan more closely around them. "Smoky told me once about this place in India or China where ages ago when somebody got the death sentence they used to give him this drug, like a sleeping drug, only it's a poison, but very slow acting. And the person falls asleep first, deep asleep, and has these very vivid dreams. He dreams a long time. He forgets he's dreaming even. He dreams for days. He dreams that he's on a journey, or that some such thing has happened to him. And then, somewhere along, the drug is so gentle, and he's so fast asleep that he never notices when he dies. But he doesn't know it. The dream changes, maybe, but he doesn't even know it's a dream, so he just goes on. He only thinks it's another country." "That's spooky," Sophie said. Smoky said he didn't think it was so, though. "No," Sophie said, "I bet not. He said if the drug was always supposed to be fatal in the end, how would anybody know that's what its effect was?" "Oh." "I was thinking," Alice said, "that maybe this is like that." "Oh, Alice, how awful, no." But Alice had meant nothing awful. It seemed to her no dreadful issue, if you were condemned to death, to make out of death a country. That was the similarity she saw, for she had perceived what none of the others had, and Sophie only dimly and backwardly, that the place they had been invited to was no place. She had perceived in her own growing larger that there was no place there distinct from those who lived in it. The fewer of them, the smaller their country. And if there were now to be a migration to that land, each emigrant would have to make the place he traveled to, make it out of himself. It was what she, pioneer, would have to do. Make out of her own death, or what just now seemed like her death, a land for the rest of them to travel to. She would have to grow large enough to contain the whole world, or the whole great world turn out to be small enough, after all, to fit within the compass of her bosom. Smoky for sure wouldn't believe in that either. He'd find it hard anyway. She thought then that he had found the whole thing hard, that however patient he had grown, however well he had learned to live with it, he had never, and would never find it easy. Would he come? More than anything else, she wanted to be sure of that. Could he? She was sure of so many things, but not sure of that. Long ago she had seen that the very thing that had earned Smoky for her might be the cause of her losing him, that is, her place in this tale. And there it still was, the bargain held. She felt him even now to be at the end of a long and fragile cord that might part if she tugged it, or slip from her fingers, or from his, and she would leave now without farewell, lest it be for good. Oh, Smoky, she thought. Oh, death. And for a long time thought nothing else, only wishing, without making the wish, that this issue were not the issue it must have, the only issue it could have or ever had. "You will watch out for him," she whispered. "Sophie, you have to see that he comes. You have to." But Sophie was asleep again, the Afghan drawn up to her chin. Alice looked around herself as though waking. The windows were blue. Night was passing. Like someone coming to consciousness with the cessation of pain, she gathered around herself the world, the dawn, and her future. She stood then, easing herself away from her sleeping sister. Sophie dreamed that she did so, and partly woke to say, "I'm ready, I'll come," and then other words that made no sense. She sighed, and Alice tucked the Afghan around her. Above her there were footsteps again, coming downward. Alice kissed her sister's brow and blew out the dim lamp. Blue dawn filled the room when the yellow flame was gone. It was later than she had thought. She went out into the hall. Smoky came running down to the landing on the stairs above her. "Alice," he said. "Yes, hush," she said. "You'll wake everybody. Alice, it works."
He gripped the mule at the stairs turning, as though he might fall. "It works. You have to come see." "Oh?" Alice said. "Alice, Alice, come see. It's all right now. It's all right. It works. It goes around. Listen." And he pointed upward. Far, far off, barely discernible amid the dawn noises of peepers and first birds, there was a steady metallic clacking, like the ticking of a vast clock, a clock inside which the house itself was contained. "All right?" Alice said. "It's all right. We don't have to leave." He paused again to listen, rapt. "The house won't fall apart. There'll be light and heat. We don't have to go anywhere." She only looked up from the bottom of the stair. "Isn't that great?" he said. "Great," she said. "Come see," he said, already turning back up the stairs. "Okay," she said. "I'll come in a minute." "Hurry," he said, and started upwards. "Smoky, don't run," she said. She heard his climbing footsteps recede. She went to the hall mirror, and from a peg beside it took her heavy cloak and threw it around her. She glanced once at the figure in the mirror, who looked aged in the dawn light, and went to the great front door with its oval glass, and opened it. The morning was huge, and went on in all directions before her, and blew coldly past her into the house. She stood a long time in the open doorway, thinking, one step, which will seem to be a step away, but which will not be. One step into the rainbow, a step she had long ago taken, and which could not be untaken. Every other step was only further. She took one step. Out on the lawn, amid the rags of mist, a little dog ran toward her, leaping and barking excitedly. Chapter 4. Itor in antiquum silvam, stabila ulta ferrerum. Aeneid, Book 6. While daily Alice thought, and Sophie watched and slept, while Ariel Hawksquill flew along foggy country roads to meet a train at a northern station, Oberon and George Mouse sat close to a small fire, wondering what place it was that Fred Savage had led them to, and unable to remember in any clear way just how they had got there. Storm of difference. They'd started off some time ago, it seemed to them. They'd begun by making preparations, going through George's old trunks and bureaus, outfitting themselves, though since they had had not much idea at all of what dangers or difficulties they would meet, this had been haphazard. George found and tossed out sweaters, flaxseed knapsacks, knitted caps, galoshes. "Say," Fred said, tugging a cap over his wild hair, "long time since I wore one of these here." "What good is all this, though?" Oberon said, standing aside, hands in his pockets. "Well, listen," George said. "Better safe than sorry. Forewarned is forearmed." "You'd about need to be forearmed," said Fred, holding up an immense poncho, "for this ear to do you much good." "This is stupid," Oberon said. "I mean—" Okay, George said angrily, flourishing a large pistol he had just then found in the trunk. "Okay, you decide, Mr. Know-it-all. Just don't say I didn't warn you." He thrust the gun in his belt, then changed his mind and tossed it back. "Hey, how about this?" It was a 20-bladed jackknife with 1,000 uses. God, I haven't seen this in years. "Nice," Fred said, levering out the corkscrew with a yellow thumbnail. "Very nice. And handy." Oberon went on watching, hands in pockets, but made no further objection. After a moment he no longer watched. Ever since Lilacs' appearance at Old Law Farm, he had had immense difficulty in remaining for any length of time in the world. He seemed only to enter and leave particular scenes, which had no connection with each other, like the rooms of a house whose plan he couldn't fathom, or didn't care to try to fathom. He supposed sometimes that he was going mad, but though the thought seemed reasonable enough, and an explanation of sorts, it left him oddly unmoved. For sure, an enormous difference had suddenly come over the nature of things, but just what that difference was, he couldn't put his finger on. Or rather, any individual thing he did put his finger on, a street, an apple, any thought, any memory, seemed no different, seemed to be now just what it had always been,
and yet the difference remained. Same difference, George often said, about two things that were more or less alike. But for Oberon, the phrase had come to designate his sense of one thing that had somehow become, and was probably now for good, more or less different. Same difference. Probably, though, he didn't know, but it seemed likely, this difference hadn't come about suddenly at all. It was only that he had suddenly come to notice it, to inhabit it. It had dawned on him is all. It had grown clear to him, like breaking weather. And he foresaw a time, with only a faint shudder of apprehension, when he would no longer notice the difference, or remember that things had ever been, or rather not been, different. And after that, a time when storms of difference would succeed one another as they liked, and he would never notice. Already he found himself forgetting that something like an occluded front seemed to have swept over his memories of Sylvie, which he had thought as hard and changeless as anything he owned, but which, when he touched them, now seemed to have turned to autumn leaves like fairy gold, turned to wet earth, staghorn, snail shells, fawn's feet. "What?" he said. "Put this on," George said, and gave him a sheath knife on whose sheath, dimly printed in gold, were the words "Au Sable Chasm," which meant nothing to Oberon. But he looped it through his belt, not able to think just then why he might rather not. Certainly this drifting in and out of what seemed to be chapters of fiction with blank pages in between had helped out with a hard task he had had to do, wrapping up, as he had thought he would never need to, the tale told on a world elsewhere. To wrap up a tale whose wrapping up was in the very nature of it not conceivable, hard. And yet he had only had to sit before the nearly shot typewriter, so much had it suffered, for concluding chapters to begin to unfold as clearly, as cleverly, as impossibly as an endless chain of colored scarves from the empty fist of a magician. How does a tale end that was only a promise of no ending? In the same way as a difference comes to inhabit a world that is otherwise the same in all respects. In the same way that a picture which shows a complex urn alters, as you stare at it, to two faces contemplating each other. He fulfilled the promise that it wouldn't end. And that was the end. That's all. Just how he had done it, just what scenes he stabbed out on the 26 alphabetical buttons and their associates, what words were said, what deaths came to pass, what births, he couldn't remember afterwards. They were the dreams of a man who dreams he dreams, imaginary imagination, insubstantialities set up in a world itself gone insubstantial. Whether they would be produced at all, and what effect they would have out there if they were, what spell they might cast or break, he couldn't imagine. He only sent Fred off with the once unimaginable last pages, and thought, laughing, of that schoolboy device he had once used, that last line that every schoolboy had once used to complete some wild, self-indulgent fantasy otherwise uncompletable. Then he woke up. The phrases of his fugue with the world touched each other. The three of them, he, George, and Fred, stood booted and armed before the maw of a subway entrance, a cold spring day like a messy bed where the world still slept. "Uptown? Downtown?" George asked. "Watch your step." Oberon had suggested other doors, or what had seemed to him might be doors, a pavilion in a locked park to which he had the key, an uptown building that had been Sylvie's last destination as a winged messenger, a barrel vault deep beneath the terminus, nexus of 4 corridors. But Fred was leading this expedition. "A ferry," he said. "Now, if we's to take a ferry, we surely will cross a river. So now, not countin' the Bronx and the Harlem, not countin' no Kills and no Spite and Dibble, which is really the ocean, not going so far north as the Sawmill, and settin' aside the East and the Hudson, which got bridges, you still got a mess more of rivers to consider, you understand. Only here's the thing. They runnin' underground now, all unseen, covered up with streets and folks' houses and plays of business. shooting through sewer pipes and pressed down to trickles and rivulets and like that. Stopped up, drove down deep into the rock where they turn into seep and what you call your groundwater. Still there, though, you see. So we gots to first find the river to cross, and then we gots to cross it next, and if the most of 'em is underground is where we gots to go. Okay, George said. Okay, Oberon said. Watch your step, Fred said. They went down, stepping carefully as though in an unfamiliar place, though all of them were familiar with it. It was only the train, with its caves and dens, its mad signs pointing in contradictory directions, no help for the lost, and its seep of inky water and far-off borborygmic rumbles. Oberon stopped, halfway down the stairs. Wait a sec, he said. Wait. What's the matter? George said, looking quickly around. This is crazy, Oberon said. This can't be right. Fred had gone ahead, had rounded the corner, waving them on. George stood between, looking after Fred and up at Oberon. Let's go, George said. This would be hard, very hard, Oberon thought, following reluctantly. Far harder to yield to than to the blank passages and discomfitures of his old drunkenness. And yet the skills he had learned in that long binge, how to yield up control, how to ignore shame and make a spectacle of himself, how not to question circumstances, or at least not be surprised when no answers to questions could be found. Those skills were all he had now, all the gear he could bring to this expedition. Even with them, he doubted he would get to the end. Without them, he thought, he would not have been able to start off. Okay, wait, he said, turning after the others into deeper places. Hold on. And what if he had been put through that awful time, basic training, only so that now, snowblind, sunstruck, he could live through this storm of difference, make his way through this dark wood? No, it was Sylvie who had set him on that path, or rather Sylvie's absence. Sylvie's absence. And what if Sylvie's absence, what if her presence in his life in the first place, God, what if her very love and beauty had been plotted from the beginning to make him a drunk, to teach him those skills, to train him in pathfinding, to immure him at Old Law Farm for years, to wait for news without knowing he waited, to wait for Lilac to come with promises or lies to stir his heart's ashes into flame again, and all for some purpose of their own, which had nothing to do with him, or with Sylvie either. All right. Supposing there was to be this Parliament. Supposing that that wasn't just lies as well, and that he would come somehow face to face with them. He had some questions to ask, and some good answers to get. Come to that, let him only find Sylvie, and he had some tough questions he could put to her about her part in all this, some damn tough questions. Only let him find her. Even as he thought this, he saw leaping from the last stair of a rachitic escalator, down there, a blonde girl in a blue dress, bright in the brown darkness. He looked back once, and seeing that they saw her, turned around a stanchion where a notice was posted, "Hold on to your hats." "I think this is the way," George called. A train roared through just at that moment as they were gathering to run downward. The wind of its passage snatched at their hats, but their hands were quicker. "Right," George said, hand on his hat, shouting over the train's enfilade. "Yup," Fred said, holding his. "I was about to say—" They went down. Oberon followed. Promises or lies, he had no choice. And for sure they had known that all along, too, for had it not been they who had at first thus cursed him? He sensed with a terrible clarity all the circumstances of his life, not excepting this foul underground now, and these stairs down, take hands in a chain one after another, not one left out. They linked up, they unmasked, they seized him by the throat, they shook him till he woke up. Fred Savage was returning from the woods with a bundle of sticks to feed the fire. "Mess of folks out there," he said with satisfaction as he stuck sticks into the embers. "Mess of folks." "Oh, yeah?" George said with some alarm. "Wild animals?" Could be, Fred said. His white teeth shone. In watch cap and poncho he looked ancient, a shapeless hump, like a wise old stump-water toad. George and Oberon hunched a little closer to the feeble flames and pricked up their ears and looked around them into the complex darkness. A family thing. They had not come very far into this wood from the river's edge, where the ferry had let them off, before darkness overtook them, and Fred Savage called a halt. Even as the ancient, grey, knocking, creaking boat had slid downstream along its line, they watched the red sun sinking behind the still leafless great trees, bitten into crimson bits by undergrowth, and then swallowed. It had all looked fearsome and strange, yet George said, "I think I've been here before." "Oh, yeah?" Oberon said. They stood together in the bow. Fred, sitting astern, legs crossed, made remarks to the aged ferryman, who said nothing in response. "Well, not been here," George said, "but sort of." Whose adventures here, in this boat, in those woods, had he known about, and how had he come to know about them? God, his memory had turned to a dry sponge lately. "I dunno," he said, and looked curiously at Oberon. "I dunno, only—" He looked back at the shore they had come from, and at the one they slid toward, holding his hat against the river breezes. "Only it seems—aren't we going the wrong way?" "I can't imagine that," Oberon said. "No," George said, "can't be." Yet the feeling persisted that they traveled back toward and not away from. It must be, he thought, that same disorientation he sometimes experienced emerging from the subway into an unfamiliar neighborhood, where he got uptown and downtown reversed, and could not make the island turn around in his mind and lie right. Not the street signs nor even the sun's position could dissuade him, as though he were caught in a mirror. "Well," he said, and shrugged. But he had jogged Oberon's memory. He knew this ferry too, or at any rate he had heard of it. They were approaching the bank, and the ferryman laid up his long pole and came forward to tie up. Oberon looked down on his bald head and grey beard, but the ferryman didn't look up. "Did you," Oberon said, "did you once—" Now how was he to put this? "Was there a girl, a dark girl once, who, some time ago, well, worked for you?" The ferryman, with long, strong arms, hauled on the ferry's line. He looked up at Oberon with eyes as blue and opaque as sky. "Named Sylvie?" Oberon asked. "Sylvie," said the ferryman. The boat, groaning against its stub of dock, came to rest. The ferryman held out his hand, and George put into it the shiny coin he had brought to pay him with. "Sylvie," George said by the fire. His arms were around his drawn-up knees. "Did you think," he went on, I sort of thought, didn't you, that this was sort of a family thing?" "Family thing?" "All this, George said vaguely. "I thought it might only be the family that got into this, you know, from Violet." "I did think that," Oberon said. "But then Sylvie—" "Yeah," George said, "that's what I mean." "But," Oberon said, "it still might. All that about Sylvie might be a lie. They'll say anything, anything." George stared into the fire a time and then said, "Well, I think I have a confession to make, sort of." "What do you mean?" "Sylvie," George said. "Maybe it is family. He went on, "that maybe she's family. I'm not sure, but, well, way back when, 25 years ago, more, there was this woman I knew, Puerto Rican, a real charmer. That's completely, but beautiful." He laughed. "A spitfire, in fact, the only word. She was renting at the place. This was before the farm. She was renting this little apartment. Well, to tell the truth, she was renting the folding bedroom." Oh, Oberon said. "Man, she was something. I came up once and she was doing the dishes in a pair of high heels, doing the dishes in red high heels. I don't know. Something clicked. Oberon said. And, well, George sighed, she had a couple of kids somewhere. I got the idea that whenever she got pregnant, she'd go nuts, in a quiet way, you know. So, hey, I was careful. But, geez, George. And she did sort of go off the deep end. I don't know why. I mean, she never told me. She just went, and went back to PR. Never saw her again. So, Oberon said. So. He cleared his throat. So Sylvie did look a lot like her, and she did find the farm. I mean, she just showed up, and never told me how. Good grief, Oberon said, as the implications of this sank in. Good grief, is this true? George held up an honest palm. But did she? No, said nothing. Name wasn't the same, but then it wouldn't have been. And her mother was off, she said, gone. I never met her. But surely didn't you? To tell you the truth, man, George said, I never really inquired into it too closely. Oberon was silent a time, marveling. She had been plotted, then. If all their lives were, and she was one of them. He said, I wonder what she thought. Yeah, George nodded. Yeah, well, that's a good question all around, isn't it? A damn good question. She used to say, Oberon said, that you were like a... I know what she used to say. God, George, then how could you have... I wasn't sure. How could I be sure? They all look sort of alike, that type. Boy, you're really given to that, aren't you? Oberon said in awe. You really... Give me a break, George said. I wasn't sure. I thought, hell, probably not. Well, the two cousins stared into the fire. That does explain it, though, Oberon said. This, if it is family. That's what I thought, George said. Yeah, Oberon said. Yeah, Fred Savage said. They looked up at him, startled. Then what in hell am I doing here? He looked from one to the other, grinning, his dull, living eyes amused. You see, he said. Well, George said. Well, Oberon said. You see, Fred said again. What in hell am I doing here? His yellow eyes closed and opened, and so did the many yellow eyes in the woods behind him. He shook his head as though at a puzzle, but he wasn't really puzzled. He never seriously asked such a question. What was he doing where he was, except when it amused him to watch others consider it in consternation? Consternation and considering, thought itself, in fact, were mostly a spectacle to him. A man who had long since given up making any distinction between the place behind his closed black lids and the place before him when they were open. He was hard to confuse, and as for this place, Fred Savage didn't really wonder. He didn't bother himself supposing he had ever lived any place else. Teasin', he said softly and kindly to his two friends. Teasin'. He kept vigil for a while, or slept, or both, or neither. Night passed. He saw a path. In the blue dawn, birds awaking, fire cold, he saw the same path, or another, there between trees. He woke George and Oberon, a huddled pile, and with his index brown and gnarled and dirt-clogged as a root, he pointed it out to them. A watch and a pipe. George Mouse looked around himself, swept with uneasy wonder. He had been feeling, since the first steps they had taken on the path which Fred had found, that none of it was as strange as it ought to be, or as unknown to him. And here in this spot, no different otherwise, as thick with undergrowth, as overwhelmed with towering trees, the feeling had grown much stronger. His feet had stood in this place before. In fact, they had rarely been far from it. Wait, he said to Fred and Oberon, who were stumbling ahead, looking for the path's continuation. Wait a sec. They stopped, looking back.
George looked up, down, left, right. Right. There, he could sense more than see it, was a clearing. Air more gold and blue than the forest's grey was beyond that row of guardian trees. That row of guardian trees. "You know," he said, "I get the feeling we haven't come all that far after all." But the others were too far on to hear him. "Come on, George," Oberon called. George pulled himself from the spot and followed. But he had taken only a few steps when he felt himself drawn back. Damn! He stopped. The forest was, it was hard to believe it of a mess of vegetation, but it was so. The forest was like a huge suite of rooms. You stepped through doors continually out of one place into a very different place. 5 steps were all it had taken him to leave the place where he had felt so familiar. He wanted to go back. He wanted very much to go back. "Well, just wait a second," he called out to his companions, but they didn't turn back. They were already elsewhere. The calls of birds seemed louder than George's own call. In a quandary, he took 2 steps in the direction they had gone, and then, drawn by a curiosity stronger than fear, returned to the place where the clearing could be glimpsed. It didn't seem far. There seemed even to be a path in that direction. The path led him down, and almost at once the guardian trees and the patch of sunlight he had seen were gone. Very soon after that, the path was gone too, and very soon after that, George forgot completely what had caused him to take this way. He walked on a bit, his boots sinking into soft earth, and his coat clawed at by harsh, marsh-living bushes. Where? For what? He stood stock still, but began to sink, and pulled himself forward. The forest sang all around him, blocking his ears to his own thoughts. George forgot who he was. He stopped again. It was dark yet bright. The trees, all in a moment, seemed to have bloomed a chartreuse cloudiness. Spring had come. And why was he here, afraid, in this place? When and where was this? What had become of him? Who was he? He began searching in his pockets, not knowing what he would find, but hoping for a clue as to who this was here, and what he was doing. From one pocket he pulled out a blackened pipe, which meant nothing to him though he turned it and turned it in his hand. From the other he pulled out an old pocket-watch. The watch. Yes. He couldn't read its moustached face, which was grinning at him disconcertingly, but this was definitely a clue. A watch in his hand. Yes. He had no doubt, he could almost remember it, taken a pill. A new drug he was experimenting with, a drug of astonishing, of just unheard-of potency. That had been some time ago, yes, by the watch, and the pill had done this to him, had snatched away his memory, even his memory of having taken the pill, and set him to struggle in a wholly imaginary landscape. My God, a pill so potent that it could build a forest complete with bilberries and bird-song inside his head for the homunculus of himself to wander in. But this imaginary woods was still interpenetrated, faintly, by the real. He had in his hand the watch by which he had intended to time the new drug's working. He had had it in his hand the whole time, and had only now, because the pill's effect was wearing off, imagined that he had taken it out of his pocket to consult it, had imagined that he had taken it out because, with the pills wearing off, he was coming to himself again by slow stages, and the real watch was intruding into the unreal forest. In a moment, any moment, the terrible leaf-jeweled forest would fade, and he would begin to see through it the room where he in fact sat with the watch in his hand. The library of his townhouse, on the 3rd floor, on the couch. Yes. Where he had sat motionless for who knew how long. The pill made it seem a lifetime, and around him, waiting for his response, his description, would be his friends, who had watched with him. Any second now, their faces would swim into reality, as the watch had. Franz, and Smoky, and Alice, coalescing in the dusty old library where they had so often sat, their faces anxious, gleeful, and expectant. What was it like, George? What was it like? and he would for a long time only shake his head and make inarticulate round noises, unable, till firm reality reasserted itself, to speak of it. "Yes, yes," George said, near to tears of relief that he remembered. "I remember." And even as he was saying that, he slipped the watch back into his pocket, turning his head in the greening landscape. "I remember." He pulled a boot from the mud, and the other boot, and no longer remembered. A row of guardian trees, and a clearing where sunlight fell, and a suggestion of cultivation, on ahead. Only now he was stumbling downward over mossy rocks black with wetness, stumbling toward a ravine through which a cold stream ran rushing. He breathed its moist breath. There was a rude bridge there, much fallen, where floating branches caught and white water swirled. Looks dangerous, and a hard climb beyond that. And as he put a cautious foot on the bridge, afraid and breathing hard, he forgot what it was he toiled toward. And at the next step, a loose crosspiece, he steadied himself, forgot who he was that toiled, or why, and at the next step, the middle of the bridge, realized that he had forgotten. Why did he find himself staring down into water? What was going on here anyway? He put his hands into his pockets, hoping to find something that would give him a clue. He took out an old pocket watch, which meant nothing to him, and a blackened small bowled pipe. He turned the pipe in his hands. A pipe, yes. "I remember," he said vaguely. The pipe, yes. His basement. Down in the basement of a building on his block, he had discovered an ancient cache, an amazing, a hilarious find. Amazing stuff. He had smoked some in this pipe. That must be it. There in that blackened bowl. He could see bits of cindery consumed resin. It was all in him now. And this was the effect. Never, never had he known a rush so total, so involving. He had been swept away. He was no longer standing where he had been standing when he had put match to the pipe's contents. On a bridge, yes, a stone bridge up in the park, where he had gone to share a pipe with Sylvie. But in some weird woods, so real he could smell them. So swept away that he seemed to have been clamoring, forgetful of who he was, in this woods for hours, forever, when, in fact, he remembered clearly, he had only at this moment lowered the pipe from his lips. Here it still was in his hands, before his eyes. Yes, it had reappeared first sign of his alighting from a no doubt quite short but utterly ravishing rush. Sylvie's face, in an old pot de soie black hat, would come next. He was even now about to turn to her, the hash-created woods discreating themselves, and the littered brownish winter park assembling itself around him, and say, strong stuff, watch it, strong stuff. And she, laughing at his swept-away expression, would make some Sylvie remark as she took the pipe from him. "I see. I remember," he said, like a charm. But he had already a terrible percipience that this was not the first time he had remembered. No, indeed. Once before he had remembered it all, but remembered it all differently. Once before? No. Oh, no. Perhaps many times. Oh, no. Oh, no. He stood frozen as the possibility of an endless series of remembrances, each one different, but all made out of a small moment in the woods, occurred to him. An infinite series endlessly repeated. Oh, I remember, each one extending a lifetimewards out from one very small moment, a turn of the head only, a step of the foot, in an absolutely inexplicable woods. George, seeing it so, felt he had been suddenly, but not suddenly, for a long and immemorial time, condemned to hell. "Help," he said, or breathed. "Help! Oh, help!" He took steps across the rickety bridge beneath which the forest stream foamed. There was a glassless picture framed in an old gilt frame on his kitchen wall, though George had forgotten just now that it was there, which showed just such a dangerous bridge as this, and two children,
innocent, unafraid, or perhaps unaware of their danger, crossing it hand in hand, a blonde girl, a dark, brave boy, while above them, watching, ready to stretch out a hand to them if a loose cross-piece broke or a foot was placed wrong, was an angel, a white angel, crowned with a gold fillet, vapid-faced in gauzy draperies, but strong, strong to save the children. Just such a power George felt behind him then, though he didn't dare turn to see it, and, taking Lilac's hand, or was it Sylvie's, he stepped bravely across the creaking slats to reach the other side. Then came a long, an endless because unremembered time. But at last George gained the top of the ravine, knees torn and hands weary. He came out between two rocks like upraised knees, and found himself, yes, in a small glade spangled with flowers, and in the near distance the row of guardian trees. Beyond them, it was clear now, was a fence of wattles, and a building or two, and a curl of smoke from a chimney. "Oh, yes," George said, panting. "Oh, yes." Near him in the glade a lamb stood. The noise George heard was not his own lost heart, but its crying voice. It had got caught in some wicked trailing briar, and was hurting itself to free its leg. "There, there," George said. "There, there." "Ba, ba," said the lamb. George freed its fragile black leg. The lamb stumbled forward, still crying. It was just newborn. How had it strayed from its mother? George went to it and picked it up by its legs. He had seen this done, but he forgot where, and slung it over his neck, holding it by its feebly kicking feet. And with it turning its silly, sad face to try and look into his, he went on up to the gate in the fence of wattles beyond the row of guardian trees. The gate stood open. "Oh, yes," George said, standing before it. "Oh, yes, I see, I see." For this was clear enough. There was the small ramshackle house with horn windows. There the byre. There the goat shed. There was the plot of new-planted vegetables in which someone was digging, a small brown man, who, when he saw George approach, threw down his tool and hurried away muttering. There was the well-house and the root-cellar. There the wood-pile, with its axe upright in the block. And there the hungry sheep shouldered at their fences, looking up to be fed. And all around the little clearing, there was the wild wood looking down, indifferent and dark. How he had come here he didn't know, any more than he knew now where he had started from. But it was plain now where he was. He was home. He set down the lamb within the fold, and it skipped to where its mother scolded it. George wished that he could remember, just a little. But what the hell? He'd spent a lifetime in one enchantment or another, or one enchantment in another. He was too old now to worry when it changed. This was real enough. "What the hell?" he said. "What the hell? It's a living." He turned to close his gate of palings, barring it and tying it closely in good husbandry against the dark wild wood and what lived there, and brushing his hands together, went to his door. Middle of nowhere. A heaven, Ariel Hawksquill thought, deep within, a heaven no larger than the ball of one's thumb. The island garden of the immortals, the valley where we are all kings forever. The rocking, clacking rhythm of the train drove the thought again and again around the track of her mind. Hawksquill was not one of those who find the motion of trains soothing. Rather it prodded and grated on her hideously, and though a dull rainy dawn looked to be near breaking in the flat landscape beyond the window, she had not slept, though she had given out, on boarding, that she would. That was only to keep the president for a time away from her door. When the aged, kindly porter had come to make up her bed, she had sent him away, and then called him back, and asked that a bottle of brandy be brought her, and that no one disturb her. "Sure you don't want that bed made up, miss?" "No, that's all." Where had the president's staff found these gentle, bowed black men, who had been old and slow and few even in her own youth? Come to that, where did he find these grand old cars, and where tracks that could still be travelled on? She poured brandy, grinding her teeth in nervous exhaustion,
feeling that even her sturdiest memory mansions were being shaken to earth by this motion. Yet she needed, more than she had ever needed, to think clearly, fully, and not in circles. On the luggage rack above and opposite her was the alligator purse containing the cards. A heaven deep within. The island garden of the immortals. Yes, if it were so, and if it were in fact heaven, or some place like it, then the one thing that could be said with certainty about it was that, whatever other delightful qualities it might have, it must be more spacious than the common world we leave to reach it. More spacious. Skies less limited, mountain peaks less reachable, seas deeper and less plumbable. But there, the immortals themselves must dream and ponder too, and take their spiritual exercises, and search for an even smaller heaven within that heaven. And that heaven, if it exist, must be yet more wide, less limited, higher, broader, deeper than the first, and so on. And the vastest point, the center, the infinity, fairy, where the gigantic heroes ride across endless landscapes and sail sea upon sea, and there is no end to possibility, that circle is so tiny it has no doors at all. Yes, old Bramble might be right, only too simple, or rather too complex, with his fundibular other worlds with doors attached. No, not two worlds. With Occam's old razor she could slit the throat of that idea. One world only, but with different modes, what anyway was a world. The one she saw on television, a world elsewhere, could fit without multiplication of entities into this one. It was molecule thin but whole. It was only another mode. It was fiction. And in a mode like fiction, like make-believe, existed the land to which her cousins said she was invited to, no, told she must, journey. Yes, journey. For if it was a land, the only way to get there was to travel. All that was clear enough, but no help. For Chinese heavens and make-believe lands had this in common, that however you reached them, it was your choice so to travel. In fact, endless preparations were almost always required for such journeys, and a will, or at least a dream, of iron. And what had that to do with a mode which, against this world's will, or without anyway asking its leave at all, invaded it piecemeal, seizing an architect's fancy, a pentacle of 5 towns, a block of slum buildings, a terminus ceiling, the capital itself? Which fell on the citizens of this common mode and bore them away, or at least absorbed them willy-nilly in the advancing tide of its own being? The Holy Roman Empire, she had called it. She had been mistaken. The Emperor Frederick Barbarossa was only flotsam borne on this wave that moved the waters of time. His sleep had been broken into as graves are broken into by the waters of a flood, and the dead borne out. He was headed elsewhere. Unless she, who had no intention of ending up in some place ruled by who knew what masters, masters who might well take her revolt against them very badly, could turn him. Turn him, as a secret agent is turned by the side he is spying on. For this she had stolen the cards. With them she might rule him, or at least make him see reason. There was one great flaw in that scheme, however. What a pickle, what a pickle. She glanced up at the purse over on the luggage rack. She felt that her shift against this storm was as hopeless as any sad, hopeless shift of those caught in the path of something uncaring and oncoming, and far huger than they had imagined. Eigenblick had said it in every speech, and he had been right, and she blind. To welcome it was as futile as to defy it. It would have you anyway if it wanted you. Hawksquill was very sorry she had been smug, but still she must escape. Must. Footsteps. She sorted their progress down the corridor toward her bedroom from the regular clatter of the train wheels turning. No time to hide the cards, nowhere better anyway than in plain sight. This was all coming too rapidly to a head. She was, after all, only an old lady, and no good at this, no good at all. Do not, she counseled herself, do not look toward the alligator purse. The door was flung open. Holding the jam in his 2 hands to steady himself against the train's motion, Russell Eigenblick stood before her. His sombre tie was pulled awry, and sweat glistened on his forehead. He glared at Hawksquill. "I can smell them," he said. There was the flaw in her scheme. She had glimpsed it first in the Oval Office on a certain snowy night. Now she was certain. The Emperor was mad as any hatter. "Smell what, sir?" she asked mildly. "I can smell them," he said again. "You're up very early," she said. "Too early for a glass of this?" She showed him the brandy bottle. "Where are they?" he said, stumbling into the tiny chamber. "You have them now, here somewhere." Do not look toward the alligator purse. "Them?" "The cards," he said. "You bitch." "There's a matter I must speak to you about," she said, getting up. "I'm sorry I was delayed boarding last night until late, but—" He was lunging around the room, eyes shifting rapidly, nostrils flaring. "Where?" he said. "Where?" "Sir," she said, drawing up but feeling hopelessness swim up in her. "Sir, you must listen." "The cards." "You're acting on the wrong side." She blurted it out, unable to frame it cleverly, feeling horribly drawn to stare at the purse which she had not seen on the luggage rack. He was tapping the walls for hiding places. "You must listen. Those who made promises to you, they have no intention of keeping them, even if they could. But I—" "You!" he said, turning to her. "You!" He laughed hugely. "That's rich." "I want to help you." He paused in his search. He looked at her, depths of sad reproach in his brown eyes. "Help?" he said. "You help me?" It had been an unfortunate choice of words. He knew, she could see it in his face, that helping him had never been what Hawksquill had intended, nor was it her intention now. Mad he might be, but he wasn't stupid. The betrayal in his face made her look away. It was apparent that nothing she could say would move him. All he wanted from her now was what was useless to him without her, though even that she couldn't think how to explain. She found herself staring at them, in their purse, on the luggage rack. She could almost see them looking back at her. She snatched her look away, but the tyrant had seen her. He made to shove her aside, reaching up. "Stop," she said, flinging into the word powers she had once vowed never to use except at deepest need, and for good ends only. The Emperor stopped. He was still in mid-grasp. His bull's strength struggled against Hawksquill's command, but he couldn't move. Hawksquill grabbed the alligator purse and fled from the room. In the corridor, she nearly collided with the stooped and slow-moving porter. "Ready to sleep now, miss?" he inquired gently. "You sleep," she said, and pushed past him. He slid down the wall, mouth open, eyes closed, asleep. Hawksquill, already crossing into the next car, heard Eigenblick roar out in rage and dismay. She shoved aside a heavy curtain that barred her way, and found herself in a sleeper, where at Eigenblick's cry men had awakened and were now pulling aside the curtains on upper and lower berths and looking out, sleepy, alert, pale. They saw Hawksquill. She backed out through the curtain and into the car she had come from. There, in a niche in the wall, she saw that cord which she had often studied in her train-going, the cord that, when pulled in fun or malice, set the puller up for a stiff fine. She had never really believed that these slim ropes could actually stop a train, but hearing steps and clamor in the far car, she pulled it now, and stepped quickly to the door and grasped its handle. Within seconds, the train came to a thrashing, crashing, jolting stop. Hawksquill, astonished at herself, wrenched open the door. Rain struck her. They were in the middle of nowhere, amid rainy, dark woods where last hillocks of snow melted. It was fiercely cold. Hawksquill leapt to the ground with a fainting heart and a cry. She struggled up the embankment, hampered by her skirt, hurrying herself lest the impossibility of her doing this at all catch up with her. Dawn was gray, almost in its paleness more opaque than night. At the top of the embankment, within the woods, panting, she looked back at the dark length of the stopped train. Lights were coming on inside. From the door she had left, a man jumped down, signaling behind him to another. Hawksquill, stumbling in snow-obscured undergrowth, ran deeper in. She heard calls behind her. The hunt was up. She turned behind a great tree and rested her back against it, sobbing painful cold breaths, listening. Twigs crackled. The woods were being beaten for her. A glance around showed her a dim figure far off to the left, with something blunt, pointed and black in a gloved hand. Done secretly to death, no one the wiser. With trembling hands she opened the alligator purse. She clawed out from amid the loose cards a small morocco leather envelope. Her breath condensing before her made it difficult to see, and her fingers shook uncontrollably. She pulled open the envelope and fumbled within it for the sliver of bone that it contained, one bone chosen from among the 1,000-odd bones of a pure black cat. Where was the wretched thing? She felt it. She pinched it between 2 fingers. A crackle of brush that seemed close by startled her. She threw up her head. The tiny charm slipped from her fingers. She almost caught it as it fell catching along the stuff of her skirt, but her eager hand grasping for it brushed it away. It fell amid snow and black leaves. Hawksquill, crying a hopeless no, stepped unwittingly on the place where it had fallen. The calling of those who followed her was soft, confident, coming closer. Hawksquill fled from her shelter, glimpsing as she did so the shade of another of Eigenblick's soldiers, or the same one, anyway armed, and he saw her too. She had never given much thought to what in fact might happen to her mortal body, its soul securely hidden, if fatal things were done to it. If projectiles were passed violently through it, if its blood were spilled. She couldn't die, she was certain of that. But what exactly? What? She turned and saw him aim. A shot was fired. She turned to run again, unable to tell if she had been struck or only shocked by the noise. Struck. She could distinguish the warm wetness of her blood from the cold wetness of the rain. Where was the pain? She ran on, plunging hopelessly out of kilter. One leg seemed not to be working. She fell against tall trees, hearing her pursuers guiding each other with brief words. They were quite near. There were escapes from this. There were other exits she could find, she was sure of it, but just at the moment she could remember none of them. Could not remember. All her arts were being taken from her. Well, that was just, for she had dishonored them, had lied, had stolen, had sought power with them in her height of pride. She had used power she had forsworn for ends of her own. It was quite just. She turned at bay. She saw on all sides the dark shapes of her pursuers. They wanted to get quite close, no doubt, so as not to make a great fuss, 1 or 2 shots. But what would become of her? The pain she had thought not to feel was just now surging up her body and was ghastly. Pointless to run any more. Black mists were passing before her eyes. Yet she turned again to run. There was a path. There was a path quite clear in the twilight. And there? Well, she could go there, couldn't she? To that little house in the clearing. A shot jolted her horribly, but as though a shaft of sunlight struck it, the house became clearer. A funny sort of house. Indeed, the oddest little house that she had ever seen. What house did it remind her of? Gingerbreaded and many-colored, with chimney-pots like comic hats, and cheerful firelight showing in the deep small windows, and a round green door. A welcoming, a friendly green door. A door that just then opened. A door from which a broadly grinning face looked out to welcome her. 52 Pickup. They shot her, in fact, several times, being superstitious themselves, and certainly she looked as dead as any dead person they had ever seen. The same doll-like, heedless appearance to the limbs, the same vacated face. She didn't move. No cloud of breath condensed above her lips. Satisfied at last, one snatched up the alligator purse, and they returned to the train, weeping, shouting hoarse gouts of laughter, with the old cards, mixed backs and faces, pressed in a messy clutch against his bosom. At last, Russell Eigenblick, the president, pulled at the cord which would start the train again. Blinded with fear and joy, He plunged through the cars of the train, almost knocked over when the train with a jolt started up again. The train plunged through his country, swept with rain, breathing clouds of steam. Between Sandusky and South Bend, the rain turned unwillingly to snow and sleet and deepened to blizzard. The baffled engineer could see nothing. He cried out when there loomed up before him with great suddenness the mouth of a lightless tunnel, for he knew there could be no tunnel in this landscape, nor had ever been. But before he could take action, what action? The train had roared into limitless darkness, louder and darker even than Barbarossa's triumph. When it arrived, quite empty of passengers, at the following station, an Indian-named town where no train had stopped for years, the porter whom Ariel Hawksquill had shouldered aside in her haste awoke. Now what on earth? He arose, and slow with 40 years' service, walked the train, as astonished at himself for having slept, and at the train for having stopped unscheduled, as at the absence of his passengers. Midway through the silent cars, he met the white-faced engineer, and they consulted, but said little. There was no one else aboard. There had been no conductor. It was a special train. Everyone aboard had known where they were going. So the porter said to the engineer, "They knew," he said, "where they were going." The engineer returned to his cab to use the radio, though he hadn't yet decided what to say. The porter continued through the cars, feeling ghostly. In the bar car he found, amid empty glasses and crushed cigarettes, a deck of cards, old-fashioned cards, flung about as though in rage. "Somebody playing 52 pickup," he said. He gathered them up. The figures on them, knights and kings and queens, such as he had not seen before, seemed to plead with him from their scattered places to do so. The last one, a joker maybe, a character with a beard, falling from a horse into a stream, he found caught in the window's edge, face outward, as though in the act of escaping. When he had assembled them all and squared them up, he stood unmoving in the car with them in his hands, filled with a deep sense of the world, the whole world, and his place in it, somewhere near the center, and of the value which later ages would put on his standing here alone, at this moment, on this empty train, at this deserted station. For the tyrant, Russell Eigenblick, would not be forgotten. A long bad time lay ahead for his people, a bitter time when those who had contended against him would turn, in his absence, to contend with each other, and the fragile republic would be broken and reshaped in several different ways. In that long contention, a new generation would forget the trials and hardships their parents had suffered under the beast. They would look back with growing nostalgia, with deep pain of loss, to those years just beyond the horizon of living memory, to those years when, it would seem to them, the sun always shone. His work, they would say, had gone unfinished, his revelation unmade. He had gone away and left his people unransomed. But not died. No, gone off, disappeared. One night between dawn and day slipped away, but not died. Whether in the Smokies or the Rockies, deep in a crater lake or far beneath the ruined capital itself, he lay only asleep, with his executive assistants around him, his red beard growing longer, waiting for the day, foretold by 100 signs, when his people's great need should at last awake him again. Chapter 5. Are you, or are you not? Have you the taste of your existence, or do you not? Are you within the country, or on the border? Are you mortal or immortal? Parliament of the Birds. "I want a clean cup," the Hatter interrupted. "Everyone move one place." Alice in Wonderland. That the dog predicted by Sophie, which greeted Daily Alice at the door, should turn out to be Spark, didn't surprise Alice much. But that the old man whom she found to guide her on the far side of the river should be her cousin, George Mouse, was unexpected. "I don't think of you as old, George," she said. "Not old." "Hey," George said, "older than you, and you're no spring chicken, you know, kid." "How did you get here?" she asked. "How did I get where?" he replied. Her blessing. They walked together through dark woods, talking of many things. They walked a long way. Spring came on more fully. The woods deepened. Alice was glad of his company, although she had not been sure she needed a guide. The woods were unknown to her and scary. George carried a thick stick and knew the path. "Dense," she said. And as she said it, she remembered her wedding journey. She remembered Smoky asking about a stand of trees over by Rudy Flood's, whether those were the woods Edgewood was on the edge of. She remembered the night they had spent in the Cave of Moss. She remembered walking through the woods on the way to Amy and Chris's house. "Dense," he had said. "Protected," she'd answered. As each of these memories and many others awoke in her, unfolding as vivid as life, Alice seemed to remember them for the last time, as though they faded and dropped as soon as they blossomed, or rather that each memory she called up ceased as soon as she called it up to be a memory, and became instead, somehow, a prediction. Something that had not been, but which Alice, with a deep sense of happy possibility, could imagine one day being. "Well," George said, "this is about as far as I go." They had approached the edge of the wood. Beyond, sunny glades went on like pools, sunlight falling in square shafts upon them through tall trees, and beyond that, a white sunlit world, obscure to their eyes accustomed to the dimness. "Goodbye, then," Alice said. "You'll come to the banquet?" "Oh, sure," George said. "How could I help it?" They stood a moment in silence, and then George, a little embarrassed, for he'd never done this before, asked her blessing, and she gave it gladly, on his flocks and on his produce and on his old head. She bent and kissed him where he knelt, and went on. So big. The glades, like pools, one after another, continued a long way. This part, Alice thought, was the best so far. These violets and these new moist ferns, those grey lichened stones, these bars of benevolent sun. So big, she said, so big. 1,000 creatures paused in their spring occupations to watch her pass. The hum of newborn insects was like a constant breath. Dad would have liked this place, she thought, and even as she thought it, she knew how it was that he had come, or would come, to understand the voices of creatures, for she understood them herself. She needed only to listen. Mute rabbits and noisy jays, gross belching frogs and chipmunks who made smart remarks. But what was that in the further glade, standing on one leg, lifting alternately one wing and then the other? A stork, wasn't it? "Don't I know you?" Alice asked when she had entered there. The stork leapt away, startled and looking guilty and confused. "Well, I'm not sure," the stork said. It looked at Alice first with one eye, and then with both eyes down its long red beak, which gave it a look at once worried and censorious, as though it peered over the tops of pince-nez spectacles. "I'm not sure at all. I'm not sure of much at all, to tell you the truth." "I think I do," Alice said. "Didn't you once raise a family at Edgewood, on the roof?" "I may have," the stork said. It made to preen its feathers with its beak, and did it very clumsily, as though surprised to find it had feathers at all. "This," Alice heard it say to itself, "is going to be just an enormous trial. I can see that." Alice helped her loose a primary that had got folded the wrong way, and the stork, after some uncomfortable fluffing, said, I wonder if you would mind my walking a ways with you?" "Of course you may," Alice said, "if you're sure you wouldn't rather fly." "Fly?" said the stork, alarmed. "Fly?" "Well," Alice said, "I'm not really sure where I'm going at all. I sort of just got here." "No matter," the stork said. "I just got here myself, in a manner of speaking." They walked on together, the stork as storks do, taking long, careful steps, as though afraid to find something unpleasant underfoot. "How," Alice asked, since the stork said nothing more, "did you just get here?" "Well," the stork said,
"I'll tell you my story," Alice said, "if you'll tell me yours." For the stork seemed to want to speak, but to be unable to bring itself to do it. "It depends," the stork said at last, "on whose story it is you want to hear. Oh, very well. No more equivocation. Once," it said, after a further pause, "I was a real stork. Or rather, a real stork was all I was, or she was. I'm telling this very badly, but at all events I was also, or we were also, a young woman, a very proud and very ambitious young woman, who had just learned, in another country, some very difficult tricks from masters far older and wiser than herself. There was no need at all for her to practice one of these tricks on an unwitting bird, but she was young and somewhat thoughtless, and the opportunity presented itself. She performed her trick or manipulation very well, and was thrilled at her new powers, though how the stork bore it, well, I'm afraid I, never gave much thought to that, or rather the stork, I thought about nothing else. I had been given consciousness, you see. I didn't know that it was not my own but another's, and only loaned to me, or rather given, or hidden in me for safe keeping. I, the stork, thought, well, it's very distressing to think of, but I thought that I was not a stork at all. I believed myself to be a human woman, who by the malice of someone, I didn't know whom, had been transformed into a stork, or imprisoned in one. I had no memory of the human woman I had been, because of course she retained that life and its memories, and went gaily on living it. I was left to puzzle it out. Well, I flew far and learned much. I passed through doors no stork before had ever passed through. I made a living. I raised young. Yes, at Edgewood once. And I had other employments. Well, no need to speak of them. Storks, you know. Anyway, among the things I learned, or was told, was that a great king was returning, or reawaking, and that after his liberation would come my own, and that then I would truly be a human woman. She paused in her tale and stood staring. Alice, not knowing whether storks can weep or not, looked closely at her, and though no drop fell from her pinkish eye, Alice thought that in some storkish sense she did weep. "And so I am," she said at length, "and so I am now that human woman, at last, and still only, and for always, the real stork I always and only was." She lowered her head before Alice in sorrowful confession. "Alice, you do know me," she said. "I am, or was, or we were, or will be, your cousin Ariel Hawksquill." Alice blinked. She had promised herself to be surprised by nothing here, and indeed, after she had contemplated the stork or hawksquill for an astonished moment, it did seem that she had heard this tale before, or to have known that it would happen, or had happened. "But," she said, "where, I mean how, where is—" "Dead," said the stork. "Dead, spoilt, ruined, murdered. She really had no place else to go." She opened her red beak and clacked it shut again, a sort of sigh. "Well, no matter. Only it will take time to get used to. Her disappointment, the stork's, I mean, my new body." She raised a wing and looked at it. "Fly," she said. "Well, perhaps." "I'm sure," Alice said, putting her hand on the stork's soft shoulder. "And I should think you could share it with Ariel. Share it with the stork. You can accommodate." She smiled. It was like arbitrating a dispute between two of her children. The stork stepped on in silence a time. Alice's hand on her shoulder seemed to soothe her. She had stopped her irritable fluffing. "Perhaps," she said at length. "Only, well, forever and ever." There was a catch in her throat. Alice could see the long apple move. "It does seem hard." "I know," Alice said. "It never comes out like you think it will. or even like you thought they said it would, though maybe it does. You learn to live with it, she said. That's all.
I'm sorry now, Ariel Hawksquill said. Of course too late, that I didn't accept your invitation of that night to go with you. I should have. Well, Alice said, I thought I was separate from this fate, but I've been in this tale all along, haven't I, with all the rest?
I suppose, Alice said. I suppose you have, if here you are now. Tell me, though, she added, whatever became of the cards?
Oh, dear, said Hawksquill, turning her red beak away in shame. I do have a lot to make up for, don't I?
It doesn't matter, Alice said.
They were coming to the end of the forest glades. Beyond lay a land of a different sort. Alice stopped. I'm sure you can. Make up for it, I mean, for not coming and all. She looked out over the land she must now travel. So big, so big.
You can be a help to me, I think. I hope.
I'm sure of it, Hawksquill said with conviction. Sure.
Because I'll need help, Alice said.
There somewhere, beyond those hedges, over those green waves of earth where the new-risen grass sea turned silver in the sunlight, Alice remembered or foresaw the knoll to be, on which there stood an oak tree and a thorn in deep embrace, and if you knew the way, there was a small house there built underside, and a round door with a brass knocker, but there would be no need to knock, for the door would stand open, and the house would anyway be empty. And there would be knitting to take up, and duties so large, so new.
I'll need help, she said again. I will.
I'll help, said her cousin. I can help. Somewhere there, beyond those blue hills, how far? An open door, and a small house big enough to hold all this spinning earth, a chair to rock away the years, and an old broom in the corner to sweep away winter. Come along, the stork said. We'll get used to it. It'll be all right. Yes, said Alice. There would be help. There must be. She couldn't do it all alone. It would be all right. Still, she didn't take the first step beyond the wood's edge. She stood a long time, feeling the asking breezes on her face, remembering or forgetting many things. More, much more. Smoky Barnable, in the warm glow of many electric lights, sat down in his library to turn over once again the pages of the last edition of the Architecture of Country Houses. All the windows had been opened, and a cool, fresh May night came and went unhindered as he read. The last of winter had been swept away as by a new broom. Far upstairs, as silently as the stars it modelled, the orrery turned, passing its tiny but unresistible motion through many oiled brass gears to give impetus to the 24-handed flywheel, shut up once again in its black case, but delivering its own force to generators, which in turn fed the house with light and power, and would go on doing so until all the jeweled bearings, all the best quality nylon and leather belts, all the hardened steel points themselves wore away. Years and years, Smoky supposed. The house, his house, as though from the effects of a tonic, had perked up, refreshed and strengthened. Its basements had dried, its attics were ventilated, the dust that had filled it had been sucked up by a potent and ancient whole-house vacuum cleaner whose existence in the walls of the house Smoky had vaguely known about, but which no one had thought would ever work again. Even the crack in the music-room ceiling seemed on the way to healing, though why was a mystery to Smoky. The old stocks of hoarded light bulbs were brought out, and Smoky's house alone, the only one for miles, was lit up continuously, like a beacon or the entrance to a ballroom. Not out of pride, not really, though he had been very proud of his arrangements, but because he found it easier to expend the limitless energy than to store it. Why store it anyway? Or to disengage the machine? And besides, lit up, the house might be easier to find. Easier for someone lost, or gone off, who might be returning on a moonless night, to find in the darkness. He turned a heavy page. Here was a horrid idea of some vindictive spiritualists. There is, of course, no hell after death, only a progress through higher and higher levels. No eternal suffering, though there might be a difficult or at least lengthy re-education for recalcitrant or stupid souls. Generous. But this had apparently not been enough coals to heap on the heads of skeptics, so the idea was conceived that those who refuse to see the light in this life will refuse to see it, or be blind to it, in the next as well. They will stagger alone eternally in cold darkness, believing that this is all there is, while all around them, unbeknown, the happy bustle of the communion of saints goes on, fountains and flowers and whirling spheres and the striving souls of the great departed. Alone. It was clear that he could not go where all of them were summoned, unless his desire were as strong as faith. But how could he desire another world than this one? He studied again and again the descriptions in the architecture, but he found nowhere anything to convince him that there he would find a world anything like as rich, as deeply strange, yet just as deeply familiar as this one he lived in. Always spring there. But he wanted winter, too. Gray days and rain. He wanted it all, nothing left out. He wanted his fire, his long memories, and what started them in his soul, his small comforts, his troubles even. He wanted the death he had often lately contemplated, and a place beside the others he had dug places for. He looked up. Amid the constellation of the library's lamps reflected in the windows, the moon had risen. It was just crescent, fragile and white. When it was full, midsummer day, they would depart. Paradise. A world elsewhere. He didn't really mind that there was a long tale being told, didn't even object any longer that he had been put to its uses. He only wanted it to continue, not to stop, to go on being muttered out endlessly by whatever powers they were who spun it, putting him to sleep with its half-heard anecdotes, and going on still while he slept in his grave. He didn't want it to snatch him up in this way, startle him with high, sad, harrowing conclusions he wasn't equal to. He didn't want it to have taken his wife from him. He didn't want to be marched off to another world he couldn't imagine, a little world that couldn't be as big as this one. "Yes, it is," said the breezes that passed his ears. It couldn't contain all seasons in their fullness, all happinesses, all griefs. It couldn't contain the history of his 5 senses, and all that they had known. "But it does," said the breezes. Not all of that, which was his world, and then more too. "Oh, more," said the breezes. "More, much more." Smoky looked up. The drapes at the window moved. "Alice," he said. He got up, pushing the heavy book to the floor. He went to the tall window and looked out. The walled garden was a dark vestibule. The door open in the wall led to moonlit turf and misty evening. "She's far? She's there," a little breeze said. "Alice?" "She's near. She's here," said another. But whatever it was that seemed to proceed toward him through the windy darkness in the garden, he didn't recognize it. He stood a long time looking into the night as into a face, as though it might converse with him and explain many things. He thought it could, but all he heard it say, or himself say, was a name. The moon rose out of sight above the house. Smoky climbed slowly up to his bed. About the time the moon set, pale horns indicating the place where the sleepy sun would soon rise, Smoky awoke, feeling he hadn't been asleep for a moment, as insomniacs do. He dressed himself in an old frayed dressing-gown with braided edges around the cuffs and pockets, and climbed up to the top of the house, turning on, as he went, the hall sconces that some thoughtless person had left off. Lit by planet shine and daybreak, the sleepless system didn't seem to move, any more than the morning star outside the round window seemed to. And yet it did move. Smoky watched it, thinking of the night, when by lamplight he had read out from the ephemeris the degrees, minutes, and seconds of the stars' ascensions, and felt, When he had set the last moon of Jupiter, the infinitesimal shudder of its quickening, and heard the first steel croquet ball fall, otherwise unaided, into the waiting hand of the absurd, overbalancing wheel. Saved. He remembered the feeling. He put his hand on the wheel's black case, feeling it tick over far more steadily than his own heart, and more patient, too, and a heartier thing altogether. He pushed open the round window, letting in a glad rush of bird song, and looked out over the tiled roofs. Another nice day. What is so rare? You could see a long way south from this height, he noticed. You could see the steeple at Meadowbrook, the roofs of Plainfield. Amid them the greening clumps of woods were misty. Beyond the towns the woods thickened into the great wild wood on whose edge Edgewood stood, which went on growing always deeper and thicker toward the south, far farther than the eye could see. Only the brave. They came to the heart of the forest, but it was a deserted kingdom. They had come no closer to any Parliament, or any closer either to her whom Oberon sought, whose name he had forgotten. "How far can you go into the woods?" Fred asked. Oberon knew the answer to that. "Halfway," he said. "Then you start coming back out again." "Not this woods, though," Fred said. His steps had slowed. He plucked up moss and wormy earth with every footstep. He put his feet down. "Which way?" Oberon said. But from here all ways were one. He had seen her. He had seen her more than once, had seen her far off, moving brightly amid the forest's dark dangers, seeming at home there. Once standing alone pensive in the tigery shade, he was sure, almost sure it had been she. Once hurrying away, a crowd of small beings at her feet. She hadn't turned to see him, though one of those with her had, sharp ears, yellow eyes, a beast's unmeaning smile. Always she seemed to be headed elsewhere, purposefully, and when he followed, she wasn't where he went. He would have called to her, if he hadn't been unable to remember her name. He had sorted through the alphabet to jog his memory, but it had turned to wet leaves, to staghorns, snail shells, fawn's feet. It all seemed to spell her, but gave him no name. And then she had escaped, not having noticed him, and he was only deeper in than before. Now he was at the center, and she wasn't there either, whatever her name was. Brown breasts? Brown something. Laurel or cobweb, something like that. Bramble, or something that began with a B or a C. "Anyway," Fred said, "this looks like as far as I go." His poncho was stiff and tattered, his pant legs all fray. His toes protruded from the mouths of his ruined galoshes. He tried to raise one foot from the ground, but it wouldn't rise. His toes gripped earth. "Wait," said Oberon. "No help for it," Fred said. "Nest of robins in my hair. Nice. Okay." "But come on," Oberon said. "I can't go on without you." "Oh, I'm coming," said Fred, budding. "Still coming, still guiding, only not walking." Between his great rooting toes a crowd of brown mushrooms had sprung up. Oberon looked up at him. His knuckles doubled, tripled, turned to hundreds. "Hey, my man," he said. "Looking at God all day, you understand? Gots to catch some rays. 'Scuse me." And his face tilted back, disappearing into bowl as he reached up toward the treetops with 1,000 greening fingers. Oberon gripped his trunk. "No," he said. "Damn it, now, don't." He sat down helpless at Fred's foot. Now he was lost for sure. What stupid, stupid madness of desire had propelled him here, here where she was not, this princedom of nobodies where she had never been, where he was unable to remember anything of her but his desire for her. He put his head in his hands, despairing. "Hey," said the tree with a woody voice. "Hey, what's that about? I got counsel. Listen up." Oberon raised his head. "Only the brave," said Fred,
'Tis only the brave deserve the fair."
Oberon stood. Tears made rivulets in his dirty cheeks. "All right," he said. He ran his hands through his hair, combing out dead leaves. He, too, had grown rank, as though he had lived years in the woods. Mold in his cuffs, berry juice in his beard, caterpillars in his pockets, a derelict. He would have to start all over again, that's all. Brave he was not, but he had arts. Had he learned nothing at all? He must get a grip on this. He must get power over this. If this were a deserted princedom, then he could install himself in its seat, if he could think how, and then he would be lost no more. How? Only by reason. He must think. He must make order here where there was none. He must get bearings, make a list, number everything, and arrange it all in ranks and orders. He must first of all erect in the heart of the forest a place where he knew where he was and what was what. Then he might remember who he was, he who was here at the seat and center, and then what he should do here thereupon. He would, somehow, have to turn back and start again. He looked around the place he was, trying to think which of the ways away from it would lead him back. All would, or none would. Warily he peered down leafy, flowered avenues. Whatever way looked most like leading him away would only turn in some subtle way and lead him back. He knew that much. There was an expectant, an ironic silence in the woods, a few brief questions from the birds. He took a seat on a fallen log. Before him, in the center of the glade, amid the grasses and violets, he set up a little stone shed or pavilion facing in 4 directions, north, south, east, and west. On each of its faces he put a season: winter, summer, spring, and fall. Radiating away from it were the curving, tricksome ways. He metalled them in gravel and bordered them with white-painted stones, and led them toward or away from statues: an obelisk, a martin house on a pole, a little arched bridge, beds of tulips and daylilies. Around it all he drew a great square of wrought iron fence studded with arrow-headed posts, and 4 locked gates to go in and out of. There. Traffic could be heard, though far off. Carefully he shifted his look. There beyond the fence was a classical courthouse, surmounted with statues of lawgivers. A hint of acrid smoke mixed in his nostrils with spring air. Now he needed only to go around the place he had made, to each of its parts in strict order, and demand from each the part of Sylvie he had put there. The part of whom? The part trembled in unreality, but he put it back. Don't grasp, don't hurry. The first place first, then the second place. If he didn't do this properly, he would never find out how the story came out, whether he found her and brought her back. Back where? Or lost her for good, or whatever the end was, or would be, or had been. He began again. The first place, then the second place. No, it was hopeless. How could he ever have thought to have contained her in this place, like a princess in a tower? She had fled. She had arts of her own. And what, anyway, did his rag-bag of memories amount to? Her? No way. They had grown, over time, even more crushed, faded, and tattered than he remembered them being when he had put them here. It was no use. He rose from his park bench, feeling in his pocket for the key that would let him out. The little girls who played jacks along the path looked up at him warily as he chose a gate to go out of. Locks. That's all this damn city is, he thought, inserting his key. Locks upon locks. Rows, clusters, bouquets of locks knotted against the edges of doors, and the pocket weighed down, as with sin, by keys, to open them and lock them up again. He pushed open the heavy gate, swinging it aside like a jail door. On the rusticated red stone gate-post was a plaque. It said, Mouse Drinkwater Stone, 1900, and from the gate the street stretched out, townhouse lined for a block, then marching into the brown uptown distance between vague castles, old in power, that scraped the sky, wreathed in smoke and noise. He walked. People hurried past him. They had destinations. He was aimless and slower. And from a side street ahead of him, a package under her arm, booted feet quick, Sylvie turned onto the avenue and away uptown. small, alone but assured on the hectic street, her kingdom, and his. Her retreating back. She was still on her way away, and he was behind, but he was pointed now, at last, in the right direction. He opened his mouth, and her name came out. It had been on the tip of his tongue. "Sylvie," he called. Quite close. She heard that, and it seemed to be a name she knew. Her feet slowed, and she partly turned, but did not. It had been a name she remembered from somewhere, somewhen. Had a bird called it, calling to its mate? She looked up into the sunshot leaves. Or a chipmunk, calling its friends and relations. She watched one scamper and freeze on the knobby knees of an oak, then turned to look at her. She walked on, small, alone but assured, beneath the tall trees, her naked feet falling quick, one after the other, among the flowers. She walked far and fast. The wings she had grown were not wings, yet they bore her. She didn't stop to amuse herself, though pleasures were shown her, and many creatures implored her to stay. "Later, later," she said to all, and hurried on, the path unfolding before her night by day as she went. "He's coming," she thought. "I know it. He'll be there. He will. Maybe he won't remember me, but I'll remind him. He'll see." The present she had for him, chosen after long thought, she held tight under her arm, and had let no one else carry, though many had offered. And if he wasn't there? No, he would be. There would be no banquet for her if he wasn't present. And a banquet had been promised. Everybody would be there, and surely he was one. Yes, the best seat, the choicest morsels. She would feed him by hand just to watch his face. He'd be so surprised. Had he changed? He had, but she'd know him, she was sure. Night sped her. The moon rose, waxing fat, and winked at her. Party. Where was she now? She stopped and listened to the forest speak. Near, near. She had never been here before, and that was a sign. She didn't like to go further without sure bearings and some word. Her invitation was clear, and she need defer to none. But she climbed a tall tree to its tip-top and looked out over the moon's country. She was on the forest's edge. Night breezes browsed in the tree-tops, parting the leaves with their passage. Far off, or near, or both, anyway, beyond the roofs of that town and that moonlit steeple, she saw a house decked out in lights, every window bright. She was quite close. Mrs. Underhill on that night looked one last time around her dark and tidy house, and saw that all was as it should be. She went out and pulled the door shut. She looked up into the moon's face. She drew from her deep pocket the iron key and locked the door, and put the key under the mat. Give way, give way. Give way, she thought. Give way. It was all theirs now. The banquet was set with all its places, and very pretty it was, too. She almost wished she could be there. But now that the old king had come at last, and would sit on his high throne, whenever it was, she had never been exactly sure, there was nothing more for her to do. The man known as Russell Eigenblick had, when he alighted, only one question for her. Why? "Why, for goodness' sake," Mrs. Underhill had said. "Why? Why does the world need 3 sexes when one of them doesn't help out? Why are there 24 kinds of dreams and not 25? Why is there always an even number of ladybugs in the world, and not an odd number of stars visible, and not an even? Doors had to be opened, cracks had to be forced, a wedge was needed, and you were it. A winter had to be made before spring could come. You were the winter. Why? Why is the world as it is, and not different? If you had the answer to that, you wouldn't be here now asking it. Now do calm yourself. Do you have your robe and crown? Is everything as you like it, or near enough? Rule wisely and well. I know you'll rule long. Give my best to them all when they come to make their obeisance in the fall, and don't, please don't, ask them hard questions.
They've had enough of those to answer these many years."
And was that all? She looked around herself. She was all packed. Her unimaginable trunks and baskets had been sent on ahead with those strong young ones who had gone first. Had she left the key? Yes, under the mat. She had just done that. Forgetful. And was that all? Ah, she thought, one thing left to do. Come or stay.
"We're going,"
she said, when near dawn she stood on the point of rock that jutted out over a pool in the woods into which a waterfall fell with a constant song. Spears of moonlight were broken by the pool's surface. New leaves and blossoms floated there, gathering in the eddies. A great white trout, pink-eyed, without speckle or belt, rose slowly at her words. "Going?" he said.
"You can come or stay," said Mrs. Underhill. "You've been so long on this side of the story that it's up to you by now."
The trout said nothing, alarmed beyond words. At last Mrs. Underhill, growing impatient with his sad goggling, said sharply,
"Well?"
"I'll stay," he said quickly.
"Very well,"
Mrs. Underhill said, who would have been very surprised indeed if he had answered differently.
"Soon," she said, "soon there will come to this place a young girl. Well, an old lady now, but no matter, a girl you knew, and she will look down into this pool. She will be the one you've so long waited for, and she won't be fooled by your shape. She'll look down and speak the words that will free you."
"She will," said Grandfather Trout.
"Yes."
"Why?"
"For love's sake, you old fool,"
Mrs. Underhill said. She struck the rock beneath her stick so hard it cracked. A dust of granite drifted onto the stirred surface of the pool.
"Because the story's over."
"Oh," said Grandfather Trout. "Over?"
"Yes, over."
"Couldn't I," said Grandfather Trout, "just stay as I am?" She bent down, studying his dim silver shape in the pool.
"As you are,"
she said. "Well," said the fish, "I've got used to it. I don't remember this girl at all."
"No,"
said Mrs. Underhill, after some thought.
"No, I don't think you can. I can't imagine that."
She straightened up.
"A bargain's a bargain," she said, turning away. "Nothing to do with me."
Grandfather Trout retreated into the weed-bearded hidey-holes of his pool, fear in his heart. Remembrance, against his will, was coming fast on him. She? But which she would it be? And how could he hide from her when she came? Not with commands, not with questions, but with the words, the only words. He would have shut his eyes tight against the knowledge, if only he had had lids to shut, that would stir his cold heart. And yet he could not leave. Summer had come, and with it a million bugs. The torrents of spring were done, and his pool the old familiar mansion once again. He would not leave. He laved his fins in agitation, feeling things come and go along his thin skin he had not felt in decades. He worked himself deeper into his hole, hoping and doubting that it would be deep enough to hide him. "Now," Mrs. Underhill said, as dawn rose around her. "Now." "Now," she heard her children say, those near and those far off too, in all their various voices. Those near gathered around her skirts. She put her hand to her brow and spied those already journeying, caravans down the valley toward dawn, dwindling to invisibility. Mr. Woods took her elbow. "A long way," he said, "a long, long way." Yes, it would be long. Longer, she thought, though not so hard, as the way for those who followed her here, for at least she knew the way. And there would be fountains there to refresh her, and all of them. And there would be the broad land she had dreamed of so often. There was some trouble getting the old prince helped onto his broken-winded charger, but when he was aloft he raised a feeble hand, and they all cheered. The war was over, more than over, forgotten, and they had won. Mrs. Underhill, leaning on her staff, took his reins, and they set out. Not going. It was the year's longest day, Sophie knew. But why should it be called midsummer when summer had just begun? Maybe only because it was the day, the first day, on which summer seemed endless, seemed to stretch out before and behind limitlessly, and every other season was out of mind and unimaginable. Even the stretch of the screen door's spring, and the clack of its closing behind her as she went in, and the summer odor of the vestibule seemed no longer new, and were as though they had always been. And yet it might have been that this summer could not come at all. It was Daily Alice who had brought it, Sophie felt sure. By her bravery, had saved it from never occurring, by going first, had seen to it that this day was made. It should therefore seem fragile and conditional, and yet it didn't. It was as real a summer day as Sophie had ever known. It might be the only real summer day she had known since childhood, and it vivified her and made her brave, too. She hadn't felt brave at all for some time, but now she thought she could feel brave, Alice all around, and she must. For today they set out. Today they set out. Her heart rose, and she clutched more tightly to her the knitted bag that was all the luggage she could think to bring. Planning and thinking and hoping and fearing had taken up most of her days since the meeting held at Edgewood, but only rarely did she feel what she was about. She forgot, so to speak, to feel it. But she felt it now. "Smoky?" she called. The name echoed in the tall vestibule of the empty house. Everyone had gathered outdoors, in the walled garden and on the porches, and out in the park. They had been gathering since morning, bringing each whatever they could think of for the journey, and as ready for whatever journey they imagined as they could be. Now afternoon had begun to go, and they had looked to Sophie for some word or some direction, and she had gone to find Smoky, who at times like this was always behindhand, for picnics and expeditions of every kind. Of every kind. If she could go on thinking that it was a picnic or an expedition, a wedding or a funeral or a holiday, or any ordinary outing at all, which of course she knew quite well how to manage, and just go on doing what needed to be done, just as though she knew what that was, then she would have done all that she could, and she had to leave the rest to others. "Smoky?" she called again. She found him in the library, though when at first she glanced in there, she didn't perceive him. The drapes were drawn, and he sat unmoving in a big armchair, hands clasped before him, and a big book open, face down, on the floor by his feet. "Smoky?" She came in apprehensive. "Everybody's ready, Smoky," she said. "Are you all right?" He looked up at her. "I'm not going," he said. She stood for a moment, unable to understand this. Then she put down her knitted bag. It contained an old album of pictures, and a cracked china figurine of a stork with an old woman and a naked child on its back, and one or two other things. It should have contained the cards, of course, but did not, and came to where he sat. "What, no?" she said. "No." "I'm not going, Sophie," he said, mildly enough, as though he simply didn't care to, and looked down at his clasped hands. Sophie reached for him and opened her mouth to expostulate, but then didn't. She knelt by him and said gently, "What is it?" "Oh, well," Smoky said. He didn't look at her. "Somebody ought to stay, shouldn't they? Somebody ought to be here, to sort of take care of things. I mean in case you wanted to come back, if you did, or in case of anything." "It is my house," he said, "after all." "Smoky," Sophie said. She put her hand over his clasped ones. "Smoky, you have to come. You have to." "Don't, Sophie." "Yes. You can't not come. You can't. What will we do without you?" He looked at her, puzzled by her vehemence. It didn't seem to Smoky to be a remark anyone could fitly make to him. What would they do without him? And he didn't know how to answer. "Well," he said, "I can't." "Why?" He sighed a long, deep sigh. "It's just, well—" He passed his hand over his brow. He said, "I don't know. It's just—" Sophie waded through these preambles, which put her in mind of others long ago, other small words eked out before a hard thing was said. She bit her lip and said nothing. "Well, it's bad enough," he said. "Bad enough to have Alice go. See," he said, stirring in his chair. "See, Sophie, I was never really part of this, you know. I mean, I have been so lucky, really. I never really would have thought, back when I was a kid, back when I came to the city, that I could have had so much happiness. I just wasn't made for it. But you, Alice, you took me in. It was like finding out you'd inherited $1 million. I didn't always understand that. Or yes, I did. Sometimes I took it for granted, maybe, but underneath I knew. I was grateful. I can't even tell you." He pressed her hand. Okay. But now, with Alice gone, well, I guess I always knew she had a thing like that to do. I knew it all along, but I never expected it, you know. And, Sophie, I'm not suited for that. I'm not made for it. I wanted to try, I did. But all I could think was, it's bad enough to have lost Alice. Now I have to lose all the rest, too. And I can't, Sophie. I just can't." Sophie saw that tears had started in his eyes and overflowed the old pink cups of his lids, a thing she didn't think she'd ever seen before. No, never. And she wanted with all her heart to tell him no, he wouldn't lose anything, that he went away from nothing and toward everything, Alice most of all. But she didn't dare. For however much she knew it was true for her, she couldn't say it to Smoky, for if it wasn't true for him, and she had no certainty that it was, then no terrible lie could be crueler. And yet she had promised Alice to bring him, no matter what, and couldn't imagine leaving without him herself. And still she could say nothing. "Anyway," he said. He wiped his face with his hand. "Anyway." Sophie, at a loss, oppressed by the gloom, rose, unable to think. "But," she said helplessly, "it's too nice a day. It's just such a nice day." She went to the heavy drapes that made a twilight in the room and tore them open. Sunlight blinded her. She saw many in the walled garden, around the stone table beneath the beech. Some looked up, and a child outside tapped on the window to be let in. Sophie undid the window. Smoky looked up from his chair. Lilac stepped over the sill, looked at Smoky, arms akimbo, and said, "Now what's the matter?" "Oh, thank goodness," Sophie said, weak with relief. "Oh, thank goodness." "Who's that?" Smoky said, rising. Sophie hesitated a moment, but only a moment. There were lies, and then there were lies. "It's your daughter," she said. "Your daughter Lilac." Land called the tale. "All right," Smoky said, throwing up his hands like a man under arrest. "All right, all right." "Oh, good," Sophie said. "Oh, Smoky." "It'll be fun," Lilac said. "You'll see. You'll be so surprised." Defeated in his last refusal, as he might have known he would be. He really had no arguments that could stand against them, not when they could bring long-lost daughters before him to plead, to remind him of old promises. He didn't believe that Lilac needed his fathership. He thought she probably needed nothing, and no one at all, but he couldn't deny he'd promised to give it. "All right," he said again, avoiding Sophie's radiantly pleased face. He went around the library, turning on lights. "But hurry," Sophie said, "while it's still day." "Hurry," Lilac said, tugging at his arm. "Now wait a minute," Smoky said. "I've got to get a few things." "Oh, Smoky," Sophie said, stamping her foot. "Just hold on," Smoky said. "Hold your horses." He went out into the hall, turning on lamps and wall sconces, and up the stairs, with Sophie at his heels. Upstairs he went one by one through the bedrooms, turning on lights, looking around, moving just ahead of Sophie's impatience. Once he looked out a window, and down on many gathered below. Afternoon was waning. Lilac looked up and waved. "Okay, okay," he muttered. "All right." In his and Alice's room, when he had lit all the lights,
He stood a time, angry and breathing hard. What the hell do you take on such a trip? Smoky? Sophie at the door said. Now, damn it, Sophie, he said, and pulled open drawers. A clean shirt, anyway, a change of underwear, a poncho for rain, matches and a knife, a little onion skin Ovid from the bedside table. Metamorphoses. All right. Now what to put them in? It occurred to him that it had been so many years since he had gone anywhere from this house that he owned no luggage whatever. Somewhere in some attic or basement lay the pack he had first carried to Edgewood, but just where he had no idea. He threw open closet doors. There were half a dozen deep cedar-lined closets around this room that all his and Alice's clothes had never come close to filling. He tugged at the light pulls, their phosphorescent tips like fireflies. He glimpsed his yellowed-white wedding suit, Truman's. Below it in a corner, well, maybe this would do. Odd how old things pile up in the corners of closets. He hadn't known this was in here. He pulled it out. It was a carpet bag, an old mouse-chewed Gladstone carpet bag with a crossbones catch. Smoky opened it and looked with a strange foreboding or hindsight into its dark insides. It was empty. An odor arose from it, musty, the odor of leaf mold or Queen Anne's lace or the earth under an upturned stone. This'll do, he said softly. This'll do, I guess. He put the few things in it. They seemed to disappear in its capacious insides. What else should go in? He thought, holding open the bag. A twine of creeper or a necklace, a hat heavy as a crown, chalk and a pen, a shotgun, a flask of rum tea, a snowflake, a book about houses, a book about stars, a ring. With the greatest vividness, a vividness that stabbed him deeply, he saw the road between Meadowbrook and Highland and Daily Alice as she had looked on that day, the day of the wedding trip, the day he was lost in the woods. He heard her say, "Protect it." He closed the bag. All right, he said. He took it up by its leather handles, and it was heavy, but an ease entered him with its weight. It seemed a thing he had always carried, a weight without which he would be unbalanced and unable to walk. "Ready?" Sophie said from the door. "Ready," he said. "I guess." They went down together. Smoky paused in the hall to push in the ivory buttons of the lights that lit the vestibule, the porches, the basement. Then they went out. "Ah!" said everyone gathered there. Lilac had drawn them all after her from the park, from the walled garden, from the porches and parterres where they had gathered, to this front of the house, the wooden porch that faced a weedy drive leading to stone gate-posts, topped with pitted balls like stone oranges. "Hi, hi," said Smoky. His daughters came up to him smiling, Tacy, Lily, and Lucy, and their children after them. Everyone rose. Everyone looked at one another. Only Marge Juniper kept her seat on the porch stairs, unwilling to rise till she knew steps must be taken, for she didn't have many. Sophie asked Lilac, "Will you lead us?" "Part way," Lilac said. She stood in the center of the company, pleased, yet a little awed too, and not sure herself which of these would keep on till the end, and having not enough fingers to count. "Part way." "Is it that way?" Sophie asked, pointing to the stone gate-posts. They all turned and looked that way. The first crickets' voices began. Edgewood's swifts cut the air blue and turning green. Exhalations of the cooling earth made the way beyond those gate-posts obscure. Had that been the moment, Smoky wondered? Had it been that moment, when he had turned in at those stone gate-posts for the first time, that the charm had fallen on him, not ever after that to release him? The arm and hand with which he held the carpet-bag tingled like a warning bell, but Smoky didn't hear it. "How far? How far?" asked Bud and Blossom, hand in hand. On that day, the day he had first gone in at Edgewood's door, and then, in some sense, never again back out. Perhaps. Or it may have been before that, or after it. But it wasn't a matter of figuring out when exactly the first charm had invaded his life, or when he had stumbled unwittingly into it, because another had come soon after, and another. They had succeeded one another by a logic of their own, each one occasioned by the last, and none removable. Even to try to disentangle them would only be the occasion for further charms. And anyway, they had never been a casual chain, but a series of removes, Chinese boxes, one inside the other. The further in you went, the bigger it got. And it didn't end now. He was about to step into a new series, endless, infundibular, utter. Appalled by a prospect of endless variation, he was only glad that some things had remained constant. Alice's love chief among them. It was toward that he journeyed, the only thing that could draw him, and yet he felt that he left it behind. And still he carried it with him. "A dog to meet us," Sophie said, taking his hand. "A river to cross." Something began to open in Smoky's heart as he stepped from the porch. A premonition, or the intimation of a revelation. They had all begun to move, taking up their bags and belongings, talking in low voices down the drive. But Smoky stopped, seeing he could not go out by that gate, could not go out by the gate through which he had come in. Too many charms had intervened. The gate wasn't the same gate. He wasn't the same either. "A long way," Lilacs said, drawing her mother after her. "A long, long way." They passed him on either side, burdened and holding hands, but he had stopped. Still willing, still journeying, only not walking. On his wedding day, he and Daily Alice had gone among the guests seated on the grass, and many of them had given gifts, and all of them had said, "Thank you." Thank you, because Smoky was willing to take on this task, to take exception to none of it, to live his life for the convenience of others in whom he had never even quite believed, and spend his substance bringing about the end of a tale in which he did not figure. And so he had, and he was still willing. But there had never been a reason to thank him, because whether they knew it or not, he knew that Alice would have stood beside him on that day and wed him, whether they had chosen him for her or not, would have defied them to have him. He was sure of it. He had fooled them. No matter what happened now, whether he reached the place they set out for or didn't, whether he journeyed or stayed behind, he had his tale. He had it in his hand. Let it end. Let it end. It couldn't be taken from him. He couldn't go where all of them were going, but it didn't matter, for he'd been there all along. And where was it, then, that all of them were going? "Oh, I see," he said, though no sound came from his lips. The something that had begun to open in his heart opened further. It let in great draughts of evening air, and swifts and bees in the hollyhocks. It hurt beyond pain, and wouldn't close. It admitted Sophie and his daughters, and his son Oberon too, and many dead. He knew how the tale ended, and who would be there. "Face to face," Marge Juniper said, passing by him. "Face to face." But Smoky heard nothing now but the wind of revelation blowing in him. He would not this time escape it. He saw in the blue midst of what entered him Lilac turning back and looking at him curiously, and by her face he knew that he was right. The tale was behind them, and it was to there they journeyed. One step would take them there. They were there already. "Back there," he tried to say, unable himself to turn in that direction. "Back there," he tried to tell them, back to where the house stood lit and waiting, the park and the porches and the walled garden and the lane into the endless lands, the door into summer. If he could turn now, but he could not. It didn't matter that he could not, but he could not. He would find himself facing Summer's house. And on a balcony there, Daily Alice greeting him, dropping from her shoulders the old brown robe to show him her nakedness amid the shadows of leaves. Daily Alice, his bride, dame kind, goddess of that land behind them, on whose borders they stood, the land called the Tale. If he could reach those stone gateposts, but he never would, he would find himself only turning in at them. Midsummer day, bees in the hollyhocks, and an old woman on the porch there, turning over cards.
awake. Under an enormous moon, full to bursting, Sylvie travelled toward the house she had seen, which seemed to be further and further off the closer she came to it. There was a stone fence to climb, and a beech wood to go through. There was finally a stream to cross, or an enormous river, rushing and gold-foamed in the moonlight. After long thought on its banks, Sylvie made a boat of bark, with a broad leaf for a sail, spiderweb lines, and an acorn cup to bail with. And though nearly swept into the mouth of a dark lake where the river poured underground, she reached the far bank. The flinty house, huge as a cathedral, looked down on her, its dark yews pointing in her direction, its stone-pillared porches warning her away. And Oberon always said it was a cheerful house. Just as she was thinking that she never would quite reach it, or if she did, would reach it as such an atomy that she would fall between the cracks of its paving stones, she stopped and listened. Amid the sounds of beetles and nightjars, somewhere there was music, sombre, yet somehow full of gladness. It drew Sylvie on, and she followed it. It grew, not louder, but more full. She saw the lights of a procession gather around her in the furry darkness of the underwood, or saw, anyway, the fireflies and night flowers as though in procession, a procession she was one of. Wondering, her heart filled with the music, she approached the place to which the lights tended. She passed through portals where many looked up to see her enter. She put her feet in the sleeping flowers of a lane that led to a glade where more were gathered, and more coming, where beneath a flowering tree the white-clothed table stood, many places set, and one in the center for her. Only it was not a banquet, as she had thought. Or not only a banquet. It was a wake. Shy, sad for those saddened by whose ever death it was they mourned. She stood a long time watching, her present for Oberon held tight under her arm, listening to the low sounds of their voices. Then one turned at the end of the table, and his black hat tilted up, and his white teeth grinned to see her. He raised a cup to her and waved her forward. Gladder than she could have imagined to see him, she made her way through the throng to him, many eyes turning toward her, and hugged him, tears in her throat. "Hey," she said. "Hey." "Hey," George said. "Now everybody's here." Holding him, she looked around at the crowded table, dozens present, smiling or weeping or draining cups, some crowned, some furred or feathered. A stork or somebody like one dipped her beak in a tall cup, eyeing with misgivings a grinning fox beside her, but somehow room for all. "Who are all these people?" she said. "Family," George said. "Who died?" Sylvie whispered. "His father," George said, and pointed out a man who sat, bent-backed, a handkerchief over his face, and a leaf stuck in his hair. The man turned, sighing deeply. The three women with him, looking up and smiling at Sylvie as though they knew her, turned him further to face her. "Oberon," Sylvie said. Everyone watched as they met. Sylvie could say nothing. The tears of Oberon's grief were still on his face, and he had nothing that he could say to her, so they only took hands. "Ah," said all the guests. The music altered. Sylvie smiled, and they cheered her smile. Someone crowned her with odorous white blooms, and Oberon likewise, taking chaplets of locust flower from the locust tree which overhung the feast table. Cups were raised, and toasts shouted. There was laughter. The music pealed. With her brown ringed hand, Sylvie brushed the tears from her prince's face. The moon sailed toward morning. The banquet turned from wake to wedding, and grew riotous. The people stood up to dance, and sat down to eat and drink. "I knew you'd be here," Sylvie said. "I knew it." A real gift. In his certainty that she was here now, the fact that Oberon had himself not known at all that she would be here dissolved. "I was sure too," he said. "Sure. But," he said, "why a while ago?" He had no sense of how long ago it had been, hours, ages. "When I called your name, why didn't you stop and turn around?" "Did you?" she said. "Did you call my name?" "Yes. I saw you. You were going away. I called Sylvie."
Sylvie?" She looked at him in cheerful puzzlement. "Oh," she said at length. "Oh, Sylvie. Well, see, I forgot, because it's been so long, because they never call me that here. They never did." "What do they call you?" "Another name," she said. "A nickname I had when I was a kid." "What name?" he said. She told him. "Oh," he said. "Oh." She laughed to see his face. She poured foaming drink into his cup and offered it to him. He drank. "So, listen," she said. "I want to hear all your adventures, all of them. Don't you want to hear mine?" All of them, he thought. The honeyed liquor he drank, washing away any sense he might have had of what they could be. It was as though they were all yet to happen, and he would be in them. A prince and a princess. The wild wood. Had she then been there, in that kingdom, their kingdom, all along? Had he? What, anyway, had his adventures been? They vanished, crumpling into broken nothings even as he thought of them. They became as dim and unreal as a gloomy future, even as the future opened before him like a storied past. "I should have known," he said, laughing. "I should have known." "Yes," she said. "Just beginning. You'll see." Not one story. No, not one story with one ending, but 1,000 stories, and so far from over as hardly to have begun. She was swept away from him then by laughing dancers, and he watched her go. There were many hands importuning her, many creatures at her quick feet, and her smile was frank for all of them. He drank, inflamed, his feet itching to learn the antiquae. And could she, he thought watching her, still cause him pain too? He touched the gift which in their revel she had placed on his brow. 2 handsome, broad, ridged, and exquisitely recurving horns, heavy and brave as a crown, and thought about them. Love wasn't kind, not always. A corrosive thing. It burned away kindness as it burned away grief. They were infants now in power, he and she, but they would grow. Their quarrels would darken the moon and scatter the frightened wild things like autumn gales, would do so, had long done so. It didn't matter. Doesn't matter. Her aunt was a witch, but his sisters were queens of air and darkness. Their gifts had once aided him and would again. He was heir to his father's bafflements, but he could touch his mother for strength. As though turning the pages of an endless compendium of romances, all read long ago, he saw the thousands of her children, generations of them, most of them his. He would lose track of them, meet them as strangers, love them, lie with them, fight them, forget them. Yes, they would blunt the pens of 12 chroniclers with their story, and the stories their story generated, tedious, hilarious, or sad. Their feasts, their balls, their masks and quarrels, the old curse laid on him, and her kiss that mitigated it, their long partings, her vanishings and disguises, crone, castle, bird. He foresaw or remembered many, but not all. Their reunions and couplings, tender or lewd. It would be a spectacle for all, an endless and then. He laughed a huge laugh, seeing that it would be so. For he had a gift for that, after all, a real gift. "You see," said the black locust tree that overhung the feast table, the locust from which the flowers that decked Oberon's horned head had been taken. "You see, just only the brave deserve the fair." She's here, she's near. The dance whirled around the prince and princess, marking a wide circle in the dewy grass. The fireflies, toward dawn, turned in a great circle in obedience to the turning of Lilac's finger, wheeling in the opulent darkness. "Ah," said all the guests. "Just the beginning," Lilac said to her mother. "You see, just like I told you." "Yes, but Lilac," Sophie said, "you lied to me, you know, about the peace treaty, about meeting them face to face." Lilac, elbow on the littered table, rested her cheek in the cup of her hand and smiled at her mother. "Did I?" she said, as though she couldn't remember that. "Face to face," Sophie said.
looking along the broad table. How many were the guests? She'd count them, but they moved around so, and diminished uncountably into the sparkling darkness. Some were crashers, she thought. That fox, maybe that gloomy stork, certainly this clumsy stag-beetle that staggered amid the spilled cups, flourishing its black antlers. Anyway, she didn't need to count in order to know how many were here. Only, "Where's Alice, though?" she said. "Alice should be here." "She's here, she's near," said her little breezes, moving among the guests. Sophie trembled for Alice's grief. The music altered once again, and a sadness and a stillness came over the company. "Call for the robin redbreast and the wren," said the locust tree, dropping white petals like tears on the feast table. "Keep my man Duke far hence, that's foe to man." The breezes rose to dawn winds, blowing away the music. "Our revels now are ended," sighed the locust tree. Alice's white hand blotted out the grieving moon like clouds, and the sky grew blue. The stag-beetle fell off the edge of the table, the ladybug flew away home, the fireflies turned down their torches, the cups and dishes scattered like leaves before the coming day. Come from his burial, none knew where but she. Daily Alice came among them like daybreak, her tears like day-odorous dew. They swallowed tears in wonder before her presence, and made to leave. But no one would say later that she hadn't smiled for them, and made them glad with her blessing as they parted. They sighed, some yawned, they took hands. They took themselves by twos and threes away to where she sent them, to rocks, fields, streams, and woods, to the four corners of the earth, their kingdom new made. Then Alice walked alone there, by where the moist ground was marked with the dark circle of their dance, her skirts trailing damp in the sparkling grasses. She thought that if she could, she might take away this summer day, this one day for him. But he wouldn't have liked her to do that, and she could not do it anyway. So instead she would make it, which she could do, this her anniversary day, a day of such perfect brilliance, a morning so new, an afternoon so endless, that the whole world would remember it ever after. Once upon a time. The lights of Edgewood, which Smoky had left burning, paled to nothing on that day. In the night that followed they shone again, and on every night thereafter. Rain and wind came in through the open windows, though, which they had forgotten to close. Summer storms stained the drapes and the rugs, scattering papers, blowing shut the closet doors. Moths and bugs found holes in the screens, and died happily in union with the burning bulbs, or did not die, but generated young in the rugs and tapestries. Autumn came, though it seemed impossible, a myth, a rumor not to be believed. Fallen leaves piled up on the porches, blew in through the screen door left unlatched, which beat helplessly against the wind, and at last died on its hinges, no barrier any more. Mice discovered the kitchen. The cats had all left for more seemly circumstances, and the pantry was theirs, and the squirrels, who came after and nested in the musty beds. Still the aura returned, mindlessly, cheerfully whirling, and still the house was lit up like a beacon or the entrance to a ballroom. In winter it shone its lights on snow, an ice palace. Snow drifted in its rooms, snow capped its cold chimneys. The light over the porch went out. That there was such a house in the world, lit and open and empty, became a story in those days. There were other stories. People were in motion. Stories were all they cared to hear. Stories were all they believed in. Life had got that hard. The story of the house all lit, the house of 4 floors, 7 chimneys, 365 stairs, 52 doors, traveled far. They were all travelers then. It met another story, a story about a world elsewhere, and a family whose names many knew, whose house had been large, and populous with griefs and happinesses that had once seemed endless, but had ended, or had stopped. And to those many who still dreamed of that family as often as of their own, the 2 stories seemed one. The house could be found. In spring, the basement lights went out, and one in the music room. People in motion. Stories starting in a dream and spoken by unwise actors into wanting ears, then ceasing. The story turning back to dream, and then haunting the day, told and retold. People knew there was a house made of time, and many set out to find it. It could be found. There it was, at the end of a neglected drive, in a soft rain, not what had been expected at all, and, however long sought, always come upon unexpectedly, for all its lights, sagging porch steps to go up, and a door to go in by. Small animals who thought the place theirs, long in possession, sharing only with the wind and the weather. On the floor of the library by a certain chair, face down at a certain page, a heavy book spine broken and warped by dampness. And many other rooms, their windows filled with the rainy gardens, the park, the aged trees indifferent and only growing older. And then many doors to choose from, a juncture of corridors, each one leading away, each ending in a door that could be gone out by. Evening falling early, and a forgetfulness with it. Which way was the way in? Which now the way out? Choose a door. Take a step. Mushrooms have come out in the wetness. The walled garden is full of them. There are further lights, there in the twilit bottom of the garden. The door in the wall is open, and the silvery rain sifts over the park that can just be seen through it. Whose dog is that? One by one, the bulbs burned out, like long lives come to their expected ends. Then there was a dark house made once of time, made now of weather, and harder to find. Impossible to find, and not even as easy to dream of as when it was alight. Stories last longer, but only by becoming only stories. It was, anyway, all a long time ago. The world, we know now, is as it is, and not different. If there was ever a time when there were passages, doors, the borders open, and many crossing, that time is not now. The world is older than it was. Even the weather isn't as we remember it clearly once being. Never lately does there come a summer day such as we remember, never clouds as white as that, never grass as odorous or shade as deep and full of promise, as we remember they can be, as once upon a time they were. End of Little Big by John Crowley, narrated by Eda Seasongood, in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, January 1983, for special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher. Bantam Books, Incorporated, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.